Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Secret Dark Side. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Aizawa was surprised that this was the first time he was seeing it. He had certainly heard about it. Bakugo had made fun of his obsessive stalker nature, Uraraka and Ida had mentioned it in passing, and even All Might had spoken about how impressive it was. Midoriya had brought it up shyly like it was embarrassing, but Aizawa had never actually seen it. Midoriya's quirk analysis notebook. It had apparently fallen out of his bag in his haste to get home. Today was one of the rare scattered weekends where Midoriya would get to go home to visit his mother. Since they built the dorms, they were rather careful about watching their students outside of the school. They staggered when different kids were allowed to leave. They had a pro-hero escort them out and patrol the area the kid would be. The kid would have to check in with the hero at least twice a day. As far as Aizawa was concerned, they were treating the kids like prisoners, but multiple encounters with the League outside the school seemed to be compelling enough evidence that these protections were necessary. It was foolish on Midoriya's part to let an accident like this happen. Now Aizawa would have to wait 3 days to return the thing to him, and knowing Midoriya, it would be sorely missed. What an idiot. He shouldn't be so careless with his things. The notebook wasn't much to look at. For something so highly talked about, you'd think the kid would take better care of it. The cover and pages were burned. The entire thing was water damaged and it smelled slightly of sewage. Midoriya had clearly attempted to cover that with some sort of perfume, though, so the end result had it smelling more like peppermint sewage. Aizawa couldn't help but roll his eyes when he picked it up. On the cover was the words Hero Analysis for the Future Volume 13. Of course the troublemaker had 13 of these. He supposed the amount of trivia Midoriya had about heroes at any given moment made more sense now. With a resigned wariness, Aizawa slipped the notebook into his own bag, content to forget about the wretched thing until Monday. Boredom was a rare enemy in a hero's life, but when it chose to hunt him down, Aizawa was unfortunately weak against it. One of the reasons he filled his days with hero work and babysitting children was because he needed to keep himself busy. He loved and valued both of his jobs, but he was more than aware of how reckless and exhausting it was. He was always tired, and it was noticeable to everyone, enemies and fellow heroes and civilians alike, to the point where he's long since stopped bothering to try and hide it. He always did his job, and he liked to think that people underestimating him because of the bags under his eyes gave him an upper hand. But regardless, the people in his life refused to let him burn out. So on every other weekend, Hisashi and Recovery Girl forced him to take a few days off. The first day of his forced weekends were inevitably spent sleeping for 12 hours, or as long as it took for him to feel alive again. The second day was spent feeling bored and anxious and out of his mind. Aizawa never would admit it out loud, but he tended to be a worrier. He didn't think it was irrational. Everyone in his life seemed to be in constant peril, and it seemed that every time he took his eyes off them, a new threat would emerge or someone would get hurt. The worry was what he considered the most exhausting thing in his life. He lived a life among pro-heroes and children training to be them. Peril was a given part of the job. He knew that when he took it. But he also knew that he worried less when he knew that the people he cared about could take care of themselves. He taught people to take care of themselves. That made it easier. But the worry never went away. And when he was left bored on a Sunday with nothing to break him out of his thoughts, the worry was overwhelming. He tried his best to push it down, to distract himself with other things, but there was only so many entertaining things to do when you had orders to sit at home and rest. He tried to go to the gym on one Sunday, tried to go out and just be normal, but found out the strong way that 1, a hero can't avoid trouble, and 2, you do not disobey direct orders from Recovery Girl. He was basically put under house arrest from then on. To his credit, Aizawa lasted most of the day until he lost the argument he'd been having with himself over reading the notebook. On a day like Friday, invading his students' privacy hadn't even crossed his mind as a possibility. On a Sunday, with his skin itching like it's crawling with ants and the voice at the back of his head insisting that knowing more information about Midoriya would help him better handle the students' stubborn recklessness, that he'd be doing something productive, Aizawa caved. With adrenaline pumping through his veins or the weight of exhaustion on his shoulders, Aizawa would have done better. But with nothing but worry to occupy his busy mind, he became his own worst enemy. He'd regret it, but he opened Midoriya's dirty notebook. On the first page was an analysis of death arms. Despite the damage, it seemed that Midoriya had gone through the trouble of rewriting the words clearly where they had smudged. The pages weren't stuck together at all, implying that Midoriya had carefully blow-dried and separated them. Aizawa silently admonished himself for thinking Midoriya didn't care about the notebook. Obviously the damage wasn't something he intended to happen. Aizawa flipped through the pages, impressed by the drawings and even more impressed by the surprisingly insightful entries. He laughed out loud when he came across a bit on weaponized sexuality. The page was on empty lady, but he could easily see it applying to Kayama. He could actually hear her making the same arguments in the back of his head. Midoriya's clinically worded sidebar about it being particularly effective against the sexually inexperienced or those who were easily embarrassed was also worth a laugh because the kid was obviously both of those things. Skipping ahead a bit, he looked for a page on someone he knew. Midway through, in large letters, was All Might's signature. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. That explained why the kid kept the notebook instead of copying his notes into a different one. Knowing those two, Midoriya could have gotten All Might to sign the next notebook without hesitation. Midoriya could have gotten All Might to sign everything he owned. But that wouldn't have stopped Midoriya from keeping this thing anyway. As far as he was concerned, everything related to All Might was worth keeping. The next couple pages were filled with an uncomfortable, borderline stalkerish amount of information about All Might. Some parts seemed to be written in code. Aizawa didn't recognize the code, and that was fairly impressive because code breaking was among his Sunday hobbies. In case it became useful at work, it has. Aizawa shrugged, figuring those parts were about All Might's secret. It seemed nice of the kid to go to such lengths to hide All Might's secrets. Though the challenge might well tempt villains to try harder to solve it. Aizawa quickly moved past that section, having already read a few notes about things he really didn't want to know about his colleague. The next few pages were on some low-time pro-hero fights, strangely not up to standard against the rest of his entries, and then an entire section on his observations of people he'd seen during the enrollment test. Uraraka made up a pretty significant chunk of that section, and the boy's admiration for her was pretty obvious. It would have been cute if there hadn't been an entire section about her weaknesses and how to potentially beat her in a fight. That was slightly new. Not entirely out of the blue. Every entry had a list of some of the hero's weaknesses and potential downfalls. The villain entrees he had were significantly more focused on fighting them. But that was the thing. This seemed to be the first entry where he turned that thought process was towards someone who would be considered a hero. It was a practical decision. After all, Midoriya would be fighting his classmates in school, and there was a definite moral gray when it came to most pro-heroes. You never know when another hero is going to turn against you. Having their weaknesses thought out was wise for any hero, but reading the notes Midoriya made on damaging his friend's hands made his skin crawl. Aizawa decided to move on from that section. He could talk to Midoriya about it later. A few pages later he found the section on himself. He smirked a little. He could imagine Midoriya's reaction to finding out he'd read it. The notes were as detailed as the rest. More so, even. It quite suddenly clicked in Aizawa's head that most of Midoriya's notes were based on brief glimpses of a hero fight, what could be found on the news or the internet. Now that Midoriya could interact with heroes in person, well, it seems like All Might wasn't the only person he was obsessively observing after all. Aizawa's fingers traced the lines of his hero costume, stared at the detailed drawing of his face and felt nervous. Nervous wasn't quite the right word for the feeling settling in his gut, but it was close. The more he read the section on himself, the more nervous he became. Midoriya, it turned out, was more observant than he had ever guessed. It was easy to overlook when the kid blindly rushed into danger without a plan or a second thought, but that wasn't entirely true. Midoriya had a sacrificial streak, but his plans, even if they had a great cost to himself, seemed to work. Oftentimes the only people hurt in his mad plans were him. Sometimes things went wrong, and unpredictable elements threw things into chaos. But the plans themselves weren't entirely bad. Or at very least, they were better than a kid his age should be able to put together, more detailed and thought out than he'd expect of most students. Such a skill should be cultivated. The pages on his weaknesses did not make him feel better. It was one thing for Midoriya to write similar observations to the ones Aizawa had made on his own about other heroes. It was another thing altogether to see his own weaknesses laid out in ink. It was another thing to find them all to be so scarily accurate. Some of his weaknesses were obvious. Admittedly, he had never made the connection that he was fighting essentially quirkless before, but it was obvious all the same. Actually, the phrasing made Aizawa wonder about some of the assumptions he had about quirkless people. It was obviously foolish to underestimate them. Especially since, according to Midoriya, his powers would do nothing against them. Most of his fights come down to training and weapons. To make it in a world of heroes and villains, a quirkless person would have to be better at both of those just to survive. He wanted to believe that quirkless people lived outside the hero world, but that would be stupid. Quirkless people were human and part of this hero-based society as much as anyone else. They wouldn't be able to escape it if they tried. It was something he would have to consider more at length later. The longer than it should be section about attacking his eyes made him feel nauseous. It wasn't exactly news to him that his eyes were one of his vulnerabilities. The main reason he wore his goggles was for protection. Midoriya, in turn, wrote an entire paragraph about his goggles, wondering how fragile they were but concluding that the support department likely made them with a very resilient material. A correct conclusion, though Midoriya wisely noted that attempting to break them, especially if resources were in his favor, was a worthwhile venture anyway, because correct or not, it was still an assumption, and if a hero shouldn't put absolute trust in their equipment, why should a villain? The thing that concerned him was that once again Midoriya had proven himself capable of making brutal judgment calls if put into a corner. It almost seemed like his first instinct was the quickest, most brutal route. Those options were written first before the more carefully thought-out plans. It wasn't something he'd expect out of the timid boy. He couldn't fault the logic. Sometimes violence was the only answer that stood between you and death, but the dangerous thing about first instincts is that you often act on them. Aizawa shook the thought out of his head. Actions speak louder than words, and Midoriya's real-life action spoke of an innate heroic instinct. That still didn't stop him from frowning as his weakness page continued on. Midoriya noticed how he favored his right arm because of a previous injury. Midoriya made several plans on how to separate him from his capture weapon. Midoriya. Aizawa frowned. Midoriya wrote a psychological breakdown of him. It wasn't at a professional level, obviously. Aizawa would argue that the section carried heavier notes of cynicism than the rest of his writings, but it was accurate. It was accurate enough that Aizawa was bothered that Midoriya could glean this much information from their brief interactions. The boy had detected his anxiety, knew he had nightmares, pointed out the symptoms of PTSD he had. Midoriya wrote out what he loved and what his moral values were. Midoriya made bullet points on things that seemed to trigger his anger or irritation and stress and fear. And then Midoriya wrote plans on how to use that. Plans on how to manipulate him or plans on how to fly under Aizawa's radar. Aizawa found that at very least, Midoriya clearly didn't know how to actually manipulate people. He had a long way to go before he could just talk his way out of any situation. But Aizawa knew the kid had charisma and this was a start of something dangerous. It all seemed dangerous, Aizawa decided. There was too much information here. Aizawa knew that the journal would only get more detailed and better thought out the deeper he read, because Midoriya had grown significantly as a hero since he first wrote this entry on Aizawa. Aizawa knew that first-hand experience would make a hell of a difference on Midoriya's analytical skills. Which was a problem, because in the hands of a villain, this notebook was an extremely powerful weapon. If he had dropped the notebook in the street instead of class, his writing could easily be used to kill every hero in here. This was bigger than him, he decided. Aizawa waited as Principal Nezu flipped silently through the notebook the next morning. He had read through as much as he could stand of the analysis notebook the night before and he felt sure that this was the right decision. Midoriya's ideas were dark but realistically effective. Some of his ideas for villain takedowns were ingenious. His ideas for improving school security were fantastic. But Aizawa kept catching hints of something more dangerous lurking within. Midoriya, in all his reckless, borderline suicidal glory, had an utterly ruthless side. So Aizawa went to the principal and hoped that this could be settled. Whether for getting Midoriya counseling or establishing better security, Nezu would have the answers. Finally, the principal gently closed the notebook and smiled at Aizawa. Aizawa felt ice spread through his veins faster than even Todoroki could manage. Nezu's eyes were lit with the gleam of a madman. It was a look of hunger, the kind of look the principal only got when he had a plan forming, when he was solving a puzzle or countering a chess move. It was the kind of look he got when there was information he didn't know and someone was keeping it from him. It was a look that said he would do everything it took to win. It was enough to make Aizawa regret even looking at the notebook. "I'm very glad you brought this to my attention, Aizawa. If you don't mind, I will be more than happy to return this to young Midoriya. I would like to talk to him anyway. Please send him to my office the next time you see him." Aizawa's gut instinct was screaming at him over how bad this was. He felt like he was feeding Midoriya to a lion. He trusted Nezu, but he also knew the man was dangerous. If Midoriya's notebook had gotten his attention enough to put that look in the creature's eyes, Aizawa had no idea what would happen. "Yes, sir," Aizawa said, keeping his face carefully blank. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he trusted Nezu. He had to remind himself of that almost like a mantra. He trusted Nezu. It would work out. A few hours later, a pale-looking Midoriya returned from the principal's office looking as though he was going to puke. Aizawa didn't entirely blame him. "Are you okay, Midori-dash?" Midoriya bowed and held out a piece of paper, still looking as though he'd just gotten off a bad roller coaster ride. "He told me to give this to you." Aizawa took it, figuring it was a pass, and sent Midoriya to his seat. After setting an assignment, Aizawa glanced back at the note. It read, "Aizawa, on Tuesdays and Thursdays Midoriya Izuku will be excused from History of Heroics to take personal lessons with me on analysis. I'd appreciate if you only talked about this with the relevant teachers. Thank you again for letting me know of his potential." Principal Nezu. Suddenly, the sick look on Midoriya's face made sense. Aizawa felt like he was going to vomit too. This was worse than bad. Principal Nezu had decided to take on Midoriya as a personal student. That meant Nezu thought Midoriya had the potential to equal him in intelligence. That meant Nezu was going to train Midoriya to be more ruthless, to be even more of a manipulative genius. It meant that Midoriya Izuku, a boy with the power of all might, was also going to have the intelligence of the super genius Nezu. That meant that Midoriya Izuku had the potential to become completely unstoppable. Aizawa looked at the student, who at the moment was whispering to his friends. Uraraka gasped and began shaking him back and forth in excitement. Ida was doing his patented hand-chopping motions trying to get them back on task. This motion seemed to push Midoriya over the edge and he puked down his front, much to his friend's concern and his own embarrassment. As Aizawa excused him to go to Recovery Girl again, he tried to convince himself that there was no way that a boy as innocent and clumsy as this could turn to the dark side. He had too much heroic potential, after all. "Hey, Midoriya, do you ever get angry?" Mina asked one day at the end of class. They were all packing their bags and getting ready to head back to the dorms. Of course, everyone in the immediate area perked up at that. The alien queen was known for asking the strong-hitting questions, after all. "Yeah," Midoriya said like it was a question. "Really?" Uraraka said curiously. Naturally, like Mina, she couldn't think of a time of seeing him angry outside of being in immediate danger. Midoriya looked puzzled. Yeah, with even more of an upward inflection. He couldn't seem to understand everyone's slightly baffled looks. Several questions were asked in unison. About what? Really, the classroom got really loud for a moment, which motivated a sleeping Aizawa to throw a chalkboard eraser, pun probably intended, across the room to shut them up. He successfully beamed Kaminari in the back of the head, so everyone decided to take this discussion outside lest they draw Aizawa's dragon-like fire. Their escape successful, all eyes were quickly turned back towards the green-haired boy who seemed to shrink under their attention. Their fairly large group seemed to draw the attention of their other classmates, so the group only got bigger. Close to the entire class was around them now, with the exception of Tokoyami, Koda, and maybe Hagakure. No, wait, there's the floating uniform. Well, Mina asked eagerly, as soon as they were out of the classroom. What do you get angry about? She was ready to shake answers out him. About a lot of things. Midoriya said, clearly still confused about why he was getting attention about this. I mean, doesn't everyone get mad? It's not that odd. Well, no offense, Midoriya, but with a few exceptions, I don't think I or any of our classmates have seen you actually get angry, Ida said efficiently. The times with Shigaraki went unsaid. The fights with Bakugo seemed more like self-defense than anything else. The same applied to most of their villain fights. But in all other instances, Midoriya seemed to have an endless amount of patience and kindness. Midoriya laughed a little at that. Of course you've seen me get angry. How could you not? Name one time you've gotten angry, Kirishima said with a fond grin. Mina expected Midoriya to stutter to a stop as he couldn't think of anything, as was his adorably nerdy way, but nope. Well, I'm almost always angry at Kaken, Midoriya said without hesitation, and everyone blinked, probably more surprised than they should be. But it was weird, right? What the F is that supposed to mean? An angry and easily recognizable voice shouted. Bakugo pushed to the front of the crowd and grabbed Midoriya by the front of his shirt. Midoriya tilted his head to the side, face scrunching up slightly. Kaken, you can't honestly think I have no reason to be mad at you. You're smarter than that. Bakugo bared his teeth. Then why the F haven't you done anything about it, coward? In an instant, Midoriya's analysis mode was SWSN. Well, obviously when we younger I couldn't actually act on my anger, Kaken. You would just beat me up and then make fun of me for getting angry and make fun of me more for my failure to do anything about being angry. Not only would it just make me feel more upset, but it would give you more ammunition to use against me. Despite my reckless tendencies, I'm not actually suicidal. Mina found herself frowning. She liked Bakugo to an extent. He was an but he was so easy to tease, always grumbling and shouting at every little thing. It was like having a bear in the classroom. A really, really angry bear. But everyone could tell that he'd been mellowing out for a while. Like, he wasn't as mean with his shouting as he'd been at the beginning of the year. If he had been worse before coming to high school, well, it must have been pretty bad if Midoriya had to repress his feelings to get by, right? Midoriya had come a long way from who he was at the beginning of the year, too. Now he didn't seem even a little afraid of talking to her or the rest of their classmates, with the exception of Bakugo, but thinking back to that squeaky little scared boy kind of upset her. To push your anger down for the sake of survival kinda went against the reason people got angry in the first place. You get angry because someone's trying to hurt you, right? You get angry so you can fight. But Midoriya couldn't do that because he was at risk of blowing up every bone in his body without Recovery Girl there to fix him. That sucked. But that still didn't explain why he didn't show his anger now. He wasn't breaking his bones with every use of his quirk anymore. Now he could punch Bakugo to hell and back. Well, maybe. Actually, they shouldn't fight at all. They're getting so powerful that they might accidentally destroy the school or something. It's better for everyone if they don't fight. Besides which, Midoriya continued, still in analysis mode, anger is often a weakness in a fight. It shows that you're letting your emotions get the better of you. It gets in the way of clear, rational thought. It makes you act much more recklessly, and if your enemy has set up a trap or is trying to manipulate you, you won't be planning far enough ahead to counter their attacks. The irony of Midoriya's jumps off buildings screaming Izuku telling people they need to think their plans through wasn't lost on Mina. It wasn't lost on Midoriya either, but he usually had at least a little bit of a plan, even if that plan was made up on the spot. More of a plan than Mina had, at least. It was like he was getting all these puzzle pieces and putting them together as he went, but the puzzle kept on changing and Mina couldn't even see what the puzzle pieces were 10 minutes ago before he'd already moved on to something new. He was super smart, so Mina would trust his jumping off buildings plans because despite how crazy they sounded, they usually worked. So what, you just don't let yourself feel anger? Mina had to ask. Still repressing emotions wasn't healthy. You gotta feel what you're feeling at the moment or else you'll bottle things up until you explode and kill people. She's pretty sure that's why villains did stuff. No, Midoriya said. Bakugo had dropped him probably because his wrist got tired of holding Midoriya up. People were heavy. I just control it. I can't afford to get angry normally, so I use it in a different way. A different way? Todoroki asked, and Mina jumped. Where had he even come from? He had a strange glossy look in his eyes and the smallest of frowns. Very few could read him well enough to know that he was concerned. Mina was one of them, because she's very observant of her classmates, especially the attractive ones, but let's be real, they're all attractive. He was probably upset because he, poor baby, had learned to hide his emotions behind his doll face the strong way, and to find out that open book, a ray of sunshine Midoriya did the same thing was really sad. Yeah, Midoriya smiled his shiny perfect smile. I let my anger fuel my determination, and everyone flinched. Everyone knew that Midoriya's determination was infinite. He was like a magician that kept pulling a scarf forever and ever out of his sleeve until you find out that that was just the guy's quirk and he's not a magician at all. He was the dude that just grit his teeth and sat back up like some kind of zombie even though all his limbs were broken. He didn't go down unless you knocked him out, and even then he usually woke up ready to fight. To find out all that was tied to being pissed off was Midoriya secretly the Hulk. Was he a Viking berserker of old? How did he fit that infinite amount of anger into his tiny, tiny body? What the actual F? Bakugo said, always the one to say the swear they all were thinking. He's reliable like that. Midoriya just looked at them with his big Midoriya eyes and said an innocent, what if? Midoriya said, stubbing his toe. It was amazing that he could break almost every bone in his hand and limbs, and yet this still seemed to hurt more. Ida gasped at the outburst. He'd never heard oh dear. This was dangerous, uncharted territory. The rest of the class seemed startled too. Uraraka instantly turned a glare on Bakugo, because she knew who taught him that. Bakugo just raised a blonde eyebrow at her but didn't rise to the bait. Midoriya, Ida blustered, surprised at his friend. I would have thought you better than this. You know that the F word is a bad word. It's incredibly unprofessional and inappropriate. What if a civilian heard you? Your reputation would be destroyed. Has Bakugo really been such a bad influence on you? What would your mother say if she heard you cussing like that? To only cuss if I mean it? Midoriya said, giving him an odd look. What? Ida blinked, his concerned lecture getting cut off by his surprise. Abruptly, Bakugo burst out laughing. Oh my god, he doesn't know the legend. Bakugo pointed a mocking finger at Ida and just kept on laughing and laughing. He held his stomach and his cheeks were rosy and he had an actually nice smile on his face. Needless to say, everyone in the room, with the exception of Midoriya, were terrified. They had never seen Bakugo laugh like this before, and it was almost cute but also definitely a sign of the apocalypse. She's a legend now? Midoriya asked, eyes wide and excited. Bakugo just laughed harder, looking like he was beginning to struggle to breathe. Now, Bakugo, Ida tried to control the situation. He could tell that Bakugo was laughing specifically at him. This is hardly appropriate dash. Midoriya's mom invented swearing, you F nugget. Bakugo cut him off. The fact that you don't know that just goes to show how cultured your prissy rich kid school really was. Kaken, don't call Ida AF nugget. Now, I hardly think it polite for you to insult Midoriya's mother like that, Ida said sharply. No, he's right, Midoriya agreed easily. My mom is very good at swearing. Taught me everything I know, Bakugo said proudly, drawing concerned looks from the entire class. And yet you choose to ignore the most important rule she taught us, Midoriya said pointedly. I swear often because I always mean it, F Deku. Bakugo growled back, but it was a rare, almost playful moment for them. It was almost like Bakugo liked Midoriya's mom more than he hated Midoriya. That alone made her a terrifying woman. What does he mean by that, Deku? Uraraka asked, eyes narrowed and wary. Midoriya's eyes sparkled, and he went into teaching mode. The first lesson of swearing is that you do it sparingly. Only swear when you absolutely mean it. Midoriya spoke as though he was reciting facts out of his analysis notebook. Because the very purpose of swears is that they're words you don't say. If you swear too often, then the words start to lose their power. They become just like any other word. But if you never swear and you only let a cuss loose about something important, then there's a much bigger impact. Most of his classmates shot looks at Bakugo when Midoriya said not to swear too often. Bakugo scowled. "You're leaving out the most fun part, Shirtweed." Midoriya rolled his eyes. "There's more than one lesson, Kaken." "Well, get to the most important one." That was the most important one. Ida watched with something akin to horror as his classmates casually discussed how to properly cuss. He tried to cut in again. "I hardly think it's appropriate to swear at all." Ashido and several other classmates shushed him. Midoriya and Bakugo ignored him, still caught up in their argument. "Look, the most important part of swearing is chain cussing," Bakugo said, getting impatient. "It's when you cuss a lot in quick succession while insulting someone. It involves the most creativity and improvisation skill. Obviously, anyone can drop an F-bomb, but if you really want to take someone to the bank, chain swearing is the way to go. For example, Deku, you're a dash, and then Bakugo let out the most horrendous paragraph of swearing Ida had ever heard. Worse than anything Ida had ever heard him say before. Ida felt the BLD rush to his face and felt a wave of moral outrage. They're supposed to be heroes. They were supposed to set an example. This was hardly the example they wanted to set. Midoriya grinned back at the delinquent as though he hadn't been told he had various animals in his butt. "That was pretty good, Kaken," Midoriya said, something dangerous glinting in his eyes. "But you're a dash," and Midoriya let out a chain of swearing far darker and worse than the last. It had a plot. It had bad puns. When he finished, Midoriya, his eyes still held that bright spark. Bakugo was smiling ferally at him. Ida had to resign himself to the fact that this little fight was going to keep going. He didn't know how to stop them. "Legend?" Ashido asked. "Legend." Denki agreed. The swearing battle went on for the rest of their free PRD and partially into present mix class. Present Mike had taken one look at the argument and decided to record it rather than teach. Though he did ask them to try to add English swears. Ida needed an aspirin. Panic attacks were part of Shinso's life. He's been having them since the first kid called him a villain all those years ago, and he doubted they were going to stop anytime soon. Usually he only had them at night. A mixture of night terrors and bad thoughts lining up to filling him with the kind of anxiety that closed his lungs and crawled up his skin. It was almost always one thought, screaming over and over again, always trying to provide proof against his stubborn resolve. What if they're right? You thought about hurting them. You could have killed them. You want to kill them. You can. At any moment you can. It's not strong. You only have to slip up once, and when you do, the thoughts fill his head with white noise until it feels like he's the only person in the universe. People surround him, try to talk to him, even touch his arm or his shoulder, but he can't hear them over the white noise. He can't focus with the sharp feeling in his lungs. So he runs. He always runs. He was in class for this one. Now that he'd left, it's strong to tell where he was. He just needs to find a small corner to hole up in. He'll let the attack pass and then he can return to life like nothing happened. He sees salvation, a janitor's door, and he doesn't hesitate to go through the door and slam it shut behind him. "Wait," a small voice said, and Shinso freezes. There was someone here. Shinso recognized him instantly. It's Midoriya Izuku, the little green-haired boy he fought in the sports festival. The one who somehow broke from his mind control even though nothing and no one broke him free. He just did it on his own, and while Shinso found that impressive, he also found it terrifying. The boy had never been much to look at. That was one of the things he'd hated about the boy. He got in riding the coattails of his quirk rather than working at it the way Shinso had to. It made him sick. Now, Midoriya looked even worse. His eyes were ringed red with tears and he seemed even smaller than usual, like a grade schooler. He was sitting on the floor, his knees drawn up against his and his breathing was uneven. "The door locks automatically," the boy said with regret. Shinso jolts, and this did not help the panic attack he was having. He whirled and tried the doorknob. Stupid. It was locked. He was trapped with the strange boy he only knew from a fight. Shinso dropped to the floor and just gave up. Let the panic consume him. Self-loathing was a hell of a drag, and it just devoured everything. His brain was screaming insults through static that filled his thoughts and his limbs, and everything felt wrong. His heartbeat thundered too quickly. Villain. He can't breathe. Stupid. He's cold. Monster. He feels like he's dying. Then just die. Someone touches him. More firmly than his classmates. It's grounding somehow, more real. He still feels like his skin is full of buzzing bees. He still has to struggle to force air into his failing lungs. Then a voice is calmly instructing him on how to breathe. Counting, making him slow down. Focus more on the numbers than the bad thoughts. Reality slowly settled in around them. Shinso was hit with the typical wave of exhaustion. He knew he couldn't sleep here, but he was drifting off anyway. Stupid brain. He couldn't sleep when he wanted to, but the moment he needed to stay awake, sleep was knocking him out with a hammer. He prayed nothing bad would happen. An hour later, Shinso woke up and he was still in a closet. Now, he had a bad crick in his neck and a headache. He was still absolutely tired and he knew the door was probably still locked. He also found Midoriya was also still locked in the room with him. The boy was asleep, like he had been just moments ago, and Shinso was struck again by just how small the kid was. The boy was curled into a ball as if intentionally making himself smaller, his messy green hair falling in his freckled face. He was disarmingly cute, and Shinso often wondered how someone so tiny could hold so much power. He tried to remind himself of the power's weakness. He had wondered while they went through the festival how Midoriya could be arrogant enough to avoid using his quirk. He found out when he watched the boys fight against Endeavor's son. What kind of power broke the user's bones? Shinso couldn't really hold Midoriya's lack of control against Midoriya himself. Midoriya, against all odds, seemed to be a decent person. The boy hadn't held Shinso's quirk against him and even tried to cheer him up after he lost. And Shinso knew that were he in Midoriya's shoes, he'd definitely hesitate to use and train a quirk that broke his limbs as a side effect. If anything, Shinso decided, looking at the tiny form of a sleeping Midoriya, he hated the system more than he hated the boy. It's unfair that someone whose powers are a hazard to everyone around him, including himself, got into the hero course before Shinso, someone who had almost obsessive control over his own powers. The system was broken, and it was never going to stop frustrating him. Midoriya stirred in his sleep, apparently having a nightmare. Shinso's debate of whether he should wake the kid up was solved when the boy jolted up, looking slightly panicked. Once his eyes landed on Shinso, he instantly seemed to relax. Shinso frowned at that. "Hi, Shinso," the boy said in a small voice. Shinso just stared at him. "How?" Shinso asked slowly. "How are you relaxed? How do you know I didn't control you?" Midoriya blinked owlishly at him. "Because it feels completely different. Unless you can order someone to go asleep, then I guess I wouldn't know the difference." Midoriya suddenly looked eager. "Can you order someone to go to sleep?" Shinso leaned back, amused to anyone looking at him that eagerly. "I don't know," he muttered. "I've never tried." "Why haven't I tried that?" Shinso wondered. It was a very good question. One he should have asked before. It was stupid of him to have never tried it. If he knows his quirk so well, why hadn't he tried it? Midoriya, for his part, had gone off on a strange muttering rant. Listening in, it sounded like the boy was going through all sorts of uses being able to put people to sleep had. It was kinda creepy. "Midoriya, what are you doing here?" Shinso asked, struck by what a weird situation this was. Midoriya looked up at him with bright, innocent eyes and didn't hesitate to reply. "What do you mean?" Shinso stared back, caught in the sparkling green. "Why were you locked in the closet when I got here?" "Oh," and the boy's face fell. There was something uncomfortably familiar in his expression. "Same reason as you, I guess. You were having a panic attack?" Shinso asked skeptically. From how cheerful the boy always acted, he didn't seem the type. "Yeah," Midoriya nodded sheepishly. "Why?" Shinso asked, and immediately felt like a hypocrite. It wasn't like he understood why his panic attacks happened. They just cut him down randomly and made everything too much, and yeah, maybe they sometimes had triggers, but that didn't mean he knew why they happened. Midoriya, understandably, looked uncomfortable. He went back to hugging his knees and looking as small as possible. You don't have to answer that," Shinso said as the guilt attacked him with a knife. Midoriya hid his face between his knees for a moment. Shinso could have sworn he was blushing, but when he looked up again, Midoriya's eyes were filled with a quiet determination. I didn't have the chance to talk to you about it at the sports festival, Midoriya said carefully.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
After.
But then too much time passed and it seemed hollow or like an excuse. I didn't want you to think I was looking down on you. Shinso met Midoriya's bright green eyes. It felt strange. For all its intensity, the moment seemed almost NTMT. I was bullied too, and Midoriya said it as though the words weighed 1,000 pounds. Shinso stared back, still caught in Midoriya's gaze. He knew the boy wasn't lying, but he didn't know how to respond. So for a long moment, silence just stretched between them. Midoriya broke it first. Sorry, I know it's not the same. No one ever called me a villain for my quirk. I was just a useless Deku. It's probably not as bad as what you went through. It's rude of me to assume useless. Shinso interrupted. Midoriya winced and drew into himself, shoulders haunching near his ears. He nodded earnestly. Shinso suddenly felt overwhelmingly stupid. Why hadn't he thought of that? Of course the same assholes who made fun of him for being a villain would make fun of the kid who couldn't use their quirk. Of course Midoriya was bullied. Shinso was such an butt. He'd never bothered to think about Midoriya's perspective. He just jumped to conclusions and made assumptions because he saw a powerful quirk. He was almost as bad as those bullies he grew up with. Heck, probably worse because he knew better. Shinso, Midoriya ordered in a firm voice, breathe. Shinso hadn't even realized he'd started to hyperventilate. Why was his brain such a piece of it? He naturally taking a deep breath started a coughing fit because his lungs weren't over his panic attack and his entire city hurt. Midoriya had moved into his personal space to rub calming circles on his back. When he could breathe again, Shinso became hyper-aware of how close Midoriya was and how personal this all was. He was also aware of how ill-equipped he was to handle this. People didn't get close to him. People didn't bother understanding him. People didn't help him. They feared him and they ignored him unless he made them pay attention to him. Midoriya wasn't people. Midoriya seemed to break every rule put in front of him, and then some. So now Shinso had to deal with whatever this was. Sorry. Shinso was pretty sure apologies weren't supposed to be questions. There's nothing to apologize for, Midoriya said helpfully. Like I said, I know the feeling. It's really scary. Makes me wish I was braver. That's absurd, Shinso snapped automatically. It was funny how easily the rude things came out. Are you really so stupid as to think you're not brave? From what I hear, you're already a legend. A crazy stupid legend. You've literally fought against the League of Villains and lived. You fought the hero killer Stain. You're All Might's protege. I don't see how a coward could do all that stuff. Midoriya turned his face away and scooched away from Shinso. He drew his knees back up to his he and Shinso was beginning to see that it was a defense mechanism. Making yourself small equals less places to hit. That kind of thing wouldn't work for Shinso, who's all limbs, but for the tiny Midoriya it probably did its job. I'm always afraid when I'm in those situations, Midoriya whispered. But I mean, its stupid tears started falling down Midoriya's cheeks. But it's not as scary as a little choked up noise escaped his throat, and if it weren't for the fact that Shinso was slightly used to people crying in fear around him, he'd be very concerned. Emotions just kept flying all over this stupid closest. Stupid panic attacks just leaving all the feelings right by the surface. Emotions are exhausting. Midoriya, he asked, trying his best to be comforting. Midoriya let out a tiny sob. I'm just so scared that I'm gonna wake up one day and this will all have been a dream. That I'll just go back to being quirkless Deku and I never got to go to UA and I never got to have friends and I never got to save anyone. I'll just go back to being pathetic and useless and forgotten and weak. Shinso breath caught in his throat. Quirkless. They called him that because he couldn't use his quirk. And if I don't prove that I belong here, what if they just take it all away? It wouldn't be the first time I lost everything. Why wouldn't it happen again? I know better than to hope for things, but I really want this and I know I'm just gonna get hurt in the end, but I've been so happy and I want to hold on to this happiness for as long as I can before I lose it. Because even if it's a dream and even if some parts are scary and painful, it's so much better than how things used to be. Shinso followed his instincts and wrapped the green-haired boy in a hug. He couldn't begin to think of an appropriate response. It wasn't really that Shinso didn't get it. He did. Things were infinitely better at UA than at his old school. Not everyone feared him, and some people even tried to talk to him. He was on the way to living his dream, but that dirty thought of losing it all was always stuck at the back of his head, eating at him like a parasite. At any moment he could slip up, control someone and make them do something terrible. Heck, someone could blame him for a crime he didn't commit. It wouldn't be the first time. And then people would just go back to pointing their fingers and saying he's a villain until one day he truly broke and became one. He was constantly aware of how easy it would be to turn to the dark side. How easy it would be to hurt people and become the villain everyone says he is. He hates that he has such obvious potential for evil. He hates that he knows that the darkness is there in him. So he wasn't exactly a wealth of comforting words. Midoriya let out a little hiccuping laugh. Oh, Shinso said that all out loud. Everyone has the potential for evil, Shinso. God knows I do. He pulled away to stare at his scarred hand. My own power can take down buildings if I lose control. If I don't think through where my fist is going, I could easily kill hundreds of people faster than you could take control of anyone. And I've known plenty of people who do worse. I've known heroes who've done worse. The way he said that gave Shinso some questions. It sounded like he spoke from personal experience, and the fact that he said heroes, plural, was concerning. The point is, Midoriya said, forcing a smile onto his lips, it's not your quirk. It's how you use it. Shinso was hit with a strange sense of déjà vu. It was his father. He said it when he was younger before his parents got divorced. It seemed so long ago. His father had been the first one to encourage him to be a hero. His mother never seemed to trust him in the same way, though he would never doubt she loved him. Midoriya hugged him tighter, and Shinso realized he was crying. You're a good person, Shinso, he said. You're going to be a fantastic hero. And in a few words, something unraveled in Shinso's tea. There was no doubt. Midoriya said it like he could see the future and Shinso was a hero in it. He had no fear. He had no hesitation. He just believed in him. Shinso wasn't sure he'd ever gotten that before. Not even from his dad. He gripped Midoriya tighter and just cried until he couldn't anymore. Midoriya stayed there, solid and warm, hugging him back just as tightly. What must have been a long time passed, but Shinso didn't really mind. When they finally let go of each other, it was with a sense of catharsis, a lightness that he hadn't felt when he entered the dumb maintenance closet. Thanks, he said genuinely. This had been a strange series of events. Midoriya smiled dully back. Thank you too, he said sniffing, though Shinso couldn't fathom what he'd done to help Midoriya back. I think I needed that. You think we should check the door again? Why would it suddenly be unlocked? Shinso asked, eyebrows drawing together. Midoriya shrugged. I'm pretty sure the door wouldn't normally lock automatically like that. That's dangerous after all. What if a janitor got trapped? It's an electronic lock and it's tied into the school's system. That probably means that Principal Nezu can control it remotely. He probably locked us in together because he thought we could help each other. The level of resigned apathy that Midoriya said something that was unimaginably creepy and invasive to Shinso seemed to say a lot about the hero course. Or just Midoriya. Sure enough, when Midoriya tried the door, it opened. He smiled a little timidly. This was... Midoriya looked like he wanted so say fun or nice, but having panic attacks and crying on each other weren't either of those things. With luck, they wouldn't be doing this again. Yeah? Shinso said simply. It had, however, been NTMT, and Shinso couldn't walk away from this without thinking of Midoriya as a friend. I'll, see you around. For a moment, Shinso wondered if Midoriya would feel the same way. He didn't doubt for long when Midoriya's face lit up like the sun. Yeah. We could eat lunch together or, hang on dash, Midoriya reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone. We could text if you want? Shinso raised an eyebrow. You had your phone that entire time? Midoriya gasped and started flailing and berating himself. Oh my god. How could I not have noticed? We could have gotten out much earlier if I just checked my pocket. Why didn't I check my pocket? Shouldn't that have been the first thing I checked? Shinso laughed. It's fine, he said, surprised at how easy this felt. I think we both had some stuff on our mind. Shinso took Midoriya's phone and added his number. Text me later. Midoriya blushed. Yeah. He unleashed that smile on Shinso again, and Shinso felt a feeling of warmth spread through him. He had a friend, a real friend. With a cheerful goodbye, Midoriya rushed off to explain his absence to All Might, and Shinso started towards the bathroom to wash his face before returning to his own class. It wasn't until he glanced in the bathroom mirror a few minutes later, water still dripping of his face, that it struck him just how easily Midoriya cut through all his defenses. Yeah, he'd been having a panic attack. Yeah, he was more vulnerable than usual, but in a few short hours Midoriya had obliterated a piece of lifelong cynicism that lived in Shinso's heart and replaced it with himself. The ease at which Midoriya had just inserted himself into his life and attacked the roots of a few of his biggest problems was startling. In a few short hours, Midoriya had earned his loyalty like it was nothing. Shinso shook his head. Villains didn't stand a chance against that guy. If there was one thing Bakugo Katsuki was beginning to hate about his job as a F-hero in training, it was all the F-Fruit Loops that decided it was a good idea to kidnap him. He wasn't even out of high school yet, but here he was, strapped to a table, quirk temporarily disabled. You'd think the F-heirs would know by now not to F with him, but no. They had to be F-idiots. To make matters worse, they kidnapped Mother F Deku too. It was like they had a freaking death wish. Yeah, sure, grab 2 of the strongest kids in class. That totally isn't going to get you murdered later. HT, the only thing stopping the F-er from getting murdered now was the F anti-quirk serum, whatever he injected them with. When it wore off, that PP was F dead. In the meantime, Bakugo would have to deal with Deku's stupid face. If the kid's eyes didn't hold the spark of determination, which apparently is Deku for I'm pissed off, Bakugo was pretty sure the dumb kid would be sobbing his eyes out. Which was obviously the last thing anyone in the room wanted. The F-Fruit Loop was still monologuing. Hey but, Bakugo said, losing patience. Cut to the F-chase. Yes of course, the creepy dude smiled. There's that famous temper of yours. It's not quite so effective as my son's. You can't quite pull off the scary eyes, but your attempts are cute. F you and F your son. Bakugo shouted. I thought we were getting to the point, Deku interrupted, shooting him a warning look. The point? The villain asked and laughed. You don't honestly think I'm actually going to tell you my plans? That was such an amateur move. I've learned that lesson. No, I'd much rather keep you in suspense. Then why the F were you monologuing? Obviously because he likes to hear himself talk, Deku replied sharply. The villain smirked and went and grabbed Deku's face with his sleazy hand. You, he said fondly. I like you. The villain turned toward Bakugo now and also went to touch him, but Bakugo turned his head away and attempted to bite him. Deku took that opportunity to successfully bite the F-er himself, and for a change Bakugo felt proud of his childhood friend. The Fruit Loop hissed and pulled his hand away, revealing that his BLD was a creepy acid green. Be that way then, the villain said coldly. Then he smiled. I hear that you children were childhood friends. Let's play a game. The villain moved off out of their line of vision, and when he returned, he had a cart of tools obviously meant for their torture. Some of the tools, Bakugo didn't even recognize. A few were glowing acidic green like the man's BLD. We're going to test your friendship and heroic mettle. We'll torture one of you until you cry out. When you cry out, I will SW to torturing your precious friend. The longer you take to scream, the longer your friend will be safe from me. Doesn't that sound fun? F you? Bakugo was startled when Deku said the words in unison with him. The villain grinned evilly. I think I'll start with you. He pointed the scalpel at Bakugo. If there was one thing Bakugo hated about his profession, it was that he had to deal with F torture. He was 15 years old, almost 16, and yet some sick F-heirs thought it was okay to intentionally inflict pain upon him. Bakugo liked to think he had a pretty high pain tolerance. He was stubborn and calloused and angry enough that he wasn't going to let a guy like this JRK him around. He'd experienced plenty of pain. His own explosions wore at his skin and bones and ears. He worked out and knew what it was like to have every muscle in his body hurt. He could take a punch. He could stand back up after an injury. He knew what it was like to have everyone against him and still come out on top. As it turns out, he still underestimated what actual torture was like. His stubbornness held out for a while, but most of his instincts were geared towards escaping and retaliating against pain, not actually tolerating it. The ache of muscles and the sting of blisters didn't really stand up to having actual knives stuck in his body. It felt like hours until he gave in, but really he had no way of knowing. Time seemed to move slower when all you could focus on was the breaking of your fingers' bones and the sting of cut after cut after cut. His throat made the noise against his will and the villain looked so satisfied. If the freak wasn't going to die before, he definitely was going to die now. But despite himself, Bakugo felt a wave of relief when the man moved away. He didn't expect it to last long. Knowing Deku, the FO would be back on him in a heartbeat. Crybaby Deku, the weakling, would barely get a knife in him before screaming and turning the Fruit Loop back on him. If not for his pain tolerance, then for some petty revenge from their childhood. He could only hope that he didn't go insane by the time the heroes showed up. Deku was stubborn, but he also cried about literally everything. Asking him not to scream was like asking him not to be a nerd. Except when the villain started his torture session, Deku didn't scream. Instead he stared at the ceiling and pressed his lips into a grim, determined line. And Bakugo watched. In some ways, watching someone get tortured was worse than getting tortured. When you're getting tortured, all you have to focus on is pain and escape and fear. When you're watching someone get tortured, you have to see their injuries, you see the captor's little smiles. You see muscles tense and twitch, and you can imagine the pain. You can watch as skin opens like it's being unzipped under a scalpel. You hear the heavy breathing. You smell the metallic BLD, and worst of all, you can think clearly. You can hear all the thoughts screaming at you to do something, to help to fix things, and your helplessness feels worse because you have no escape. Torture feels faster when you're not under the knife, but it also seems like more is happening. Despite the lingering pain, Bakugo couldn't help but feel more emotional about watching Deku get torn apart, especially because it was Deku. Bakugo would admit to no one out loud that to some extent he did care about Deku. When he was younger, he'd sometimes think about the what-ifs of a villain coming after the wimp. His friend would die instantly, or worse, end up somewhere like the shithole. He'd never imagined far enough ahead to what Deku's mangled corpse would look like, but now he was getting a good idea of that. It bothered him more than he'd like to admit. Deku still hadn't screamed. It had been a good long while, but Deku's expression hadn't changed. Was something wrong with him? Why wasn't he reacting more? Bakugo was starting to get more scared than he felt actually being tortured. Why hasn't Midoriya screamed yet? His expression has twitched and he's grimaced, but his eyeline hasn't moved from the spot he's chosen on the ceiling. The villain was looking more and more excited. He moved on to tools he hadn't used on Bakugo. The villain was smiling like this was his definition of fun. Deku barely flinched. Deku, Bakugo said, slightly desperate. Deku, just cry out. Just scream. Just stop this. Deku didn't blink. It's been too long. It had been way too long. This needed to stop. Bakugo didn't like Deku on most days, but being a stupid nerdy kid didn't mean his feet and his toes deserved to bend like that, or that he could lose that much BLD, or that the scent of his burned skin should be in the air. Deku's eyes were blank and distant. I'll take the torture, Bakugo said, almost earnestly. Just stop. I'll take it. Deku, I'll take it. Deku didn't respond. Stubborn, aren't you? The villain said with glee. Bakugo didn't cry. You couldn't prove that he did, and if Deku or the Fruit Loop said anything, they were lying. Just scream, Deku. Please. Izuku. The heroes came far too late, in Bakugo's opinion. The fight with the villain looked far worse than it needed to be, and the heroes took too long to cut them free. They took too long to check on Deku's injuries. His friend was covered in red and breathing strong. His fingers looked like there was some sort of puzzle that needed to be solved with his bones under his skin. His feet were twisted in the wrong direction. Everything about him looked wrong. This wasn't Deku. This wasn't the smiling kid who was always chasing after him. It was just wrong. He was grateful that the heroes had called Recovery Girl. He knew there was only so much she could do, But he trusted her, and the thunderous expression he saw cross her face when she saw Midoriya's broken body was a small comfort. Oftentimes he felt alone in his anger, but this was something everyone could be mad about. He wasn't alone in his anger at all, for a change. Bakugo hadn't seen Aizawa get this pissed since the Kamino Ward incident. All Might couldn't even do anything, and he looked like he was going to burn down everything the villain loved and cared about. Their classmates, who had shown up because of course they showed up, were an even mixture of crying and pissed. For Ai's hands were shaking and his eyes were burning with a fire Bakugo hadn't known him capable of. Round Face was smiling, but it was a creepy sadistic one, like she couldn't wait to blast the villain into space. He'd help. But then everyone else kept insisting he go to sleep and get himself healed. Kirishima was crying all over him. But Bakugo wasn't going anywhere until stupid Deku woke up and proved he was okay. They got lucky in the healing department, it turned out. Recovery Girl couldn't heal Deku completely without possibly putting him in a coma, but some snowy-haired BSTRD, who came in with the rest of the pro heroes, had a solution. He turned out to be the son that the Fruit Loop had talked about, though Frosty made it perfectly clear that he hated the guy and wasn't literally his son. Fruit Loop was just delusional. Big surprise. Anyway, dude had a weird healing crystal that he said was really rare and in short supply. Of course, he'd just give it away to Deku for free because he didn't need it for anything. When Bakugo said this out loud with all the attitude he could, the BSRD with scary eyes said, "I'm not going to let a 15-year-old be permanently disabled when I can help. So shut up." Bakugo did shut up, not because Snowhead told him to, but because the words permanently disabled were ringing loudly in his head. It seemed lucky and a little too convenient that the crystal worked, but Bakugo wasn't complaining. Deku's bones seemed to snap back into the right spots. His skin sewed itself shut and he briefly glowed a pale blue. He did wake up, gasping and staring around like he just had a nightmare. He was covered in a ridiculous number of new scars, but he was whole. He offered a timid smile to all his friends, who instantly swarmed around him and flooded him in their tidal wave of concern. More people were crying now, and it was obnoxious. Deku, what the F? Stupid fat tears were rolling down his own face, but Bakugo would destroy anyone who dared comment on them. Why didn't you scream? We could have shared the pain. Why didn't you just tap out? Deku looked up at with wide wet eyes. The nerd had already been crying from being surrounded by friends and also probably as a side effect of being tortured for several hours and managing to get away unscathed. Huh? He asked stupidly. Bakugo grit his teeth. That yesterday would have tortured me if you screamed, but you decided to act like a martyr and did nothing for hours. What's the matter with you? What if you died, you stupid F? The rest of their classmates were wise enough to look away from his now genuine sobbing. Yeah, they better run. Airs. Oh. Deku had the nerve to look guilty. I kinda zoned out. I read about a way to meditate so you can dissociate from pain during torture or injury. It's not great in an actual fight, but it's useful when you're getting beat up or immediately after you get an injury. And you know I've always had a really high pain tolerance. Izuku ended with a little smile. The kind that he forced onto his face when he didn't want to worry anyone. Bakugo just stared at his childhood friend. His mind brought up all these little moments where he'd beaten Deku into the ground and Deku just seemed to go completely limp, not fighting, not doing anything. He had practiced doing this. Bakugo had given him that practice. Bakugo turned his head and puked off the side of his gurney. He, unlike Deku, didn't get a magic healing crystal and was still injured, and he had had a really shitty day, so F anyone who tried to make snide or patronizing comments about it. And F Deku. We'll talk about this later, Aizawa said to Deku quietly. He seemed just as bothered that Deku needed to know how to dissociate in the first place. But meanwhile, a villain needed to be carted away and Bakugo needed to be taken to a hospital. Deku was being taken too, for obvious reasons, and that meant that the rest of their class would be coming too. Fan-freaking-tastic. Bakugo fell asleep on the way to the hospital. His last thought as he drifted off was, at least he's okay. Ida Tensei resisted the urge to collapse to the ground and go to sleep. When he took the boy on as an intern, they had told him he was a handful. Literally everyone who had ever had the pleasure of working with Midoriya had told him this. Aizawa, All Might, Gran Torino, Even Tenya had all said that he attracted trouble. But had Tensei listened? He'd been taken in by those bright green eyes and now he was paying for it. He could hear the other heroes laughing at him now. He'd been given the Deku experience and he hated it. "Are you okay?" asked the deceptively cute gremlin. Tenya and the youngest Todoroki, Shudo, stood slightly behind him, having joined his agency for their next internship, too. Walking over were Fourth Kind and his intern Bakugo Katsuki. Everyone looked worse for wear from the villain fight they'd just been through. Tensei pointed a finger at the green-haired monster. 20 fights, he said. In less than 2 weeks. Midoriya looked guilty, and Fourth Kind gave him a disapproving look. Tensei ignored it. 20 fights. He repeated. In less than 2 weeks. That has to be some kind of record. I don't think that this kind of thing has been recorded for interns, but it should be because you just set the record. Midoriya bit his lip, looking self-conscious but not really sorry. Strictly speaking, Tensei knew it wasn't really his fault, but there had been a definite spike in criminal activity when Midoriya Izuku came into his life and he was too tired to be mature about this. How the hell did this kid attract so much trouble? Someone let out a soft gasp and Tensei turned to watch a look of dawning realization spread across Todoroki-kun's face. His dazed mind found it kind of fascinating because the boy showed so little expression most of the time. "It's a curse," Todoroki said as if he'd just had an unbelievable epiphany. "Just as I am the hand crusher dashed," Todoroki shot his hand a betrayed look. Midoriya must be the villain magnet. On a day when he hadn't fought 20 villains in a PRD of 2 weeks, Tensei would have found that funny. Right now, he bought it hook, line, and sinker. Tenya made a little hum of acknowledgement, as if to say Todoroki might have a point. The Bakugo boy was giving them looks like they were idiots, but from what Tensei knew of him that might have just been his face. Fourth Kind clearly didn't know what was going on, but he crossed his arms over his tea and gave them all disapproving looks. Tensei's tired mind likened him to his dad. He was really too tired. "I'm not that bad," Midoriya said, huffing a little and shifting uncomfortably. "I don't know, Midoriya," Tenya said, carefully not trying to offend his friend, while still being his adorable Tenya self. The statistics definitely seem to hold. The League of Villains never actively turned their gaze towards UA until the year our class, and to be fair, All Might joined. You seem to be in the limelight of most of their attacks, though. And while I'm grateful, you seem to find my fight with Stain fairly easily. I had a general idea of where Stain likes to fight, Midoriya said defensively. But Hosu's a big city, Midoriya, Tenya said. Tensei's stomach did a little flip every time someone brought that fight up. His failure to protect his brother. "You have to admit that it's an awfully big coincidence that you found us. And there was that time at the mall," Todoroki said. Tensei didn't know what they were referring to, but he could see Midoriya tense. "Shigaraki actively sought me out then," the boy muttered, and Tensei felt the BLD drain out his face. Shigaraki, the current leader of the League of Villains. Midoriya had been sought out by him. "Holy SHT, Fourth Kinds in turn said. Tensei didn't normally approve of swearing, but he absolutely agreed. "Holy V." And he too looked like he was have a horrifying epiphany too. "The slime villain." Bakugo stepped towards Midoriya, who flinched. The boy started ticking off fingers on his hand. "The teacher creep dash, I didn't have anything to do with dash, that creep in the park," Bakugo went on, stepping forward and looming over the green-haired boy. "That other creep in the park. That one store robbery. That homeless dude. That creep in the convenience store. That time we almost got mugged dash, that was partially your fault for antagonizing dash," Midoriya's squeaky voice cut off under the look Bakugo was giving him. "That one kidnapper, that dude your mom dated, and literally all the F-hero villain fights you used to analyze." Bakugo finished, looking unimaginably angry and frustrated. "Deku, what the F is wrong with you? None of those things were my fault," Midoriya protested. "And it's not like I was actively involved in most of them." 20 fights in 2 weeks, Tensei felt the need to remind him. Midoriya was looking very small now, ducking his head and trying to shrink away under their stares. "Midoriya," Todoroki said in a disturbingly calm and collected voice. "How many villains would you say you run into in a week on average?" Midoriya looked at his friend like he was unsure if he was helping him or throwing him under the bus. 2. Midoriya said like it was a question. Oh my lord. Fourth kind spoke for the first time. His eyes had gone wide and he had one of his hands over his heart. Villain fights are really common, right? Midoriya squeaked, in denial. They aren't that common, Tenya said with a level of exasperation that could only be achieved from a long friendship with the green-haired boy. Tensei admired his brother for his strength in that moment. This is, well, it's statistically improbable to say the least. Are you sure you haven't been hit with someone's quirk at some point? There must be some kind of explanation. Midoriya's face suddenly closed off, a look of consideration suddenly on his face. He started biting the skin on his thumb. He mumbled a bit and the most Tensei got was hidden quirk or maybe a side effect. After a moment Midoriya looked up and asked, how many villain encounters is normal for an average citizen in a week? Tensei stared as everyone around them shared looks of pity and frustration. None, he said. Most citizens only encounter villains once or twice in their lives. Oh. Tensei finally sunk to the ground, exhaustion winning. He'd been warned. He had been warned. He had so much paperwork. Respect women, Mineta. Yeets Mineta into the sun. The trouble with being nonverbal, Koda learned young, was that you become easy to overlook. It's not that he's invisible like Hagakure, he'd always been too big for that. It's just that he fades into the background. He can't actively contribute to a conversation unless others choose to pay attention to him. He could sign all he wanted, but if no one was looking at him, he might as well not be there at all. And with so many eyes set towards the future, set towards goals and their own problems, very few people actually looked at him. It was a difficult reality, but one he'd come to accept all the same. It was probably one of the reasons he spent more time with animals than people. Animals had always been easy to communicate with. They didn't need words or loud noises to understand him. They rarely shouted at him or treated him like he was dumb for lacking a basic function most humans have. They just looked at him and in a tilt of the head or the excited patter of feet, he knew what they needed. A common misconception about his power was that he could talk to animals. That wasn't exactly true. There wasn't some secret silent language that he channeled through telepathy to understand animals. He was just very good at reading them and they were likewise very good at hearing his way of communicating. It was mostly about body language. Little subtle cues that every animal did to express an emotion or a longing or a fear. They said their feelings more than they said words. It was a relief really, animals were always honest with him. It wasn't difficult to communicate with them. He just had to express a fear or a need and they would understand. If they liked him or he could give them something they needed, they would help him. Humans were a different beast. See, the trouble with humans is that they were animals too, they were just constantly trying to deny that to themselves. Koda was very good at reading body language and very good at hearing the subtle things people said without words. He understood people far better than the average person and far better than anyone seemed to think a mute capable of. His problem really came from the fact that no one else knew how to listen. Koda was expressive, in a similar way to how Higekare was expressive. She would always be moving so that her clothes would move with her. She found a way to communicate that was exaggerated and as visible as possible. Koda likewise did his best to speak his emotions loudly and to sign whenever that wasn't enough. And, thankfully, people here saw him. Yue was great. He was living his dream of becoming a hero and more people were noticing him than ever. His teachers all knew sign and were patient with him. His classmates were kind and eager to learn sign with him, willing to look at him and see what he said without words. No one treated him like he was invalid. They asked for his help, they respected him, and he couldn't think of a time he was happier in his life. But that didn't stop there from being that invisible wall between him and them. People slipped up. Even his friends let him fade into the background and more Bakugo's words, Bakugo's constant shouts, that his classmates were just extras in his life felt more real. Koda knew the boy was insecure. He could read the constant posturing and see the underlying fear in it, like a cat growling and puffing up its tail to make itself seem bigger and more intimidating. But Koda also knew that even in his own life he wasn't really the main character. He had goals and dreams like everyone else. But he wasn't someone people looked at. He wasn't someone people listened to. Until Midoriya Izuku noticed him. Midoriya was a difficult boy in Koda's opinion. His body language was open and loud and almost always honest, even if his words weren't. Koda found that somewhat refreshing, especially when compared to Todoroki, who was always eerily still and uncommunicative. Koda sometimes caught glimpses of fear and caution, which made the boy slightly less creepy, but still, Todoroki gave very little away. Midoriya practically shouted everything he was thinking, and Koda liked that about him. He liked that honesty even if it wasn't entirely intentional. The problem was that a lot of what he was shouting wasn't good. The harsh reality was that Midoriya's body language said that he was abused. Koda would compare him to a loyal dog, full of love for their emissary, desperate to be loved back, but one that still got kicked under the table for reasons they didn't understand. They'd keep coming back thinking they did something wrong, rather than their bad owner. Midoriya had that cautious anxiety with new people, that expectation to get hurt any moment, that pure innocent joy at being treated well. He had a lot of love to give, and it was tragic that anyone would ever hurt him. It broke Koda's heart. But Koda didn't know what to do about it. Normally with a dog in this situation, he would talk to them, help them, and find them a better home. But humans were different. They just deny and lie, and even if the talking part worked, then what? Koda didn't know if Midoriya's problem was with his parents, and if it was, it's not like he knew a lot about human orphanages. He could go to an adult, but he was pretty sure Aizawa was able to see the body language Koda was seeing. Unfortunately, body language wasn't exactly grounds for a full investigation into Midoriya's life. And if he tried to talk, would he listen? Humans were always so complicated. He wanted to help. He really did. But what if he wasn't the one to do it? What if this wasn't his place and he just made things worse? What if Midoriya cut him out completely? What could he do? "Hey, Koda," Midoriya said one day. Koda startled badly. He'd been having a rather deep conversation with a wild hamster and hadn't really been expecting anyone to talk to him. He waved shyly and Midoriya smiled. "I was wondering if I could ask you some more specific questions about your quirk." Midoriya smiled bashfully. Koda blushed back and in a few of the more simple signs he had taught the class said, "I'll try my best, but do you think you will understand much?" Midoriya grinned and signed, slightly clumsily back, "I work strong to learn." So useful hero work. It was clear that he was mostly teaching himself on his own, probably from an online course rather than actually talking and signing with people. His signing was slow and he clearly didn't know the finer points of grammar, but it earned him a bright smile from Koda. It was so nice that he would try. "What do you want to know?" And Koda watched with a smile as Midoriya's eyes tracked his hands with rapt attention. After a moment where the boy was clearly translating in his head, Midoriya verbally asked a question and simultaneously tried to ask it in sign. It was painfully slow and hesitant, but Koda couldn't help the overwhelming wave of fondness he felt for his classmate. They continued with their slow back and forth for longer than Koda expected. Occasionally he'd stop Midoriya and correct his signs, or when Midoriya simply couldn't understand, Koda would write the words down in Midoriya's notebook. Koda figured it might be easier for Midoriya if he just wrote all his answers in the notebook, but Midoriya was insistent. Koda was honestly grateful. He'd had problems in the past of people abandoning sign after they just started to learn it. Usually, they learned a passable amount, but it was always slightly disappointing. Koda did actually like using sign, and it would be nice to talk to someone fluently who wasn't a teacher. By the end of the exchange, Koda couldn't help but get his hopes up that they'd really be friends. From what he'd seen, Midoriya was good to those he cared about. Koda liked him and the conversation they had was smart and fun. But an insecure part of his brain reminded Koda that with so many other friends Midoriya wouldn't really need him. Now that his focus wasn't on the signing, Midoriya was processing what he'd learned about Koda's powers and was muttering 100 miles a minute. Koda shifted a little uncomfortably, as once again he'd became relatively invisible, but he understood that Midoriya did this to everyone, so he couldn't feel too hurt by it. When one of Koda's magpie friends startled Midoriya from his thoughts, the boy looked sheepish. "We should do this again," he said kindly, and Koda smiled to let him know he'd love that. Soon it became something of a habit. Koda was surprised by that, but Midoriya waved it off as if their friendship was the most natural thing in the world. They talked about many things, from quirks to animal care to the class D&D campaign. It was really nice. It was within 2 weeks that Koda decided to put some precaution in place to help protect Midoriya from whoever had been hurting him. He knew it wasn't much, but doing nothing was eating up his insides more than ever. He asked Midoriya to look after one of his mice friends. In reality, the mouse would be looking after him. Mighty Mouse, as Koda had nicknamed her, had a strength enhancement quirk too. She used it to be destructive in the past, but since meeting Koda she'd mellowed out. He was still pretty sure she could and would take on a grown human man. She was fiercely loyal and protective. She'd look after Midoriya and make sure no one hurt him. And she'd call him if Midoriya got in trouble she couldn't handle. Midoriya and Mighty Mouse took to each other like a house on fire. Koda could see Mighty Mouse getting very spoiled in the future. Just in case, he reminded both of them that she should get plenty of exercise. As far as hero work goes, it wasn't much. But it was something. Hey, Koda, would you mind if Todoroki, Uraraka, and Ida joined us for these lessons? Midoriya asked one day. Koda blinked in surprise and then shifted a little uncomfortably. He spotted the low hum of anxiety in the other boy's stance. Wouldn't it be strong to teach so many at once? He signed. Midoriya hummed in consideration, then eventually nodded in agreement. That's fair, he said. I don't think I'm fluent enough to be much help teaching them either. Midoriya trailed off, and Koda could tell he was shifting through other options. Well, he said slowly, following with signs. Would you maybe want to sit with us during lunch sometime? Koda gaped at him, and Midoriya quickly backtracked. And not that you have to. I know you have your own group of friends and it's rude to assume that just because we get along that you'd get along with my friends or that dash no. Koda signed, motions big and exaggerated and flustered. I would like that. Then he flushed and covered his face with his hands. It was nice that Midoriya was going out of his way like this. Oh God, what if his friends didn't like him? Todoroki hadn't gotten any more readable, though he smiled more around Midoriya. Ida was so loud and official and he yelled at so many people. What if Koda messed up and broke a rule and then Ida hated him? Not to mention Uraraka, she was so tough and strong and intimidating, Koda really didn't want to end up on her bad side. Would you mind if my friends came too? He asked. It'd be better to have a buffer, right? They'd take the expectation off him. Midoriya smiled brightly. The more the merrier, he signed. Lunch went better than Koda could have hoped. Shuji, Hagakure, Sato, and Ojiro already sorta knew Midoriya's friends better than Koda did, and things never got awkward as there were enough people at the table to keep the conversation going. Midoriya was careful to include everyone in the conversation, asking Koda's opinion and translating for him, as well as prodding a mostly silent Todoroki to talk. Koda had fun. He enjoyed watching his friends move when they interacted. Midoriya seemed really alive and happy when he was comfortable like this. Everyone seemed really happy. You're really smart, Koda, Midoriya said casually one day. Koda had just contributed a note to one of Midoriya's analysis and set him off on a whole muttering tirade. Koda was beginning to like these moments more because he was getting better at understanding what Midoriya was saying, and the boy was cute when he got lost in his thoughts. Koda flushed at the compliment. It wasn't a common one he got. He didn't think he was particularly stupid, but no one ever really called him smart. He was average, really. Just another way that he faded into the background. Just average. Midoriya chuckled at his expression. I would never have thought of what you pointed out. He shrugged. You're really good at reading people and empathizing. I think that's pretty amazing. Koda tilted his head a bit at that. Midoriya's body language said a lot more than his words. He was being self-deprecating, like he didn't think he was empathetic or good at reading people, even though he was. He seemed tired and like there was a lot more bothering him at that moment than how smart Koda was. Midoriya, are you okay? Koda asked. Midoriya blinked in surprise at the question and seemed to draw further into himself. He waved a hand and said, everything was fine. Koda couldn't help but think he'd ruined something. He reached out and gently squeezed Midoriya's shoulder. He wished there was something more he could do to help, but yet again he was left knowing something was wrong but helpless to do anything. Midoriya tensed at his touch and then relaxed into it. Thanks, Koda, he said, offering a small smile instead of his usual blinding one. I really am okay though. Koda gave him a piercing look but he let it go. He didn't have enough information to press him on this. He couldn't risk ending their friendship if his actions wouldn't help yet. It was like approaching an injured animal, he decided. You have to build up trust before they let you help them. I can do this, Koda motivated himself. He would help Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya said nervously another day, one as new transfer student trailing behind him. The boy got approved to join their class after Mineta mysteriously disappeared. It was cause for concern for the teachers, but Koda couldn't say he minded much. All his animals hated Mineta, and that spoke volumes about the kind of person he was. I wanted to introduce you to someone. I was thinking you might be able to help each other. Koda raised an eyebrow and shrugged, gesturing for Midoriya to go on. The purple-haired transfer student scowled but politely waited for Midoriya to get past his nervousness. All right, Midoriya said, forcing himself to stand up straight. Koda, this is Shinso Hitoshi. You might remember that I fought with him at the sports festival? Koda nodded. The purple boy seemed tense like he was waiting to be rejected. Midoriya gestured widely at Koda. Shinso, this is Koda-kuji. If you didn't know, his quirk is animal speak and he's mute. Now it was Koda's turn to wait to be rejected. The boy looked startled but his expression didn't turn mean or pitying so Koda counted it as a win. Shinso's eyes did however narrow at the green-haired boy. Is the only reason you're introducing us because my powers won't work on him? Midoriya looked sheepish. Partially. I also think you learning sign language would be good so you can use talk to people without accidentally giving people commands and so that we can respond back without, getting controlled. Not that I don't trust you, but for partners that might trust you less it might be a good fallback dash. If they know sign language, Shinso interrupted, sounding bitter. Koda was left to be a background character, a mere spectator to their argument. Most heroes learn at least some sign for their work. You might not be interacting with fluent people, but it might be easier, Midoriya said quickly. Koda silently sighed. I also think you two are somewhat similar. You don't have to be friends if you don't want to be, but it might be nice to give it a try. Shinso crossed his arms over his tea and gave an exaggerated eye roll using his entire head. You're also eager, I'm sure, to see if we can find a way to get my quirk to work on him. Midoriya blushed, confirming the statement. Koda waved his hand to get the boy's attention and asked what exactly the quirk they were going on about was. He knew it had something to do with mind control, but he didn't really know how it worked. Out of the corner of his eye, Koda caught Shinso watching his hands with fascination. It made Koda feel a little peppier. Midoriya immediately went into a longer than necessary ramble about Shinso's quirk and Koda found it fascinating enough. The most important part of the information was that it took a verbal response to work, a response Koda couldn't give. It was interesting to think about the fact that his disability made him immune to some quirks. Koda imagined it worked both ways, though, and figured that it probably made him uniquely vulnerable to other quirks. Koda was comfortable enough with Midoriya to ask and was rewarded with another long-winded list of examples of heroes who could use his mutism against him. It was kind of intimidating, actually. Shinso gave him a surprised look and muttered, "You can follow this?" Koda offered him a shy smile. Eventually, Midoriya realized that he had hijacked the entire conversation. This was supposed to be about Shinso and Koda becoming friends. He got extremely flustered at his mistake, but both boys shared fond expressions. Koda decided to get his dry erase board out of his backpack so he could communicate more easily. Seeing it, Midoriya took it as a prompt that he should leave, because then he wouldn't be needed as a translator and then he wouldn't accidentally take over the conversation. It led to a feeling of panic for both boys because that meant they'd be left alone with a relative stranger and Koda wouldn't know what to say and he needed help. Shinso apparently was also bad at meeting new people, because his panic seemed quite similar. Midoriya was insistent, though, bypassing their protests and saying he'd go grab them some snacks or drinks or something. He was gone faster than Koda could react, and now they were stuck alone with an awkward feeling in the air. Koda turned and gave Shinso a sheepish look. The boy scowled and bit his lip. "You don't have to be my friend if you don't want to be," he said more sharply. It stung, but the way Shinso folded his arms across his knee and held himself spoke more of fear and insecurity than actual ill will. I know Midoriya is trying to push you into this because he thinks it's best, but you have a choice in this. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. Koda smiled and wrote on his whiteboard. It's okay, Midoriya wouldn't make me do anything I didn't want. He drew a picture of a bunny for good measure. Shinso read his message, shifted from foot to foot, and said, okay. A long PRD of awkward silence followed where neither knew what to say. How are you liking class? Koda wrote, making obvious small talk, but it was better than the uncomfortable silence. Koda was used to silence, but this one was riddled with tension. Shinso raised an eyebrow. It's been an interesting change of pace. Most of the regular classes are the same, but you guys really go all out with the hero training, don't you? It's more intense than I was expecting. Koda nodded. And competitive? Shinso snorted. I think that's mostly just because Bakugo, but I can see what you mean. It's no wonder the rest of the school is jealous of you all. You guys took most of the spots in the third round of the sports festival. Koda looked away. He hadn't made it to the third round of the festival at all. It was nice to see all his friends move forward and do their best. It was amazing to see how bright the class stars shined. But he didn't go beyond like the rest of them. He failed and was left behind to join the class cheerleaders instead. He loved cheering his friends on, but it wasn't really the same as being out there with them. Shinso saw his look of discomfort and read it better than most would. Hey, I'm sure you did fine, he said, wearing the look of someone used to comforting people. Your quirk is speaking to animals, right? It's not like there was an abundance of animals on the field, so you were at a natural disadvantage. His tone turned a little more bitter. This school seems to have a thing for those. Koda offered a small smile back, but wrote on his whiteboard, that's life. Shinso read the words and his expression seemed to fall. He looked down in a way, understanding there. Meaning all too well. Feeling that he'd let the mood fall too much, he quickly wrote something else and embellished it with as many sun rays and exclamation points he could. Plus ultra. That earned him a smile, and talking was a little easier after that. He found under the initial surliness, Shinso was a genuinely kind and intelligent person. He was a bit like a street cat, slow to trust and quick with his claws, a survivor through and through, but ultimately good. And cute. He also found out that Shinso was really enthusiastic about cats, so they connected about that as well. When Midoriya came back, he beamed down at them. Yes, Koda thought this friendship can work out. Koda was walking back to the school from the market. He had a parakeet named Pep on his shoulder that was talking very insistently about how cold it was, and he kept telling it they'd get back soon. His arms were laden down with groceries. Sato was going to do some baking, and Koda was always happy to help him. Well, if it isn't the class or Koda, a familiar voice scoffed from down the street. Koda tensed and turned to see Kibo Raiza approaching with a gang of boys Koda didn't know. Kibo was a bully from Koda's middle school. The boy had a mutant-type quirk that made him dragon-like and let him shoot lasers out of his eyes, but he was anything but cool. Kibo had always made fun of him for his inability to talk. He did that thing where he'd shoot lasers at Koda's feet and ask, "Oh, do you want me to stop? Just say the word." And then keep doing it because Koda couldn't say anything. He used that same excuse when stealing Koda's food or school supplies, or doing any other bullying really. For a while, Koda tried to be the bigger person, but eventually his animal friends got offended on his behalf and attacked the dragon boy. Koda was pretty sure he's the reason Kibo has a phobia of cats now. It didn't help that when Kibo tried to use his powers on the cats attacking him, Koda got mad and punched him. He awkwardly waved because he didn't know what else to do. Kibo didn't know sign, so it wasn't like Koda could talk back. That was always a frustration of his mutism. Most of the time he didn't mind his disability. You don't need a voice for most things in your life, despite what some big-mouthed people might tell you. Being mute didn't affect his ability to function in his day-to-day life. Koda had met people who were deaf or blind or disabled in other ways who had to constantly make adjustments in their lives and figure out creative solutions to problems no one else struggled with. To Koda, mutism seemed tame in comparison. Sure, he had to use sign and carry around a whiteboard. Sure, he had to work to get people's attention. Sure, he had to be more creative with radio communication. The entire class learned Morse code weeks early because of him. But otherwise, he wasn't really fighting his physical condition to live and act normally. But in moments when his brain is screaming insults and comebacks, begging to make himself heard and understood, he felt tied down. Stifled. He wanted to be a hero. He needed to be stronger than this. Abruptly, he turned and kept walking to the school. He would be the bigger person, he decided. He was a hero. He couldn't let petty things like bullies get him down. There are far worse things out there. He had faced some of them. Kibo wouldn't be the first or last person to hold his mutism against him. Kibo and his friends started throwing rocks at him. Hey, have you gone deaf too? Koda's parakeet flew away. Ignore them. Koda forced himself to take slow breaths. The rocks didn't hurt that much. He had thick skin. See, just like I told you, boys, a total nobody. Nothing in his head but air. Wouldn't know a punch from an embrace. Makes you wonder how he's even all dash. There was a sudden shrill screech. A mouse flew out of the bushes and jumped unnaturally high, slamming into Kibo's teeth and clawing at his tough skin. Mighty Mouse, a voice called right behind. Koda turned to see Midoriya running out of the school gate dressed in running clothes. Pep flew not far above him and Koda gave him a grateful look. I'm sorry, Midoriya said to the bullies after he skidded to a stop, bowing and grabbing Mighty Mouse from Kibo's shirt to prevent further damage. Mighty Mouse struggled in his hands. I'm so sorry, she's usually so well behaved. Kibo scowled and glared at Koda. Oh, don't worry, it's not your fault. Midoriya turned and gasped slightly. Oh, Koda. His eyes seemed to narrow at the small scratches and dirt on Koda's cheeks. What happened? Are you okay? Do you need help? Holy. It is you. Another boy in Kibo's group said. Deku. Midoriya's expression changed so quickly from concern to fear that Koda's stomach dropped with it. He looked smaller and warier, the way he used to look around Bakugo. A dark look haunted his eyes and Koda could see the old pain and scars. Oh, Shirokuen. Midoriya stuttered. His eyes nervously flitted around for an escape route as the dark-haired boy with creepily long fingers came forward and wrapped them around Midoriya's upper arm, trapping him. Kibo-kun, this is the quirkless kid I was telling you about, the one that was always trailing after me and Bakugo? Oshiro said. He seemed to be bragging when he mentioned Bakugo. Midoriya ducked his head and Koda found himself gently setting the grocery bags on the ground, preparing for a fight. The boy's grip turned bruising and Koda flushed in anger as Midoriya winced. So how've you been, Deku? Haven't gotten yourself killed yet? Why not? Not tired of being a useless drain on society. He spoke quickly, one insult after the other. Koda looked at the other boys and noticed that no one was looking at him. Once again he had faded into the background, there but easily forgotten. Koda's eyes widened at the realization. There were two other boys beside Kibo and Oshiro. A boy covered in brown hair everywhere on his body and a plain-looking redhead who was taller and meaner-looking than Midoriya. They've been fine, Oshiro, Midoriya said, looking anything but fine. I got into you. Oshiro laughed harshly and Kibo and the others joined him. They acted as though that was the most ridiculous thing they had ever heard. Midoriya looked very small in that moment. Koda had never really noticed how small his friend was with the boy's larger-than-life spirit. Carefully, quietly, Koda moved behind them and made eye contact with Midoriya. Midoriya's eyes widened and he instantly caught on. As if, Kibo snorted, quick to join in. Koda silently called them stupid because Midoriya had clearly just walked out the school gates. Midoriya had also very publicly made it to the third round in the sports festival. I knew you were pathetic, Oshiro sneered, but I didn't think you were this pathetic. You're lying now too. Let me guess, you got a hand-picked recommendation from All Might too. What a joke. Midoriya's hand twitched and Koda saw that he was subtly signing. Quirk. Koda signed back, and it was easier because no one was looking at him. Kibo has laser eyes. Usually only uses one at a time. Leaves him temporarily blind in the eye he uses. I don't know the others. Midoriya gave the barest of nods. Hey Kibo. Do you want to see if he still cries when burned? Oshiro cackled. He used to make the stupidest little noises. Kibo and his friends laughed while Koda started to see red. Midoriya's sharp eyes were the only thing that stopped him from acting. Kibo had moved closer to leer at Midoriya. Midoriya braced his feet apart so he'd be ready to move when the fight started. He still had a hold of Mighty Mouse, whose small red eyes were glaring at the bullies with hatred. Taking a deep breath, and like Koda, trying to be the bigger person, trying to give them a chance, Midoriya said, "Please let go of me, Oshiro." The pained look was gone from his eyes and replaced with the burning determination that Koda found so intimidating. Oshiro leaned in further. "Why don't you make me?" Midoriya turned his face and met the bully's eyes. "Okay," he said, and grabbed one of the fingers wrapped around his arm to bend it backwards with an audible crack. Several things happened very quickly after that. Taking that as his cue, Koda grabbed the other two lackeys by the side of their heads and knocked their skulls into each other. They dropped to the ground, unconscious. Mighty Mouse squealed as she jumped from Midoriya's hand and started attacking Oshiro, who had screamed and was cradling his probably broken finger. Oshiro did not have the advantage of dragon scales to protect him, so her attack was a lot more effective. Midoriya used his newfound freedom to rush Kibo and slam his elbow into his stomach. The next moment, Midoriya was ducking and Koda was moving to catch Kibo in a full Nelson, forcing his face upwards so he shot his laser into the sky. A quick jab to the throat from Midoriya abruptly cut off the light show and Koda dropped the boy as he struggled for breath. Midoriya and Koda came together and put some distance between themselves and the bullies, but BLD King was already out of the gate, looking ready to yell at them. Midoriya and Koda shrank into themselves as one and shared frightened looks. BLD King had been guarding the gate for the afternoon, Koda remembered. Koda wondered why he hadn't stepped in sooner. BLD King glared down at them and it was then that Koda realized how this must have looked. With slight panic he called Mighty Mouse off and the mouse gave him a surly glare before reluctantly halting her attack and wandering over to stand beside Midoriya's foot. Oshiro, who was covered in scratches, looked slightly traumatized. Kibo was coughing on the ground. The two other boys were still unconscious. "Do you have an explanation for yourself?" Midoriya squeaked and Koda was silently freaking out. They'd just been in a fight. With civilians. Oh God, they were going to be expelled. They attacked us? Oshiro shouted, looking slightly hysterical. He pointed a long finger at Midoriya. "That quirkless freak attacked us," BLD King grimaced and looked down at Midoriya. "Midoriya, I was not aware that you were quirkless." Midoriya looked as though he was choking on air. His eyes were blown wide. BLD King turned to Koda. "How did you get those scratches on your cheek?" Koda jumped a little but hesitatingly signed, "They threw rocks at me." Kibo sat up, rubbing his throat and still wheezing slightly. Koda had sparred against Midoriya before and knew how strong his friend was even fighting without a quirk, so Koda didn't envy him. "Midoriya," BLD King said, turning back to the pale boy. "How did you get those marks on your arm?" Midoriya seemed surprised to see the red welts mottling his skin. Oshiro-kun grabbed me." He looked down as if admitting that was shameful, like he was expecting to get scolded. BLD King frowned at the expression but let it go to turn on Oshiro. "That's 2 cases of physical assault already. Am I right in assuming your hand was hurt when Midoriya broke your grip?" Oshiro was starting to look a bit nervous, but he nodded. "And the scratches are from the mouse." Mighty Mouse puffed out her CST proudly. Oshiro gave her an apprehensive look before nodding. BLD King hummed and looked down on Kibo with distaste. "And it was you who I saw use a quirk earlier, wasn't it?" Kibo coughed violently but gave a defiant glare. "It wasn't very effective." "And them?" BLD King gestured to the unconscious boys. With trembling hands, Koda admitted to being the one to knock them out. BLD King nodded and gave them all appraising looks. Then he turned to Kibo and Oshiro and quietly said, "I think you two should take your friends and leave. This will be the only chance I give you, and if I see you again you won't be so lucky." "But they dash," Oshiro started, but BLD King cut him off in a loud voice. They defended themselves and de-escalated the situation without the use of their quirks. "Something that can't be said about you four. You can either take the opportunity I'm giving you and never do anything like this again, or you can face criminal charges." Kibo and Oshiro's eyes met, and they were quirked to scurry off after that. A knot of tension loosened in Koda's ST once they were gone. Just being near his old bully made him feel slightly sick, but he knew they weren't out of hot water yet. Koda glanced shyly up at BLD King, who was shaking his head at the bullies' backs. I hate bullies, he said plainly. He turned back to Koda and Midoriya, whose cheeks were still bloodless from fear and apprehension. I don't want to see anything like this happen again, but I'll let it slide this once. But you children should understand that even without your quirks, you still have a dangerous advantage as experienced fighters. You could have really hurt those boys if you took things further, and while it's clear to me you both tried to de-escalate the confrontation, there is a camera up there. By the way, BLD King pointed towards the school gate. Terrible angle. You still chose to fight rather than seek help, even though I was 30 feet away. Sorry, Sensei, they said in unison, Koda in sign. Just don't let it happen again. Yes, Sensei, they said in unison again. BLD King seemed ready to dismiss them, but stopped when he noted Mighty Mouse still sitting obediently at Midoriya's feet. Isn't that your mouse, Midoriya? Why is she out here anyway? I was taking her for a run, Midoriya said, eyes regaining some of their light. My friends like to spoil her, so it's important she gets lots of exercise. BLD King wore a slightly confused expression, but Koda nodded. It was good that Midoriya was taking proper care of her. Get out of here, BLD King finally dismissed, still looking slightly puzzled. Koda picked up the groceries and Pep landed on his shoulder, starting to complain about how cold he was again. Midoriya and Mighty Mouse went back on their run because Midoriya was stubborn about his schedule. It was almost like the fight had never happened. Almost. Koda had been contemplating things since their little fight. It seemed a little silly in hindsight that his mind had never made the jump to bullying. Midoriya and Bakugo's relationship always had elements of that toxicity, but Koda didn't really know how to read it because their relationship was so strange. Koda had always read it more as a bad falling out than actual hatred. They still used childhood nicknames, they still seemed to mimic each other's body language, and they still always seemed drawn towards each other. They sought each other out even if it was to call the other out. Koda couldn't exactly call that liking each other, but it wasn't really hatred either. Koda figured it was mostly just confusion. Bakugo didn't know how to healthfully acknowledge his feelings, and Midoriya didn't know how to talk about his feelings, so they were both at a stubborn impasse. They didn't know how to communicate with each other even though they seemed to have some innate understanding. It was a little frustrating as an outsider, because everything about their relationship was obvious except for the reason they started fighting in the first place. It was obvious, but he knew that even if he pointed the truth out, they wouldn't listen to him. They wouldn't listen to anyone. Moving on from that line of thinking, just about everything else about Midoriya's abused behavior matched the signs of bullying. Heck, some of the signs Koda hadn't attributed to the abuse matched up. Koda felt kinda stupid for not putting it together. Even still, it must have been bad. It must have been really bad to put that look of fear in Midoriya's eyes. Deciding that he could no longer sit around doing nothing, Koda stood up, got a piece of cake from Sato in the kitchen, and started looking for his friend. He got friendly hellos from more of his classmates as he walked. He was retroactively surprised at how popular he'd become. No one had really looked at him like this before. He wondered if Midoriya had anything to do with. Koda froze, the realization hitting him like a tidal wave. Then he found himself running down the hall to Midoriya's room and slamming the door open in an act ruder than anything that could be attributed to him before. Midoriya startled, having been sitting at his desk cooing at Mighty Mouse. Koda quickly put the piece of cake down and signed accusingly. You've been trying to help me this whole time. Midoriya said, having only really seen the latter half of that sentence. Koda huffed and signed it again. Boy, isn't that what friends are for? Midoriya said, looking self-conscious. You seemed lonely. Koda stared at Midoriya for what felt like a long moment. He felt strangely like he'd been manipulated somehow, but Midoriya seemed so genuine and really Koda was being slightly hypocritical. Koda had been just as ready to use their friendship as a means to an end while helping Midoriya, so he wasn't exactly being fair when he overreacted like this. Finally, Koda said, I brought you cake. Midoriya burst out laughing, the intensity of the moment destroyed. Thank you. His friend smiled warmly and Koda felt any indignation he had melt away. Koda grabbed Mighty Mouse off the desk and settled onto the bed to cuddle her. I'm normally supposed to avoid sweets, but I think I'll have a cheat day. Midoriya winked and dug in. Koda smiled back at him, feeling an overwhelming fondness, but he knew he was letting his reason for coming here get away from him. In his hand, Mighty Mouse basked in all the well-deserved attention she was getting. Slowly, Koda looked up at Midoriya and said as clearly and obviously as he could, "Thank you for helping me today." Midoriya blinked his big green eyes back at him, "And thank you right back for helping me." Midoriya paused and got a distant look in his eyes. Quieter, he said, "I'm not sure I would have been able to face Oshiro without you there. He'd never been as bad as Kaken, but the feeling of his fingers on me, it took me back, you know." Koda nodded. He did know. That moment of suffocating fear, that sense that even though years have passed things haven't changed at all. It was all too familiar. Biting his lip and wondering if he'd get an answer, Koda slowly asked, "Midoriya, why do people keep thinking you're quirkless?" It had been a question he's been wondering about for a while. First Bakugo at the start of the year, and now this former bully. They didn't say it like they were mocking him for his bad quirk, they seemed to actually believe he was quirkless. It was strange. Koda watched as Midoriya tensed. He laughed nervously. "I was a late bloomer, really late. We think I didn't manifest a quirk until my body was able to handle the power of it without, exploding, so I only got it about 2 years ago. Until then everyone thought I was quirkless." Suddenly, silence stretched between the two like an insurmountable wall. But Mighty broke it and most of the tension faded with it. They got back into a casual conversation, full of cake and kindness. Something normal. But even then, Koda thought, perhaps he didn't have as good of a read on Midoriya's body language as he thought. Because Midoriya had been lying. Midnight had had a very long day. The noon exam for the hero course had involved bringing in 2 specialists and combining their quirks with her quirk, so she'd been working all day. Basically, Dream Mare had the power to make people have their worst nightmare, and Sandman had the power to project people's dreams into the real world. Naturally, Midnight's job was to knock the students out so Dream Mare could use her quirk on them and wake them up if anything went wrong. Put all together, the plan was to make the students face their worst fear, either so they could overcome it or so they would be aware of it in the future. Even on the surface, this seemed like a bad plan to Midnight, but the students were going to be heroes and it was better they face their fears in the relative safety of the school than in a back alley against the villains. It was psychologically educational. It helped the students learn about themselves. And besides, the students and their parents signed a waiver. But it was also, in Midnight's opinion, a form of torture. Beyond just overusing her quirk, these tests were mentally and emotionally exhausting. Traumatizing children hadn't been in her job description. Watching student after student crumble at their own murder or the death of a loved one or the BLD covering their own hands because they had killed with their quirk didn't feel educational to her. Even at 16, the young heroes had incredibly dark and realistic fears. Not to mention how vulnerable the students were making themselves, showing their worst fears to their teacher and 2 strangers. They had psychologists on standby, Dream Mare being one of them, but it never seemed like enough. Already they had to open 2 cases about abuse, including a precarious investigation against the #1 hero Endeavor. Midnight was certain that neither student had wanted such things to come out like this, though at least it meant help would be given. They weren't even halfway through the students who signed up for this test yet. Even though the point of the test was overcoming fears, very few students ever did. If anything, the test was more effective at giving Midnight and her 2 partners new fears. Fear tended to be contagious, and knowing someone's deepest darkness so well was horribly empty. She'd never been afraid of clowns until she saw how they'd been warped in one of her students' minds. Similarly, Mick's fear of bugs had seemed laughable until she and a student were locked in a room with writhing worms pouring from the walls and squirming around her legs and up to her waist and inescapable and just touching her while her student screamed. It seemed a little more rational if just for the tactile element. And after the tests, Midnight always felt like she had seen something she shouldn't. She was there for the crying and screams, and worst of all, the emptiness. The way some students just froze up and went utterly silent and blank. Like they were so scared that they just completely shut down. Midnight hated seeing people like that. It was bad enough to see villains' victims like that. Now she had to make her students go through that kind of fear too. Knew that it was a better now than later kind of thing, but if there was one thing Midnight knew about hero work, it was that you always kept finding new things to be afraid of. Midnight? Dreammare shook her out of her thoughts. Midnight quickly put on a stuck smirk to pretend she was okay. They just watched Bakugo suffocate at the hands of the slime villain while blank-faced heroes and, strangely, Midoriya, looked on indifferently. It had hit her far harder than she liked. He'd screamed and reached out for help, but nobody came. He had a minor panic attack when he woke up, and Midnight sent him to the nurse's office to join Todoroki and honestly too many of his other classmates. You don't have to pretend, Dream said, frowning. A side effect of her power was that her face was never quite one you could remember. Not average, per se, more like someone you passed on the street who seemed familiar but you couldn't quite place. Midnight considered protesting for a moment, puffing her cheeks out stubbornly, but then she exhaled slowly. It was strong to keep the chime dangerously CC thing up all the time. That wasn't to say she wasn't dangerously secretary. She loved to CC and SDSM and she had a great body, no one could take that away from her. But as time's gone by, her hero persona has started to feel more and more like a costume. One that she had to perform because it was what was expected of her. Most of the time it's easy. The character wasn't too different from her, and she loved teasing people, but on days like today, she just couldn't feel it. She could fake it, but it just didn't seem worth it right now. Please tell me today is almost over, Midnight said instead, running her hand through her dark hair. Almost, Dream shrugged. According to the list, we only have one left for today. Midoriya Izuku. Midnight bit her lip. Another strong one. She, like most people, found Midoriya absolutely adorable, but she also knew he attracted trouble like the plague. He always seemed to be in the middle of something, always pushing himself past his limits and nearly dying or killing himself in the process. Aizawa complained, worried, more about him than any other student. That meant either the kid was stupidly fearless, or he had a lot to be afraid of. Midnight had been told about the near miss with disintegration he and Siu had at the USJ. There was no telling what other scars his nightmare would bring to light. Well, Midnight said, giving another long tired sigh, let's get this over with. Send him in. Midoriya seemed more timid and nervous than usual. That wasn't really surprising, and showed that he at least had the sense to be nervous about this kind of thing. Bakugo had come in all brass and confident and ended up worse for it. If Midoriya was already anticipating what was to come, then he was at least a little prepared. Okay, Midoriya, Midnight said with a smile that didn't begin to reach her eyes. Here's how this is going to work. I'm going to put you to sleep over in that cot there. Midnight gestured to the only thing in the room, a cot pushed into the corner. Dreammare here is going to embrace you on the forehead. Like Recovery Girl, her power works through her saliva, but it only takes effect on sleeping people. Her saliva will seep into your skin and cause a violent nightmare tied to your greatest fear. The effects of her quirk will wear off the moment you wake up, so don't worry about that. Dream gave a small, professional wave and Midoriya looked completely fascinated, probably wanting to ask all the questions he could about the power. Midnight quickly moved on. Sandman, here, Midnight gestured to the mute person standing a little further to the side. They were a person made entirely out of sand, wearing nothing but a trench coat and a top hat. They were genderless despite having the word man in their name. We'll sprinkle a little sand on your head, and it'll connect to the rest of the sand in their body. They'll use that to build an illusion of what your dream is. That way Dream and I will be able to see the dream too, and be able to wake you up if anything goes wrong or things get too intense. We are the only 3 people in the room. The tests are not being recorded, and just as you have signed a waiver, so have we. Everything we see and hear while you're in the dream is confidential. Midoriya nodded, probably having already read the pamphlet of information the school provided. What your job will be is to attempt to overcome the fear, both in the dream and afterwards. It'll be upsetting, but you have to at least try to control your fear. Most people don't overcome them, but how you deal with your fear is important. You'll be required to wear these quirk suppressant cuffs so that if you react violently to the dream, you won't accidentally hurt anyone. Psychological help is available at any time if you need it, even if it's in a couple weeks. After a quick checkup with Recovery Girl, You are also required to spend at least an hour in the aftercare room where therapy, animals, and games, and most likely your friends will be waiting. Midoriya nodded and hesitantly asked, "Are they okay?" "I'm not at liberty to discuss that, Midoriya. You can ask them yourself when we're done." Midnight shuffled Midoriya's green curls, and he ducked shyly. "Are you ready, kid?" "As I'll ever be," Midoriya said before getting in bed and putting on the represent cuffs. Shifting around until he was comfortable, he gave Midnight a thumbs up and she hit him with the gas. Giving him a few minutes to sink fully into sleep, Midnight and the two other heroes braced themselves. "Here goes nothing," Dreammare said, kissing the boy on the forehead. Sandman followed not long after with their magic dust. Watching this next part was one of Midnight's favorites. Pulling off their trench coat and hat and handing them over to Dream, Sandman moved into the middle of the room and collapsed into a pile of sand. Then the sand started to glow yellow and the particles spread across the floor and up the walls, many beginning to float lazily into the air. It was absolutely appealing to watch. Thin wires of light started to connect the grains of sand until the illusion took form around them. They were standing in a darkened bedroom, obviously Midoriya's. The room was practically a shrine to All Might. It was clearly pretty late at night, and Midnight would bet that Dream Midoriya wasn't supposed to be up right now. Dream Midoriya looked to be about 5 years old, wearing All Might pajamas and being one of the cutest kids Midnight had ever seen. Under different circumstances, Midnight would have been squealing with delight, but now all Midnight could do was feel was tense. She hoped it wasn't abuse. She hoped it wasn't going to be too bad. Little Midoriya was peeking through the crack of his bedroom door. The crack was the only thing letting light into the room. Down the hall, Midnight could hear the faint sound of crying. Midoriya could too. "Not this one," little Midoriya whispered, apparently a lucid enough dreamer that he knew what was happening. He pulled the door open and walked slowly down the hall. The illusion moved with him and Midnight held her breath, waiting for the axe to fall. She expected to find his family's bloody corpses or an impossible villain at the end of the hall. Instead it was just a woman, sitting at a table in the kitchen, a bottle of sake and a small glass in front of her. The bottle was more empty than full and the woman's face was wet with tears. Midnight recognized her as Midoriya's mother, a fretful but loving woman who was often seen worrying about her only son. Midnight had liked her the few times they had met, and she couldn't blame the woman for worrying so much. Her son gave her plenty of reasons to be worried. "Mommy," little Midoriya asked, looking up at his mother. They were the spitting image of each other. Inko-san jolted and turned to see her son, a look almost like fear on her face. "Izuku, sweetie," she said, voice harried and vulnerable. "What are you doing up?" "I heard you crying," Midoriya said quietly. "Are you okay, Mommy?" There was a moment where the woman seemed to be trying to gather her strength, where she tried to pull herself together for her son. But then her face crumbled, and the tears started coming fresh and strong and heavy. "I can't do this, Izuku." Her voice cracked and broke, and she wrapped her arms around her titi as if trying to hug herself. Midoriya rushed forward to hug and comfort his mother. She wrapped her arms around him and just sobbed harder, and for a couple minutes, they just sat there and hugged. Everything was silent save for the soft sobs of his mother. Midnight exchanged a look with Dreammare, not fully understanding what was happening. The coil of tension in her chest wound tighter. Midoriya's mom tried to say again. I can't do this anymore, Izuku." She pulled back and put her hand against his cheek, looking at him as if he was the most precious thing in the world, while everything else about her was shattered. "I'm sorry, you know I love you, but I can't, I'm not strong enough." Izuku looked up at his mother, eyes suddenly alert. "What do you mean?" Midoriya's mother swallowed and she could no longer meet his eyes. "I don't think I can take care of you anymore." Midnight saw the exact moment Midoriya's heart broke. Inko-san tried to wipe the tears off her face. "You're always getting hurt. And I see the way the other students bully you. I know you haven't been getting those bruises from roughhousing. I wish I could do more for you. I wish I could help you. But I can't. No one will listen no matter how strong I try. They don't see how precious you are." Midoriya stared at his mother, still not comprehending. "You Izuku, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, but I'm not strong enough to raise you. I'm not enough, Izuku. I love you, but I'm not enough. Midoriya's mother shook with fresh sobs, and they sounded painful. Midnight could only look on with horror. Why's you are, Midoriya said, seeming to break out of his stupor. You're the best mommy ever. You've always been the best mommy. There's no better mommy out there in the whole world. I'm sorry, Izuku, was all his mother said. Midoriya's face twisted, as though he still couldn't quite understand what was happening. But you are the best. You take care of me and you fix my owies and you listen to me. Mommy, I love you more than anyone. There's no one as strong as you. Not even All Might. Inko-san just sobbed harder. A look of guilt crossed Midoriya's face. Did I do something wrong? He asked in a small voice. No, Izuku, then what's the problem? He asked, almost frustrated. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Mommy, Izuku said, moving to hug her again. Mommy, it's going to be okay. We're just gonna go to bed and in the morning everything will be all better. Inko-san pulled away. It's not, Izuku. She seemed to take on some resolve. I think it'll be better if you went to live in a quirkless refuge. Midnight gasped. Quirkless refuges were essentially orphanages for quirkless children. There was a high population of children abandoned when they were found to be quirkless. Very few of these children ever get adopted. Quirkless refuge houses were supposedly safe houses for those children. The houses were often run by adult quirkless people who'd been through the system too. They also acted as a safe place for the quirkless homeless population. They were supposed to be safe, but they were often overcrowded and underfunded. Hardly any place a loving parent would send their child. Izuku stared at his mother and shook his head. No, he said firmly. No, I won't go. Izuku, no. Midoriya insisted, crossing his arms across his iti. I won't go and you can't make me. Izuku, it's what's best for you, Inko-san said in a pleading tone. You'll be among people like you. No one will look down on no. Midoriya said, stubbornly. You're what's best for me. I'm staying here. Inko-san's voice trailed off, and she bowed her head as if she carried the weight of the world on her shoulders. Izuku, you don't have a choice. Midnight could tell those words hurt the woman to say. They hurt Midoriya more. Mommy, no, the little boy said in a keening voice. Glassy tears spilled down his face, and Midnight had never seen a look like that in her student's eyes. Mommy, no. I'll do better. I won't let Kaken and the others bully me anymore. I won't get hurt anymore, I promise. Inko-san didn't respond. I'll bring my grades up, I'll help out more around the house. I'll be the best son you could ever ask for. Still silence. And Midoriya's eyebrows drew together as if in pain. I'll give up on my dream of being a hero. I won't have to get hurt then. You won't have to worry. Inko-san gasped. Izuku, no you're way more important than those dreams, mommy. Izuku pleaded. I'll give up anything to stay with you. I'll do anything. His voice was choked up with tears, his small hands tugging at his mother's sweater. Izuku, I could never ask you to give up your dreams, his mother said, and she sounded tired. Just so tired. They aren't worth losing you, Midoriya said with quiet desperation. The strength seemed to leave Inko-san, and she finally pulled her son back into a hug. She carded her fingers through his dark hair and looked older than Midnight had ever seen her. I love you, Izuku, Inko-san said softly. I love you so much. Then don't do it, Midoriya keened, crying into her shoulder. Don't do it. His mother soothed. She started to sing an old lullaby that Midnight didn't recognize. Slowly the image of the apartment kitchen began to fade as Midoriya went to sleep. Please don't go. When he woke up, they were back in Midoriya's bedroom and everything was quiet. A disturbed look crossed his face and the three heroes watched in silence as he quietly got out of bed and padded barefoot through the dark house, looking in every room to find his mother. She wasn't there. He was totally alone. Midnight woke the boy, a heavy feeling hanging over her. Her face was wet with tears, as was Dreammare's. Sandman had to take some time to reform into their human shape. Midnight didn't bother trying to cover her feelings up. It didn't seem worth it. Midoriya awoke, looking pale and vulnerable. There were still tears drying on his cheeks. He had apparently been crying in his sleep, It made sense. You okay there, kid? Midnight didn't really know why she asked. A long empty moment stretched between them. Midoriya stared glassy-eyed ahead. His hand rested over his heart like it had been physically wounded. She wouldn't do that, Midoriya said with absoluteness. There was no room for argument or question. Midnight was surprised at how cold and empty his voice sounded. He turned and met her eyes, and there was nothing but tempered steel in them. She would never do that to me. Yeah, okay, Midnight agreed easily. This was the first time anyone had ever reacted like this. He wasn't crying or trying to escape. He wasn't panicking or shattered. He was just eerily still. It was like he felt betrayed, that was his worst nightmare, like he was angry that was his worst fear. You think you're okay to take your cuffs off? Midnight asked. Midoriya flexed his fingers and nodded. Midnight helped with that. Dream Mare shifted uncomfortably behind them, and Sandman finally finished reforming, putting their trench coat and hat back on. Right? Midnight said to the very un-Midoriya-like Midoriya. Well, off to Recovery Girl you go. And remember, at least an hour in the aftercare room. I don't care if you don't think you need it, you are going in there and hugging those dogs. And if things feel too overwhelming, you will go to one of our psychologists and let them help you. Midoriya nodded agreeably. He got out of the cot and stretched. I think I just need to call my mom. Dream Mare let out a clearly accidental choking sob. Right, you do that, kiddo. Midnight patted him on the shoulder, and Midoriya left without any fuss. Midnight slouched the moment he was out of sight and covered her face as fresh tears came. Heat, that boy is taken on Titans. He stared down death countless times, and yet his fear was something so, it was cruel. It was messed up, but it was almost mundane. Abandonment seemed like such a simple thing until you saw it. Dream Mare slung an arm around Midnight's shoulder and pulled her into a half-hug. Sandman joined them, and they just stood there and let the weight of the nightmare thunder through them. They took comfort in each other for that moment, but it eventually passed. They let go, and Midnight wiped the tears off her face. She stretched, trying to loosen the tension still in her shoulders. Some nightmare, indeed. The villain made a generic villain speech that Gran Torino couldn't be bothered to listen to. He probably ended with a death threat or something to get Midoriya's attention-grabbing response. Joke's on you? Midoriya shouted. I've wanted to die for years. Gran Torino turned to look his student with concern. Midoriya had said that sentence like it was a checkmate, a victory that the villain was ultimately just giving him what he wanted. He didn't seem to realize that he just admitted to being suicidal. He didn't seem to be all that concerned about it. Same, said Todoroki and Shinso in unison. They immediately shared a commiserating look, and Gran felt his blood pressure begin to rise. Was this some kind of joke, a meme or something? Same, said another classmate, who seemed to be covered in glitter. Inyoma. Gran didn't know. Even young Ida took a long considering moment before nodding. Bakugo glared at them. F you guys, I love life. The villain blinked at them, somewhat perturbed that the next generation of heroes seemed to all have death wishes. Gran Torino was in reluctant agreement, because that was a rational response. Why did so many of these children want to die? Hey, Eraserhead warned, having clearly dealt with this before. What did I tell you about scaring normal people? Is he really normal if he's a villain? Uraraka asked, subtly putting her vote towards the suicidal group. Eraserhead just gave the tired sigh of someone who didn't feel it was worth the argument. Why do you want to die? Gran Torino couldn't understand it. A few of the students gave non-committal shrugs. Well, Midoriya said, always full of answers. Strictly speaking, I have a lifetime of depression to blame, but anyone looking can see that society is going down the crapper. Especially with Endeavor as the #1 hero, Todoroki explained as if they had said this all before. Our justice system is the most unstable it's been in years. No one trusts him, and once some key details about him come out, his position as #1 will only sow further distrust between the public and the hero system. Ida was nodding along and jumped in. Meanwhile, villains will be more active and cause more chaos than ever. That responsibility falls on our shoulders. Pro-heroes can only do so much, but the inherent weaknesses in the system will become more and more evident in the years to come, And there's a strong possibility that in the near future this distrust and instability will result in widespread riots if not outright war. Not to mention the inflation that's coming our way. Uraraka chirped. The financial pressure that's being put on the government from villain damage has been steadily rising taxes and creating a huge disparity between the lower and upper class. We hardly have a middle class anymore. And since the law prohibits casual quirk use, people can't help relieve some of the financial pressure or fix damages with their powers. A market crash is coming. On top of that, quirk discrimination is more prevalent than ever, Shinso contributed bitterly. That feeds directly into the criminal system. People who can't get jobs or who can't live normal lives because of their quirks are alienated by society. Our law doesn't protect them, and as a result, most decide to live outside the law, to find their protection in gangs or villain support or vigilantism. The League of Villains offers more protection to society's outsiders than the government does. And the black and white heroes versus villains propaganda only escalates our society's racism. It leaves no room for people in the moral gray. It simplifies things to the point of dehumanizing a large portion of our population. Yayorozu nodded in agreement. Our law system as it stands is insufficient and outdated. Laws that were made for a quirkless world haven't been adjusted for societal changes, even though it's been nearly 200 years. The focus on quirk regulation and the militarization of heroics has let structural systems such as finances and civil law fall into horrendous disrepair. If these systems were properly functioning, you'd see a tremendous reduction of crime, seeing as many crimes are petty court cases met with indifference that escalated to violence. An argument about custody, a financial disagreement, a claim of discrimination, all issues that could be handled with proper infrastructure. Despite what the media wants us to believe, Midoriya said, bringing attention back to center stage, our futures aren't particularly bright. By entering the hero system, we have simultaneously taken on a huge responsibility and painted giant targets on our backs. We are just as readily political scapegoats as we are the people who save lives. We are the acting military, and as such we are given privileges that put us outside the law and outside of normal citizenship. We have the power and training to kill and get away with it. That is an incredibly dangerous thing that makes us very susceptible to corruption and very easy to fear. The villains, the downtrodden, and the poor will eventually turn against us if things don't improve, merely continuing the endless cycle. Gran Torino felt like a spluttering mess. He wasn't expecting such a thought-out response. He could admit the world was going down the crapper. The world was always going down the crapper. But to see these bright-eyed, enthusiastic teens casually speak with such cynicism, well, why don't you do anything about it? We plan to, the entire class responded in eerie unison. Gran was too old for this. These children were the future, not him. This was too tiring, too much work. He rubbed his temples. But that still doesn't explain why you all want to die. Well, it would certainly be easier than cleaning up this mess, Ida said with a chuckle. Many of his classmates grinned and laughed along. Gran Torino felt like he was having an aneurysm. The sparkly kid, walked over and patted him on his shoulder. If it makes you feel better, signing up to be a pro-hero was essentially suicide anyway. He wore such a warm smile. If we don't achieve some level of apathy or acceptance about our near-imminent deaths, there's nothing to stand between us and constant existential horror. He was too old for this. He was way too old for this. Why do I even hang out with you freaks? Bakugo grumbled, looking more irritated than disturbed. Villains bagged, Aizawa said, apparently having taken their distraction as an opportunity to grab the villain with his capture gear and force him into SBMSN. Eraserhead, what have you been teaching these kids? Gran Torino asked snappishly. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. That political stuff. Don't look at me, they figured it out on their own. Deku was the one who originally brought up the subject, Uraraka said, giving credit where it was due. He was right, politics are an important thing to think about when training to be a pro-hero. We'd all noticed injustice in the world, Todoroki said lucidly, but putting our heads together and actually examining it hadn't really happened before. It's nice to have a game plan moving forward. Ida gave Midoriya a proud look. We may have argued initially, but political awareness can only mean that we're more prepared for what's to come. Shinso slapped his friend on the back and grinned. And more prepared to change things? Midoriya blushed at all the attention. Gran Torino just shook his head. To him, it just seemed like depression was contagious. Jesus Christ, these kids were the future. He looked at Midoriya, who just offered him a sparkling, self-deprecating smile. He was definitely too old for this. Izuku Midoriya was a lot of things. He's self-sacrificing, determined, shy, soft-spoken, talkative, analytical, and so many more adjectives. But one thing that no one thought Midoriya could be was Goth, specifically, emo Goth. Not the entire class knew, and it wasn't a spontaneous discovery. Only two had this sacred knowledge. Yuga Aoyama and Fumikage Tokoyami. Yuga was the first one to find out, of course. It was a lazy Saturday evening in the dorms of Class 1A, and one of the rare times that they didn't have any homework due within the next month. Yuga Aoyama was looking for one of his bottles of liquid eyeliner and he wasn't ready to ask Bakugo if he had it, so he does the next best thing. Ask the person who's known Bakugo the longest to ask him instead. Since Aoyama and Midoriya literally lived on the same floor, along with Tokoyami and the grape stain, he hoped that the green-haired sunshine child of Class 1A wasn't too busy with a future project or analyzing heroes. Aoyama knocked on Midoriya's door, waiting for a response from the shorter male. He heard something like muffled punk music, but put it off as Gyra blasting her music from a few floors above. When he didn't hear a reply, he opened the door. Mon ami, Midoriya. Do you think you can ask Badash? Aoyama stopped. If he were anyone else, he would have left. Midoriya, staring frozen at Aoyama who was in his doorway, was holding a handheld mirror in one hand and an eyeshadow brush in the other, sitting on his bed in the blackest, gothest outfit Aoyama had ever seen, and blasting Call of the Wild at a reasonably loud volume. Aoyama. It's not what you think it is. Midoriya exclaimed. He quickly dropped what he was holding, raced towards Aoyama, pulled him into the room, and slammed his door shut, all in the span of a few seconds. Yuga sat down on the floor in shock because, 1. Midoriya Izuku was an emo goth and 2. There was someone else like him. Midoriya. Why didn't you tell anyone that you were goth? Aoyama hesitantly asked. The green-haired, now black-haired, hero in training sighed. I didn't think anyone would really accept me like this, he said, gesturing to himself. I know you all are fine with being friends and all that, but I thought that you would all change your minds once you knew the truth. Midoriya slouched. I found the goth culture because I was being bullied and needed somewhere to really express my stress and self-loathing. I made a few goth friends online and met up with them a few times. They're like me, but they don't care about what society says and told me that I should do the same. I guess now, I've started to accept their advice. After all, we're all going to hell in the end anyway. He offered a little joking smile. It'll be nice to see them again. Aoyama stared at the boy in front of him. If he knew Izuku was like him, he would have befriended him much sooner. You're going to meet with them tonight? He asked. Midoriya nodded. Well, you aren't going out with that shade of purple under your eyes. Midoriya looked taken aback. That shade of purple is far too light for your branch of goth. It would look better on a pastel, not an emo. Yuga said before going over to Izuku's makeup and opening his eyeshadow palette. Come here. Midoriya didn't really have anything to say, so he just sat in front of the blonde and let him do his makeup. Aoyama-kun, how come you aren't put off by all of this? He asked. Aoyama simply laughed softly to himself. Mon ami, I didn't react like what you would expect because I am le meme. The same. The blonde stated. Midoriya looked at him with wide eyes. Wait, you mean you're goth too? Yuga nodded. Pastel, to be precise. Though I have always wanted to try your style. Sadly, I don't have the clothes for it. He sighed. Midoriya's eyes lit up and as soon as Aoyama finished his makeup, he blasted for his closet and pulled out a large suitcase. Opening it up, Aoyama realized that there was an entire wardrobe of gothic clothing in there and watched as Midoriya pulled out a black suit, some black and studded bracelets, and clothing studs. You really want to try my style. We still have an hour to dye your hair and get you ready. Let's go. Izuku said, adorable excitement in contrast to his dark appearance. It was so cool to be around another goth. In no less than 45 minutes, the two boys were nearly unrecognizable and quickly snuck out of the dorms to meet with Midoriya's cult. Of course, that wouldn't be the only time these two would hang out. If either of them was on shopping duty for the week, they would stop by Gothic clothing stores and Hot Topic, the conglomerate, fairly often to grab a few more clothes and accessories. One time, while the whole class was on a shopping trip, Izuku was browsing through the gauges area, thinking about getting a few piercings when he noticed Tokoyami staring at him from the other end of the aisle. "Midoriya, I didn't know you liked this kind of thing," the bird-headed boy stated, clearly surprised. Midoriya flushed in embarrassment and started stuttering. "I never really told anyone about it. I mean, it's great that we like the same things, don't get me wrong. I was just never really comfortable openly sharing it." Tokoyami nodded in response, understanding. "Considering that your room is covered from head to toe. In All Might merchandise, no one would guess you could be this dark. It's a comforting sight, to say the least." Midoriya smiled and nodded. "You know, Tokoyami, Aoyama and I were planning on heading to the cemetery tonight. If you want to join us, we'd be more than happy to let you tag along," the green-haired boy offered. Tokoyami looked skeptical. "You and Aoyama? He's a pastel goth, apparently. Why am I not surprised?" Tokoyami chuckled. Midoriya laughed along with him. The two paid for their items and went to meet up with the rest of the class. After that, Izuku, Yuga and Fumikage would hang out together late at night, on the roof of the dorms, talking and becoming good friends. It was Golden Week at UA, and students weren't required to wear their uniforms for the day. Class 1A was filled with color as almost all the students in the classroom wore their comfortable casual clothing. 3 students were missing from the group of 20. "Has anyone seen Deku?" Uraraka asked the class. In fact, Midoriya, Aoyama and Tokoyami were all later than usual. All 3 of them were usually in the classroom at least 5 minutes before class started. Jairu perked up suddenly when the chatter from the classroom died down. "Guys, I think I found them. But I'm hearing a million other voices around them as well," she said, getting up from her seat. Most of the class followed suit until the door opened and there stood the remaining 3 class members, except almost no one would recognize them. Izuku wore black jeans, a gray sleeveless shirt with a brown skull on the front, a LTHR jacket, black Converse, fingerless LTHR gloves, a silver angel wing ring on his right hand and an overlapping wings necklace. His hair was pitch black and he had dark makeup on, a lip ring and gauges in his ears. He had black sunglasses on his head and a black beanie as well. Aoyama was like a pale splash of color next to Midoriya. He wore a gray, striped t-shirt underneath a pastel blue, overly large sweater that had a bunny skull over crossbones. He wore gray pants with overall straps at his side that crossed over each other at the back, and black sneakers. He had a black wristband on his left arm, snake bite piercings under his bottom lip, gauges, and an extra piercings in his ears. On his head was a gray beanie, and his blonde hair was dyed pastel blue. Tokoyami was the last of the trio. He wore something more old-fashioned. Black slacks, shiny black Balmoral boots, and a slick-looking undershirt buttoned up to his neck with billowing sleeves. A wine-red vest was buttoned across his CST with a pale white cravat tucked into it. A black cape was still fashioned around his shoulders, flowing elegantly behind him. All 3 of them looked at the class. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Are you all okay? What's going on?" he asked. Most of the class was still in shock at the trio. Bakugo got over his shock quickly and stormed over to them. "What the F, Deku? Are you playing dress-up or some SHT? Are you trying to look cool? You look stupid." Midoriya gave him a bored look. Midoriya took a breath and looked his former childhood friend dead in the eye. "You know, Kaken, do you ever wonder why I do the things I do? Probably not, since you're too busy sticking your head up your own butt to care. But let me tell you, every time you tell me to go die, I've actually considered it. I dress like this to openly say that I'm ready to die. We dress like this because our situations will kill us eventually. And what do you do when inevitable death is looming over you? You accept it. And that's what we've done. So I suggest that you reconsider your attitude, because eventually, you'll get yourself killed." Don't blame me if you refuse to accept that reality, he said, placing the sunglasses over his eyes and walking into the classroom, Aoyama and Tokoyami trailing behind him like guards. He sat down and the three started chatting casually with each other. No one knew how to approach them after that, though some exchanged concerned glances. A wide circle was left around the Goths and subtly Izuku smiled. His Goth debut went better than expected. At 6:45 p.m., the Midoriyas got a knock on their door. Todoroki and Midoriya both looked up from their spot on the couch where they were studying. Midoriya's mother was the one to open the door. "Hi, sweetie," the man who had knocked said with a smile. Inko-san immediately slammed the door in the man's face. She did it so fast that Todoroki couldn't even get a glimpse of him. The man started knocking again. Todoroki exchanged a look with Midoriya, who looked equally surprised and puzzled. Inko-san had never struck Todoroki as the type to act so rudely. "Mom, who was that?" Midoriya asked. "Don't you worry about it, honey," Inko-san said, forcing a smile. "Just a piece of garbage who should know better than to come around here. I'll get rid of him." Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged looks again. "Do you need any help?" Todoroki asked cautiously. "Oh no, hun," Inko said, still forcing a smile onto her lips. "It's sweet of you to offer, but I can handle it. It might be better if you two go to Izuku's room for a bit, though." Midoriya looked just as troubled as Todoroki felt, but reluctantly, they trudged to Midoriya's room. Midoriya's mom wasn't someone who you disobeyed if you could help it. Todoroki wondered if it was ironic that he was more obedient to her than his own father. Inko-san had never actively tried to make him do anything. She just asked, usually using the word please, and he'd help her. His dad meanwhile pushed, prodded, screamed, hit, and ordered him to obey. At this point he might as well have been doing that to a mountain. It wasn't ironic, Todoroki decided, just hilarious. They left Midoriya's door open to try and eavesdrop. That didn't end up being a problem, as the moment Inko-san reopened the front door, Todoroki discovered that Bakugo had not been exaggerating when he said she was a legendary cusser. She could make a sailor blush, and the amount of vitriol her words were dripping with might as well have been real acid. A secondary quirk, perhaps. Midoriya was frowning slightly, his eyebrows scrunched like he was trying to remember something. The yelling went on, and Todoroki flinched when he heard something shatter. From what he could glean from the words that weren't swears, the man had no right to be here after all these years. He had proven to be a deadbeat piece of scum, and she didn't understand how she could ever love him. "I think that's my dad," Midoriya said softly. He looked pale, but otherwise his expression was unreadable. Todoroki frowned and glanced at the door. "Do they fight like this often?" "I don't know," Midoriya trailed off. "I haven't seen him in 12 years. That got a hum of surprise from Todoroki. Midoriya never talked about his own father, and Todoroki never had thought to ask. It was clear that the man had been out of the picture, and Midoriya and Inko-san's love seemed more than enough for the two of them. He had figured the man was dead, or all might. That suspicion never went away. Todoroki had no idea how to continue the conversation, so he and Midoriya just sat in silence, listening to his mom have a fit. Slowly his dad started yelling back. Things like, "He's my son too," and "You don't have a right to keep him away from me." It wasn't quite what his parents' arguments had been, but it was definitely filling him with anxiety. Some rather dark memories started surfacing, but Todoroki pushed back against them. Now wasn't the time. He had to focus on Midoriya, who was clearly more distressed by this. Midoriya caught his uncomfortable expression anyway and asked, "Do you want me to ask them to stop?" This entire situation was awkward. "I don't think we should get involved." They were speaking in near whispers, almost afraid of getting noticed. Midoriya bit his lip. Well, from what I can remember of my dad, this might go on for a while, so..." He closed the door and the screaming became slightly muffled, though not by much. The walls were thin. "Want to do something else?" Todoroki had no idea. He had no idea how to act in this situation. Was there social protocol for a friend's parents fighting in the other room? When he was younger and his parents were fighting, Fuyumi would just rush him to the side of the house and try to distract him. It never really made him feel better, and unless they wanted to escape through the window, this was probably as far from the fight they were getting. "Sure," he said. And they ended up sitting on the bed glancing through books and absolutely failing to focus on them. Around 15 minutes went by. The fight outside was still happening. It was getting closer to the time where Todoroki would have to return home. "Do you want to talk about it? That's what friends do, right?" That seemed to be what Ida and Uraraka and Midoriya seemed to do for each other. Midoriya always offered an ear to listen to his problems. This seemed right? Todoroki could be considerate, hopefully. Midoriya breathed a long sigh and put his book down. "I don't exactly know what to say. I mean, I don't know enough about him to have an opinion, right? That man might as well be a stranger to me. So it's fine." Todoroki stared at his friend, reading his expression, "Except it's not." Midoriya groaned, flopped backwards, and covered his eyes with his arm. "Except it's not," he confirmed. Another thing broke in the adjacent room. Todoroki stayed silent, waiting. "It's just like," Midoriya trailed off trying to find the right words. "It's like I'm supposed to feel something, right?" Midoriya gestured widely with his arms. "But I don't. I don't love him, I don't feel angry, I can't really miss him. I just feel nothing, and I know I'm supposed to, but I don't." Todoroki hesitated. "Is that really a bad thing?" Midoriya made a noise of frustration. "I don't know." They went silent, Todoroki trying and failing to come up with a response. Midoriya sighed again. "I used to wish he'd come back, you know. I'd always wanted to know what it was like to have a real father, and I wished that maybe he'd, I don't know, chase the bullies away, help me become a hero, talk about analysis with me, teach me how to tie a freaking tie. But he never came back. Mom stopped talking about him. Told me I didn't need to worry about it and kinda discouraged me from asking about him. So my whole life there was just another empty space that I knew was supposed to be filled in but wasn't. Other kids had dads, I didn't. It was just another thing that made me different and weird. I used to think about it all the time. It was a bigger mystery than me not developing a quirk. At least that could be explained away by genetics, but my dad was just gone, poof. I wasn't allowed to talk about it. His pictures disappeared. It was like he never existed in the first place. And eventually I just got over it. I mean, I barely had him to begin with, so there wasn't much to miss, and Mom was everything I could possibly need or want. I didn't want to upset her by bringing him up. She never talked about divorcing him or remarrying someone else. I had to be what she needed back then, so I just forgot about him. I was just another kid without a dad, right? I couldn't let him affect me with his absence. Because he's nothing to me. A ghost, a name, a sperm donor. I shouldn't care about him. But you do, Todoroki supplied calmly. Midoriya let out another impossibly long sigh. But I do. Todoroki considered his next words carefully. Do you think you should talk to him? Midoriya pouted. I don't see what it'll do. I have Mom, so I'm fine, except we've already established that you're not. Midoriya sat up and stared at his folded hands. His expression remained bothered. It's stupid, he muttered. Why did he come back in the first place? Inko-san let out a shrill shriek from the other room and they both flinched. Her yelling only got louder and angrier. If her swearing was any indication, she was fine. Todoroki had no idea how to do this. Could it be that you're scared? Midoriya tensed and stared at him with wide eyes. Todoroki had no idea what was going on in his head, but he seemed to be going on a mental journey. There wasn't much Todoroki could do but wait for his friend to snap out of it. Honestly, this wasn't even the first time. It was something Midoriya did. Midoriya's head seemed to be a busy place. It wasn't surprising that he sometimes got lost. I think, Midoriya said slowly. Scared isn't quite the right word. I want to understand him. I want to know why he left, but the mystery's been part of me for so long that I'm not sure if finding out the truth will change me. He just wanted closure, Todoroki knew is what he meant. Todoroki understood better than anyone. The gaping question mark in his life had haunted him up to his visit with his mother. The questions of why, does she hate me, can we fix this, is it too late, popped into his head every time he'd thought of her. It was also always accompanied by a deep pain in his each closure, even if some of the answers weren't satisfying, even if some of the answers weren't what you wanted to hear, was better than the painful, hollow mystery. Todoroki nodded. I'll help. He'd gotten lucky with his mom. Talking to her had changed him for the better, given him their relationship back. He could only hope that Midoriya would be so lucky. It wasn't until a little before 10 that Midoriya's mom finally finished and kicked her husband out. She got very flustered when she realized how late it was and insisted that he spend the night rather than walk all the way to the train station so late. Todoroki noticed that her voice was rough from yelling so much and ultimately shrugged. He hadn't brought things to spend the night, so he'd have to borrow Midoriya's clothes and brush his teeth with his finger, which was gross. But he honestly liked the Midoriya household enough that he didn't mind. He texted his sister, they ate a late dinner, and before he knew it he was in a pair of Midoriya's slightly too small all-night pajamas. He was grateful that Midoriya bought his clothes a little too big for himself. It meant the pajama bottoms weren't cutting off circulation to his legs. He was not grateful for the fact that Midoriya was laughing at him and taking pictures. The clothes, while not too tight, were short on him so his ankles were bare and his stomach was half showing, revealing the apparently hilarious fact that his happy trail, the hair leading from his belly button to his crotch, was also dual-colored. He wanted to be happy that his friend felt like laughing now and that the awkward atmosphere was mostly gone, but his pride took a critical hit. The next morning was a Sunday, and he appreciated the similarity of breakfast with the Midoriyas to breakfast with his sister. His father usually left early in the morning, so it would just be him and Fuyumi. Everything seemed a bit warmer when he wasn't there. The tension of the household never really left. There was always that underlying anticipation that Endeavor would walk back into the house at any moment, but breakfast in general was nice for Todoroki. Breakfast with the Midoriyas was nice too, though Midoriya kept shooting questioning looks at his mother. Pulling on his clothes from yesterday was uncomfortable enough that Inko-san managed to convince Todoroki to see if one of her shirts would fit him better than Midoriya's. He was pleasantly surprised to find that they did, and left their apartment in a woman's blouse. He'd never really cared about his appearance, being forced into more fashionable clothes by his dad's PR team, so it was refreshingly weird. Midoriya kept fretting and asking if he was sure it was okay, but Todoroki's sister had dressed him in far worse when he was younger, so he knew he had nothing to be ashamed of. Until they ran into Midoriya's father a mere block from Midoriya's house, and the man gave him the dirtiest glare Todoroki had ever received, and that was saying something. The man looked like Midoriya, but in a tangential way. He had dark curly hair and Midoriya's bone structure, but it was obvious that Midoriya took more after his mother. Weirdly, neither parent had his freckles. Perhaps that came from a grandparent. He was skinny and taller than Todoroki would have expected. With his puff of hair he looked a bit weedy, almost like a wrongly colored dandelion. He was dressed in finer clothes than the Midoriya household would suggest, meaning his money probably wasn't going toward their family. Looks weren't everything, but Todoroki wasn't impressed. Hey, son. The man put his arm over Midoriya's shoulder and positioned himself in a way that was clearly shunning Todoroki while pulling Midoriya in, almost conspiratorially. He was acting far too familiar with his son for someone who hasn't seen him for 12 years, and Midoriya tensed when touched. Even Todoroki, who rarely touched anyone, knew Midoriya really hated being touched. So anyway, the man continued. Apparently he was where Midoriya got his motor mouth, because he'd been talking the moment they had met him and Todoroki had missed most of it. We should catch up, talk to each other. Tell me how you've been, how the hero stuff's been. You know all the juicy details. I've missed you, you know. Todoroki marveled slightly at how good he and Midoriya had gotten at silent communication because with just their eyes they had both in unison said, "That's suspicious," when he brought up Midoriya's hero stuff. Actually, me and Todoroki-kun are going to hang out today, Midoriya said, trying to squirm out from beneath his father's arm. The man's looked away, pouting slightly but not looking particularly sorry. You can't make time for your old man. You can hang out with your friend any other day, keh. But I said I was going to hang out with Todoroki, Midoriya said more firmly, successfully distancing himself from his father. I keep my word. The man frowned and tilted his head to the side as if considering something. Todoroki. Why does that name sound familiar? Midoriya looked at Todoroki to see if he wanted to answer. My father is Todoroki NG, the flame hero, Endeavor. Todoroki kept his words clipped and precise. The man's eyes widened and he looked almost hungry. Really? Well, isn't that a coincidence? He swung his arms over both their shoulders now, dragging them into his space. I have a flame quirk too. I can breathe fire, in fact. Like a dragon. Terrible when I sneeze. He paused as if expecting the boys to laugh. They didn't. Huh. The man continued as if there hadn't been an awkward silence. So, anyway, how have you been, little bird? I see you got your quirk. Why didn't you tell me? Little bird. Todoroki couldn't help but ask, raising an eyebrow. Midoriya seemed grateful for the reprieve. Mr. Midoriya, or as Todoroki was tempted to call him, Weird Guy, laughed lightly. It's my little nickname for him. On account of this bird's nest he has. Weird Guy ruffled Midoriya's hair playfully. Midoriya ducked his head and drew into himself. I didn't tell you because I didn't think you'd care, Dad, Midoriya said. The word dad sounded like it was foreign in his mouth. Why wouldn't I care? Weird Guy tilted his head and looked earnest. I'm your dad, Izuku. Of course I care about what's going on with you. So tell me these things from now on. I'll give you my number so you can keep in contact. You haven't cared before, Midoriya muttered quietly. Great. Weird Guy said loudly as if to cover up Midoriya's bitter moment. So, where were we, getting coffee? Sounds like a great plan. Come along, kids, I'll even treat you. Almost simultaneously, Midoriya and Todoroki slipped under the man's arms again and fell in step with each other behind him. Weird Guy seemed to know where he was going, so they let him lead. He started going on and on about this place he used to go to and wondering if it was still there. Maybe it was just knowing that the man had abandoned his family, but something about the guy made Todoroki's skin itch. Todoroki silently looked at Midoriya to see if he was okay with this. His friend gave an unsure shrug and eventually they came to what Todoroki considered a seedy-looking coffee shop. Weird Guy grinned crookedly and gestured with his hands. Now this, boys, is where you can get the best espresso in the country. You just have to know how to ask. I'll treat you, don't thank me. I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. I don't really like coffee, Midoriya said. It was an understatement. Despite his sleeping problems, Midoriya stuck strictly to tea. The one time Kirishima and Kaminari got a cup of coffee into him has since been referred to as the incident and is best not remembered. Actually, as far as Todoroki knows, the class has had several disasters referred to as the incident, all being different things. It was kind of confusing, but he never cared enough to verbally question it. Sure you don't, Weird Guy brushed him off. But just wait until you try the house blend, they'll make a believer out of you. If he doesn't want coffee, he's not going to drink coffee, Todoroki said icily. The man seemed to roll his eyes but smiled at him indulgently. All right, twist my leg, why don't you? He can have a smoothie, don't be so dramatic, it's just a drink. Todoroki felt fire in his nerves but held his tongue. I'll get us the drinks while you find us a table. Yeah. Stick with me, Izuku. Father-son, you know. Midoriya's dad said, waving his hand at Todoroki as if to say move along. Midoriya gave him a withering look, but Todoroki tried to give him an encouraging smile. He stepped away, hoping some alone time might ease some of the tension between them. Todoroki found a seat at a table with an umbrella outside. He stretched and took a seat. Waiting had him second-guessing himself. He had been the one to encourage Midoriya to talk to his father, but right now everything seemed so awkward and weird. Meeting his mother for the first time in years had been awkward too, but it wasn't this kind of weird. He wanted things to go well, he really did, but he was slightly out of his depth. He hoped his support would be enough, but what if it wasn't? The man didn't exactly give off Stain or Shigaraki vibes, heck, he didn't even give off Endeavor vibes, but he did give off some sort of bad vibe. Todoroki didn't want Midoriya to get hurt. While waiting, Todoroki noticed just how run down and seedy the place really looked. Everyone in the place looked like they could just as easily be selling drags in an alley than drinking coffee here. It put him on edge. He wondered what kind of person Midoriya's father was to think it was a good idea to take 2 children here. Hey kid, someone said right behind him. If Todoroki hadn't grown up with his father's training, he would have startled. Instead he kept the appearance of someone perfectly calm and turned raising an eyebrow. The stranger, who was shirtless with blue skin and hair, smirked at him. If you're going to imitate someone, I recommend changing clothes and picking someone a little less high profile. I'm highly doubt Endeavor's real kid would be caught dead in this dive wearing a women's shirt. Todoroki gaped for a moment and then quickly shut his mouth. I'll take that under consideration. The guy leaned in a little closer. I wouldn't taking you under consideration though. You busy? Todoroki held his ground and spoke in a cold voice. Yes. Well maybe when you're done here. Ahem, someone cleared their throat loudly. Both Todoroki and the blue stranger turned to find that Midoriya's dad had arrived with the drinks. Midoriya stood behind him looking slightly angry, possibly on Todoroki's behalf. The blue man paled the moment he saw Midoriya's father. I didn't mean nothing by it, he said too quickly, and then hurried off. Todoroki frowned at the reaction, but accepted the cup of espresso put in front of him. Did you know him? Weird guy asked. No, Todoroki said simply. He was just offering me some advice. Midoriya's father snorted and plopped into his seat. Midoriya gave him a look silently asking if he was all right, and Todoroki gave a small nod. Well, if you have any problems you let me know, kiddo. You want to be careful in these parts. Weird guy said seriously. Midoriya said what Todoroki was thinking out loud. Then why did you bring us here? Because it's the best place to get espresso, the older man repeated with a shrug. Todoroki took a sip of the coffee just to check. He'd had better. So, weird guy said, not one to let silence linger. Tell me about yourself, Izuku. What have you been up to since I've been gone? You got any friends? What are they like? What do you like? Tell me it all. Todoroki remembered his mom asking similar questions, though not as fast. It had been awkward but it got better as they talked. Todoroki again offered Midoriya an encouraging smile. Well, Midoriya said glancing at Todoroki. Well, as you probably know, I got into UA. I'm friends with just about everyone in class, including Todoroki, of course. They're all nice and surprisingly caring. They worry a lot but I guess that's just part of the course for hero work. Todoroki resisted the urge to cut in and say it's par for the course of having a friend who is constantly injuring himself. I still love heroes, obviously, and analysis. So life's been going pretty well in that regard. I've been having fun and living my dream. I've been really happy. There's not much else to say really. The man hummed in interest. Still passionate about heroes, huh? If I remember right, your interest was more specific. I hear All Might teaches at your school. What is he like? As cool as you used to think he was? Midoriya started blushing. Yes, he said too enthusiastically. He's the best. I mean he's less of an impossible dream now and more of a down-to-earth person, but he's so cool and kind and brave and he's really been there for me and our classmates. He's really willing to put himself on the line to protect us. Though he shows a bit of favoritism, Todoroki couldn't help but tease. Midoriya blushed deeper. Midoriya's father laughed. Good to know. How are you liking class? How are your other teachers? What is the hero course like? Well, Midoriya paused, scrunching his eyebrows as he searched for the right word. Intense. Todoroki offered. Yes. Midoriya snapped his fingers. It can be really intense and physically demanding. Even our homeroom teacher is intense and demanding, Todoroki noted fondly. Aizawa-sensei has been surprisingly kind and supportive since the investigation of his father has started. He seemed annoyed that Todoroki had never brought the issue to him, but he offered him a safe place to stay if he needed it and has been one of the less biased people he's talked to. Though a lot of the bias disappeared when Midoriya brought out his file on Endeavor. Todoroki swore to never make an enemy out of Midoriya when he saw it. Apparently when Midoriya was angry, he was capable of digging up every piece of dirt and weakness someone had. Todoroki wouldn't be surprised if Midoriya received a consultation credit, though he might need a license for that. Would his provisional license count, or would he need a whole separate one? It was something he'd have to look up. The investigation was still out of the public eye, and would hopefully stay that way for as long as possible. Midoriya laughed and Weird Guy hummed thoughtfully. You two are at least remembering to have fun and make trouble, right? he asked. Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged a different kind of look. You could say that, Midoriya said. Weird guy caught their tension. I don't mean death threats and villains, he said, exasperated. I mean women and alcohol. You're teenagers. You're supposed to be having fun, breaking some laws, getting messy. Considering Midoriya possibly murdered the last teenage womanizer that he'd met, it was safe to assume that wasn't his thing. Todoroki himself had a healthy respect for women. Between his sister, his mother, Momo, and Uraraka, he wasn't in a hurry to underestimate and piss any woman off. Women also tended to be nicer to him than men. Uraraka said it was because he was pretty and the other boys were jealous, but he didn't really see it. He wasn't pretty, after all, his face was permanently disfigured. Maybe women were just nicer about that kind of thing. Alcohol was also out. For Midoriya, it was a worse idea than coffee. For Todoroki, alcohol plus fire quirk was a bad idea. His control of his fire was already tentative as is. Todoroki did not want to risk lowering his impulse control. For all he knew, he'd start acting like his father or something. It was not worth the risk. We get messy enough, Midoriya said tactfully. He'd probably have thought something along the same lines as Todoroki, only faster, and with 17 times the volume of pros and cons. Weird guy looked back and forth between them as if he were considering something. What? Are you guys faggots? Midoriya drew a sharp breath and started blushing and flailing, looking a combination of outraged and embarrassed. They had. Todoroki just raised his eyebrows in a way that he knew made people squirm. In reality, he did not know what the word faggot meant. He had heard it before. It had been shouted at his father and him by people in crowds at public outings, and it was sometimes left as comments online, but no one had ever actually explained the meaning of the word. He asked his sister what it meant when he was 9, and she had told him she'd explain it when he was older. Todoroki wondered if he was old enough to find out now. Weird guy just smiled wolfishly. I'll take that as a no for now. Let me know if you ever change your mind, son. Gay SEC is a different talk than straight SEC, and you might need both. It had to do with being gay. And section. Was that why his sister got embarrassed? Midoriya, if it was possible, turned even redder. Todoroki, for his part, kept his face politely blank. Midoriya started trying to stutter something. He covered his face with his hands. Midoriya's dad burst out laughing. Fine, we'll leave the SEC talk for a later date. But loosen up a little, will ya? You're getting to an age where you need to be able to talk about these things. Better to be healthy and open than to be close-lipped and have no idea what you're doing. You might get a disease or something. Todoroki tilted his head thoughtfully. That's a fair point. Todoroki knew very little about SEC, the general sentiment in his family being, don't until you're married, and you'll only get married when I say you can. It didn't leave him particularly enthused about it. The other boys in the dorm talked about it like it was a shady secret. Their health class explained it in a purely biological way. The whole how to deliver a baby section that followed the SEC ed section was also off-putting. He would genuinely appreciate a more straightforward explanation that didn't involve midnight implying he had weird kinks. Weird guy laughed and slapped him on the shoulder. He gets it? Midoriya buried his face completely in his arms. Please don't encourage him, Todoroki-kun. Okay, Todoroki agreed easily. He considered what to say before Weird Guy got on another tangent. He decided to cut straight to the point. So, why did you abandon your family for 10 years? Midoriya cut him a panicked look over his arms, and Weird Guy froze. It was obvious to Todoroki that neither were going to bring up the subject on their own, so he supposed that it was a good thing he was here. Weird Guy laughed nervously. Little blunt, aren't? I'm sure that's any of your business, kiddo. Best kept in the family, you know. Would you really answer if it was just Midoriya-kun? Todoroki asked skeptically. He kept his face carefully blank. It wouldn't do to show emotions here. The man shifted a little, eyes narrowing slightly. Yeah, of course. Todoroki nodded and stood. Then I will step away. He put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and squeezed it for a moment, imagining he was transferring him his strength. Midoriya gave him a pleading look for a moment, but it didn't take long for his expression to smooth out into a look of determination. Thank you, he mouthed. Todoroki gave the slightest of nods and then stepped into the cafe, considering whether grabbing a bite to eat was worth it. All eyes turned to him instantly and the entire room seemed to freeze. Todoroki wondered if it was because they knew who he was or because they thought he was someone else. Being the center of attention wasn't a new sensation for Todoroki though, so he moved forward with poise and looked over the menu as whispers slowly started again. He strained his ears to hear what they were saying, but failed to pick up words. "I'll have a chocolate croissant," he decided. The barista looked slightly afraid of him. Todoroki couldn't decide if this was normal intimidation or something is wrong intimidation. He'd stay wary. He settled in a seat inside the cafe by a window with a view of the Midoriyas just in case. Midoriya looked tense, but his eyes were burning. His dad was waving his arms around a lot. Todoroki frowned at that, but he'd let it play out for now. Yet another stranger approached him. Todoroki wondered if he had a target painted on him. Was it the shirt? It might be the shirt. "Hey kid, how old are you?" This time it was a gruffer older lady with an eye patch, wild-looking scars, and strange clay-like hair. "I don't see how that's any of your business," Todoroki said in a tone that could pass for polite. The woman smirked at him. "Cool your jets, Peppermint, I don't want anything from you. I just wanted to give you a warning." Todoroki looked between her and the window and felt his gut twist. "Please don't tell me the black-haired guy is bad news." The woman smiled wider and Todoroki noticed that her teeth were clay, too. "Fine," she said almost teasingly. "I won't." Todoroki mentally groaned. "Can you tell me how bad?" "Not without a price." "Figures." "Thank you then. Have a nice day." Todoroki went back to his croissant and the woman backed up. Outside, Midoriya was starting to look upset. He wasn't yelling or gritting his teeth the way he did when he was fighting. Instead he was starting to look small and self-conscious. Todoroki didn't like that look. His dad was still waving his hands around defensively. Todoroki knew enough about body language to guess that he was playing the victim. It was kind of annoying, especially when Midoriya looked like a kicked puppy. Todoroki debated whether it was time to cut in when Midoriya suddenly slammed his hands down on the table and started to shout. His voice was muffled by the window, but his voice did carry enough that the cafe patrons turned to look. Todoroki did not envy the position Weird Guy was in, but frankly he probably deserved it. Weird Guy was still acting like the victim, and Midoriya had frustrated tears in his eyes by the time he stormed off. Todoroki stood to go after him, but froze when Weird Guy seemed to laugh and roll his shoulders. Weird Guy stepped back into the cafe and shrugged. "Family troubles?" He spoke as if it was nothing, and Todoroki felt the familiar icy bitterness he felt around his own father. "Mr. Midoriya?" he said, voice revealing nothing. The man turned and looked slightly startled. He seemed to have forgotten that Todoroki was there. "A word." The man laughed again and Todoroki hated him. So much for reuniting with his family. He didn't care. That was obvious in every way. He didn't deserve to be in Midoriya's life. "Sure thing, kid, what do you got?" Weird Guy said, coming over to his table. Todoroki caught the momentary calculating look in the man's eyes and wondered if that was something else Midoriya got from him. No, he decided, Midoriya and Inko-san were far smarter than him. They knew how to read a room. The rest of the cafe patrons were eavesdropping, Todoroki knew. He wondered if he cared. He silently decided what was the best approach for this kind of man. Finally he settled on, "You're a businessman, correct?" The man opened his arms wide. "You got me. Then you understand what cost-benefit is, correct?" The man tilted his head to the side as if wondering where this was going. "It's pretty basic, kid." Todoroki nodded, face still revealing nothing. "You seem to have a lot backing you." Todoroki shot a glance towards the rest of the cafe. People quickly avoided eye contact. "You seem to know what you're doing." The man grin turned hungry, and he drew closer. "You're a smart kid, aren't you? You looking to make a deal?" "Oh. I am giving you a warning," he said, and he intentionally lowered the temperature of the room until it felt frigid. "If you go toe-to-toe with your son, you will lose everything." Weird Guy seemed momentarily shocked, but then he snorted. "Speaking from experience, are we?" Todoroki met his dark brown eyes. They were plain compared to Midoriya's bright green. "Fortunately no." Todoroki felt sure their fight would have turned out quite differently if Midoriya had really wanted to hurt him. As it was, his friend was steadily becoming scarier under Nezu's tutelage and the private hobbies he'd been picking up on his own. I know a losing battle when I see one. The man's eyes glinted. That sounds like a challenge. Todoroki remained a blank canvas. It's a warning, he said firmly. He turned and left with another word. He felt the tension break behind him, but that didn't matter. He needed to catch up to Midoriya. Midoriya had found his way to a park swing set. His face was streaked with tears, but he was glaring at the ground as if it had wronged him. Todoroki shifted from foot to foot. He wasn't good at comforting. Finally, he took a seat in the other swing and hoped that Midoriya would come to him. That sometimes worked. It felt like a long time. If tense silence wasn't something he was familiar with, Todoroki might have squirmed. He left because I was quirkless, Midoriya said almost too softly to hear. Tears started to flow down his cheeks again. Apparently, I was too worthless for him. He needed a strong son. Someone who could inherit his company. Someone like me couldn't do it. The parallel between Midoriya's father and Todoroki's own was sort of eerie. Both had fire quirks. Both wanted a successor. The only real difference was that Todoroki was perfect and Midoriya wasn't. Todoroki wondered if Midoriya would have ended up living a similar life to his own if he had been what the man wanted. The idea made him feel slightly sick. F him, Todoroki said flatly. He was following Midoriya's lessons and swearing. He meant it. Midoriya laughed a little. I know I shouldn't be this upset. He wasn't, but the moment he walked out on us, and probably before that, but just knowing that it's my fault. It's not your fault, Todoroki said, feeling almost annoyed that Midoriya would blame himself for this. His friend's guilt complex was slightly ridiculous. You had no control over when your quirk manifested, and the fact that he'd let something so stupid change how he felt about you, especially when you're so. Todoroki tried to figure out a word to describe him and ended up just gesturing at him. You, just proves how stupid he is. He doesn't deserve you. Midoriya sniffed and did his best to wipe the tears from his face. Why no, he was the reason my mom yelled so much when I was younger. I bet she'd say the same thing. Your mother is an intelligent lady, Todoroki said seriously. Not intelligent enough to avoid that loser, he thought silently, but then again she shared Midoriya's soft heart. Maybe she thought she could help him or something. Midoriya smiled, but his eyes remained downcast. Guilt chewed at Todoroki for convincing him to interact with the butt. Being a hero was about sticking your nose in other people's business, but no one talked about what to do when you made the situation worse. You got your answers, though? Todoroki asked, slightly tentative. Right? That seemed to bring some train of thought to an end, and Midoriya blinked and looked up, expression settling. Yeah, I suppose I did. Todoroki had no idea how to read into that. He kicked off the ground and started swing slightly. If it makes a difference, Todoroki said, keeping his tone light, I still think you're All Might's love child. Midoriya let out a choking laugh, clearly caught off guard. Why? You take after him more, Todoroki said, swing higher. If not by genetics, then by adoption or something. You act just like him. I do not, Midoriya said, but he was smiling now. If we're going by attitude, then you're Aizawa's love child. Todoroki snorted. You say that like it's a bad thing. Oh, I don't know, Midoriya teased and began swing too. Can you imagine growing up around Aizawa? Todoroki hummed thoughtfully. Point taken. I'd still take him over NG. Fair. Midoriya agreed. Should I start calling you Aizawa-kun? Then. It might get confusing. Only if I can start calling you Yagi-kun. Todoroki rolled his eyes. You know, you could always just call me my name. Midoriya said dumbly. Shuto. Todoroki supplied. It is my hero name, you might as well get used to it. Midoriya went completely red. Then you can call me Izuku. J just to avoid confusion, right? Todoroki grinned the private smile he only reserved for his close friends. Okay, Izuku. Midoriya, if possible, blushed harder and hid his face in his hands. Oi Shuto. And if Todoroki's heart beat a little faster, no one but him would know it. They played in the park for a couple hours longer. Midoriya had been horrified to find out that Todoroki's jungle gym growing up had been more militaristic and didn't have things like slides or swings or a tetherball. He stubbornly made him play all the two-person games he could think of and explained all the games that required more players. It was fun, Todoroki admitted out loud. Midoriya Izuku had beamed like the sun at him. In that time, a feeling settled in Todoroki's esteem, a kinship that he hoped Izuku shared. Maybe both their fathers sucked. Maybe Izuku's father would rise to Todoroki's supposed challenge. Maybe Enji would break his promise to get better. But if there was anything Todoroki had learned since joining Class 1, it was that family could be found anywhere. It could be chosen. All of Wano was his family, but in a way that went beyond heroics and saving each other's lives, Izuku would always be his brother. It started like this. And now, dear listeners, this week in the up-and-coming we have a guest a little younger than you're used to. A student in the now infamous class of 1A, a finalist in the sports festival and all around one the cutest little heroes, we've got with us today the hero who doesn't give up, Deku. Hello Deku. Hi. Midoriya's voice said over the radio. First-time guest, long-time listener. It's really nice to be here, present Mike. His voice pitched in a way that said he was almost crying from nervousness. Present Mike laughed. It's nice to have you here, kiddo. Now let's get to the brass tacks. You made quite an impression at the sports festival. Want to tell us how you were feeling and what was going through your mind while out there? Midoriya said, clearly dying from embarrassment. Mike would do his best to ease him out of that. One of the reasons he brought Midoriya on the show first was to show him what the interview process and limelight was like. Heroes had to deal with the media all the time and it's be easier to learn the ropes with someone he was familiar with. Present Mike did this with all his students, usually when they reached year 2 at least, but Class 1A, already being a villain magnet, was a special case. Mike figured that if they already had to deal with all the bad stuff they deserved to see some of the good stuff too. Was it blatant favoritism? Kinda, but he'd introduce BLD King's Class 2, it'd just be year 2 by then. Well, I was, thinking about things honestly. I was trying to win obviously, but I also had to be careful with the backlash of my quirk. I obviously couldn't win if all my bones were broken. Obviously that didn't work out for me anyway, but I've been managing to get a better handle of my quirk since then, so I don't break my bones anymore, most of the time. Midoriya was painfully awkward and all over the place. The professional in Mike inwardly cringed, but the found teacher in him found it endearing. So your training has been going well? Present Mike asked, keeping his voice breezy and enthusiastic. Where do you see yourself in a couple years? What kind of hero do you want to be? Well, Midoriya said and hesitated for a moment. I want to be the kind of hero that people look at and feel safe. I want to give people hope, so I guess I want to be pretty versatile. I'm the you can do it hero, not just because I want to be the kind of hero that can save anyone, but because I want to encourage that belief in other. I mean, 2 years ago being where I am today seemed impossible. If I can come even this far, then I'm sure you can do it too. You can overcome your hardship. Plus ultra. Midoriya spoke with surprisingly confidently when he spoke about his dreams. His eyes were sparkling and he looked absolutely adorable. Inspirational, present Mike decided to tease him a bit. Sounds a bit like another hero I know. Are you a fan of our recently retired #1 hero, Deku? Midoriya instantly turned pink and flustered. Well, I mean yes, who isn't a fan of All Might? He's the #1 hero for a reason. Present Mike smirked. He could imagine Yaga blushing now. Well, with All Might working at the school and all, how did that first meeting go? Did you have a fanboy meltdown? Midoriya covered his face with his hands. Yes, he said, voice still clear on the microphone. I met him a while before school started during a villain attack. He saved me and then I vomited and passed out because I was suffocated by the villain for a bit, and he was there when I woke up and I cried and it was awful. Present Mike couldn't help but laugh despite himself. That sounds quite harrowing. All Might's a good guy though, I'm sure he was cool about it. Yes, he signed my notebook, Midoriya said, face still covered with his hand. Mike could see his red ears sticking out of his hair though. Present Mike laughed again, keeping up a positive mood. That was nice of him. Word on the street is that you're a hero fan, is that true? If possible, Midoriya looked even more embarrassed. He looked like he'd melt through the floor if he could. Yes. That's pretty cool. Is that one of the reasons you want to be a hero? To meet your heroes? Mike took on a teasing tone again. Teasing Midoriya was too much fun. More like I'm a fan of heroes because it's my dream to be one. I want to help people, so it makes sense that I'd admire the people who help people, right? He spoke bashfully, then as an afterthought, oh, I also appreciate doctors and police officers. I'm pretty sure society would collapse without them. My scars agree that doctors don't get enough appreciation. Present Mike smiled warmly. It was a nice subtle shout out to Recovery Girl. Well, it's good to see a young hero with their heart in the right place. We're gonna take a short break now, and coming up we'll open up the lines to some caller questions. Keep listening, lovelies. Mike flipped one of the switches on his soundboard that would turn on some pre-recorded commercials and turned off his and Midoriya's microphones for the time being. Midoriya was looking anxious. Hey, how you feeling? Is it as bad as you expected? Mike asked, trying to keep his student in a good headspace. I'm going to die of embarrassment, Midoriya said firmly. Why did I say all that? Oh God, I'm going to become a meme again. And then I'm going to have to leave UA and move and change my name and shave my head because my hair is too recognizable. Hey, Mike cut off the ramble before Midoriya could get too lost in it. Don't worry, kid, you're doing great. You're modest and kind, people eat that stuff up. Don't worry, they'll love you. Midoriya didn't look like he believed him, but he closed his eyes, took a deep breath and calmed down. Oh, if they hate me, it's not like I can stop them. Midoriya clenched his fist and seemed to gather his courage. There was a pause. Again, as in you've been a meme before? Midoriya's eyes snapped open and he stared with scarily intense eyes. We never speak of that. A little freaked out, Mike agreed, though everything but his survival instinct told him to prod further. He'd look it up later. Mick's producer signaled him and Mike nodded. Okay, kid, we're going back on air, you ready? As I can be, Midoriya said, looking a little sick. But first caller, you're on with present Mike and Deku. What question do you want to ask our prying ears? Mike had already done his opening spiel about the radio station and the like. He had that bit memorized to the point of being a second instinct. Mike was pretty sure he'd screamed it at some villains before. You're a fanboy? The caller asked with dangerously desperate enthusiasm. No build-up or hesitation. Mike knew the question wasn't for him. Then Midoriya laughed sheepishly, shooting a bug-eyed look toward Mike, despite that Mike was pretty sure some of the audience was swooning and how cute he sounded. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on the forums when I was younger and even made some fan art, though it obviously wasn't very good. Still do sometimes. The caller screeched. Oh my God. That is so cool. What's your blog name? What kind of content do you post? Can you marry me? Midoriya's smile became a little more nervous. I'm sorry. I don't think it's safe for me to say my blog name here. I usually post hero analysis and video breakdowns. And like I said, I also do fan art. But it's so embarrassing. You wouldn't want to see it anyway. The girl across the line screamed again, and present Mike smoothly cut the call off. With a polite transition, the next caller came on, apparently following the theme of the first. If you're really a fanboy, then who's your favorite hero? The male caller asked with obvious superiority and skepticism. What's your favorite fight? And why? Midoriya took on a more professional expression. Well, I've already said it was All Might, didn't I? For obvious reasons. I know it's cliché to go for the number one hero, but All Might's influence can be seen throughout society and will last far after his death. He's the great hero of a century. My favorite fight has to be his debut, where he saved at least 100 people from a burning building. I know he's achieved greater feats since then, but he sure did make a great first impression. Admittedly, I have nostalgia for that one. The video of that rescue ignited my passion for heroics when I was 4. It was probably the coolest thing I've ever seen. Does that answer your question, or does a rescue mission not count as a hero fight? Because to pick one hero fight is considerably harder. There's a lot more factors to take into account. Midoriya began to descend into muttering. The microphone wasn't catching him well, But present Mike decided to leave it on to be funny. I think that's a good enough answer, Deku. How about you, dear listener? There was a pause over the line, and for a moment Mike thought there was a delay on the call. The male caller said a begrudging, "He passes." Midoriya broke from his reverie, sounding completely horrified. "Wait, that was a test." Present Mike breezes along, expertly keeping them on schedule. The next few questions followed in the same manner. Apparently the hero fans were excited to talk to a fellow fan. The questions ended up being more about Midoriya's opinion on other heroes than any details about himself or his future. But the thing was, Midoriya was good at this. He was smart about his answers, and he never seemed to reveal too much even when he could. His anxiety seemed to slip away when he was thinking about his answers, and he was good with the fans. He was open and understanding and calm, and he treated them as people rather than just anonymous entities that he'll probably never speak to again. He laughed and jokes and somehow managed to be more charismatic than Mike has personally ever seen him. Mike barely had to talk at all, which was new. But Midoriya was finally looking relaxed and smiling. F***CK, marry, kill. The top 3 heroes, the new caller said too quickly. Mike spoke too soon. Kill Endeavor, marry All Might, and Midoriya began without hesitation but abruptly trailed off flushing. Connect to Best Jeanist. Why would you ask me that? I know All Might and Endeavor in real life. Deku buried his head completely in his arms, face cherry red. You know Endeavor but still chose to kill him. That's a burn. The caller laughed at their own pun. Knowing him in real life is why I chose to kill him, Midoriya said automatically. Whoa-ho, appealing listeners, this is getting dangerously close to slander. Present Mike cut in, caught off guard by Midoriya's sudden deadpan humor. Wow, Endeavor's lawyers must be busy if his ego is so fragile that he thinks a 15-year-old talking smack will damage his reputation. Midoriya's stutter and embarrassment seems to magically disappear when he insults Endeavor. And present Mike burst into laughter, taking a good portion of his listeners down with him. He tried to say something but just burst into laughter, settling instead to flip a SW's on his soundboard that he nicknamed the Shade Cannon. It played air horns and he flipped it when someone threw the most effective shade. Midoriya's face split into an excited smile that made any risk of lawsuit worth it. He apparently never expected to be part of that bit and positively glowed now that he was. I think we need to go to commercial break so that I can catch my breath. The rest of the show ended up continuing in a similar manner. Fans just kept calling and wanting to know Deku's opinion on heroes and fandom culture, and Midoriya had a lot of answers. The boy looked like he was having a lot of fun and seemed a bit disappointed when present Mike had to end the show. Present Mike wasn't prepared for the fan response after though. See, while many heroes said they were fans of other heroes and cited their inspiration and mentors with ease, very few heroes were fanboys. In the 3-hour radio show, Midoriya had proven to mixed audience that he was the real deal, that he was one of them but also the public hero that everyone wanted to be. Midoriya had proven himself to be funny and clever and charismatic, and one of them. He was theirs. Not some distant figure looking down on them, but someone who had been a friend, part of their community. Someone who was still their friend apparently. Which meant that practically overnight Midoriya became the hero's fandom's hero. It also meant that mix inboxes were filled with letters, emails, and messages demanding that he bring Midoriya back on the show. The fan response was overwhelming actually. Deku's episode was quickly entering the top 10 of highest listened to episodes present Mike has ever produced. And was still gaining. Present Mike spent some time debating it. He had to be fair to the rest of Midoriya's classmates and give them their episodes yet. He was also all too aware that Midoriya was still a student and drawing so much attention to him could be dangerous, especially if it seemed like he was giving Midoriya special treatment by welcoming him back on the show. But Midoriya already had the attention. The fan demand was too overwhelming to ignore. And Mike would be lying if he didn't acknowledge the lucrative opportunity he had here. So coming to a decision, present Mike approached Midoriya a week later. Hey Midoriya, would you like your own radio show? Dear Hero Deku, I told you I'd be following your progress. Knowing how the prison system works, this letter is probably getting to you late or not getting to you at all, but I'm sure you haven't forgotten me. I've heard you've gotten up to quite a bit since I've last seen you. Fighting muscular and winning is quite impressive, especially considering it was in defense of a child. Personally speaking, I think muscular is the worst kind of scum imaginable. Senseless murder, seeking violence for the sake of violence. If I were allowed, I would kill him just as readily as I would any false hero. Villains deserve to be killed far more than heroes in my opinion, but interestingly, murdering villains doesn't get anyone's attention. When I murdered villains, only 30% of their bodies were noted on the news, and I never even tried to hide my work. It was like the world was just willing to forget them. It sometimes makes me wonder if that's one of the reasons they became villains in the first place. Very few wish to live in obscurity, I've noticed. It's always struck me as rather silly. A life's value is not determined by the amount of fame one has achieved, but the difference you have made. And that kind of value cannot be determined by others. Only you can decide what you have made is worth something, and only you can decide what you value. To put your own worth and your own values in the hands of others is suicidal, and yet so many do it. So many are blind to the harm they bring onto themselves. Back to the muscular fight, I must say that I'm disappointed in you, Deku. You were so much cleverer in your fight against me. I am sure you must have noticed that Muscular's weakness was his eyes. A bit brutal for a hero like you, but given the circumstances you were in your right. You were protecting a child after all. Instead you resorted to a battle of brute strength and ultimately hindered yourself in the battle to come. A hero has to be clever too, Deku. You know this. I should hope you perform better in your next fight. The fight in Kamino Ward afterwards was significantly more important. I've heard you were there. Why am I not surprised? The news about All Might is... In truth, I cannot be disappointed. It is true that his time is passing and that our fated battle may never come to pass. But it brings him up in my esteem. He has sacrificed much in his battle for good than I had assumed. He has saved so many lives and brought light to so many people. The fact that it had such a heavy cost only proves that he is a selfless hero. Even powerless, I believe he will still fight to protect people. But being defeated by him seems less likely now. So I will hand my faith to you instead and ask that you make the world a better place. You will, I hope, become the next light to defeat the world's darkness. Moving on, I've heard some interesting things through the grapevine. Apparently I have fans. Seems a little pathetic, honestly. I never set out to be a role model, and yet I'm sure these strangers are going to try and be me. Even though I doubt they even understand the full scope of my vision. If they make some good in the world, all the better, but I doubt it. I've noticed that people are misunderstanding my doctrine, especially with the League of Villains sniffing around for new recruits like a pack of bloodhounds. I regret ever agree to work with them. But at least it lead to meeting you. Finding information about you has been an adventure in itself. I watched your sport festival performance. Breaking limbs is a bit of a habit of yours. While injury is an unavoidable part of the job, I will warn that you should take better care of yourself. If you are so reckless with your body, you will burn out before you've even begun. Would All Might act so recklessly? I think not. You have proven yourself smarter than this. Act smarter in the future. Your performance in the festival was quite interesting. Most markedly, your battle against the Todoroki spawn was fascinating. What you were saying wasn't recorded, but I am fairly decent at lip reading. Tell me, Hero Deku, did what message you were trying to get through to him really stick? In my experience, people don't change. I suppose the fact that he was the one you called for aid during our fight is speaking of your relationship. But I know he's still the piece of garbage his father raised. A little fight cannot erase the poison that's in his BLD. He's just waiting to bleed that poison into the world. You should be less naive. I suppose your faith in others is what makes you a hero. Beyond that, I am proud of you. While you are still a newborn fawn, you are bound to be clumsy, but you still have the heart of a hero. You've given me no reason to doubt that, and the more I discover about you, the more that is proven. Now, I suppose that's enough about you. I've heard that you are rather fond of hero analysis. Oh, Deku, I am so glad to find we have that in common. I can tell you stories about heroes, Deku. I can open your eyes to a side of heroism you've yet to see. And I suppose since I've said my piece about what you've been up to, it's only fair I say what I've been up to. Keep in mind, I know my letters are being looked over by the police, so I can't get too racy. They might not deliver my letter if I do, and that's the last thing I want. So where to begin? Well, I'm regretfully a bit of a celebrity in here. That was never my intention when I set out on my crusade, and really it's proving as more of an inconvenience than anything else. Very few people are fond of me, whether it be because they are jealous of my fame or because they disagree with my ideology. Everyone who doesn't fall into that category either admires or fears me. It's quite funny actually. Fame has made me more isolated than when I was intentionally keeping my head down. I can't say I mind. These people are filth who I would kill if I had a knife. Except for one boy. I wouldn't dare name him, but he has been a delight. Imprinted on me like a baby bird when I arrived, and unlike me, he doesn't have a life sentence to worry about. I am doing my best to shape him to be the necessary evil to your light. Given the nature of his quirk and his crimes, it is too late to shape him into a proper hero. But he will at least make things interesting for you in the future, so you can look forward to that. I've also been hearing some rather interesting things about a pro you might know. Have you perhaps met the hero Mount Lady? She works in your area, and given the size of her ego, she is very strong to miss. We have a lawyer in here who was caught laundering money for her. Apparently, the property damage allegations brought against her were quite significant, especially in comparison to the size of the crime. He mentioned a case where she destroyed an entire storefront and damaged a building's foundation in an attempt to stop a purse snatcher. Millions of dollars in damage to stop the loss of presumably around $100. How heroic indeed. In the end, to fend off allegations and lawsuits, the lawyer had to pay off reporters and government workers, and in turn he had to get that money from somewhere. Innocent business owners and a few loan sharks seemed to do the trick until he got caught. Of course, when the money laundering scandal broke, Mount Lady washed her hands of him, despite all the efforts he made to protect her. He took all of the blame, and when he tried to bring allegations against her, he was silenced, and any possible wrongdoing on her part was swept under the rug. You'll find, Deku, that a lot of heroes' crimes are swept under the rug. That is the nature of the current system. The government would rather lie and keep people pacified than have them know the truth and try to change things. It has an Ouroboros effect. By hiding the truth, they are making more room for the shadows. The more shadows they create, the more there is to hide. Their attempts to keep the public happy is killing the light as we speak. At least with the truth and the violence of our world exposed, heroes can be more prepared to face it. I'd like to believe that the true heroes would appear to fight if they could see how truly disgusting the world is. I believe that you would. But it is getting late and this letter is getting long. I will cut this letter here. Expect further correspondence in the future. Until next time, Kaizome Akaguro, the hero killer. Stain Todoroki finished reading the letter, feeling thoroughly perturbed. Midoriya, why do you have this? Midoriya jumped and paled when he saw what Todoroki had found tucked into one of his notebooks. Oh God, well, he kinda mailed it to me not long after the incident. The police were very thorough in their examination of it. It's safe. Todoroki found himself giving Midoriya an incredulous look. This was one of those moments where he felt like Midoriya was from an alien planet. Yeah, but why did you keep it? Midoriya covered his face and looked in that moment like he was preparing for death. It's my first piece of fan mail. If there were two things Midoriya Inko's son got from her, it was her intelligence and her anxiety. They shared a lot more than that, of course, but those two things always felt the most prevalent. Anxiety to some degree felt natural. She was a single woman living in a world where violence and destruction and crimes had become commonplace. For a long time her son was among the most vulnerable people in the world's population. She's watched firsthand as her son was discriminated against. Her husband, a man she thought she loved, abandoned her and her son when he couldn't handle that their son was different. You'd excuse her for being slightly paranoid, thank you very much. The world was cruel and their situation was strong. She'd found out the strong way, again and again, that she was not strong enough to protect her son completely. She tried her best, she did everything in her power, but she couldn't stop him from growing and she couldn't take his freedom of choice away to protect him. She could only prepare him and support him and watch him and love him. It hurt sometimes. Sometimes she was more scared than she could possibly stand. But she loved her son and she believed in him. He was braver and sweeter than anyone she had ever met, and she had the privilege of being his mother. Things had changed slightly in the anxiety department. Before she was worried about bullies and villains and some vague threat she couldn't predict hurting her son, now she was afraid of very specific villains attacking her son who could absolutely defend himself but who was also entirely too reckless for his own good. She couldn't decide which was better. The latter brought her son a lot closer to death on a regular basis, but he was growing faster than ever and proving more and more that he could take care of himself, and moreover he seemed happier than ever before. Having a quirk meant he had friends and more support and he could move forward and live his dreams. She just wished he could have done all of that quirkless. If anyone could have made something out of his quirkless status, it was Izuku. He deserved everything and she wished that he hadn't had to change himself to get it. Izuku wasn't as good of a liar as he thought he was, and she knew about All Might. She understood why he'd been lying to her. A power that could be passed from user to user as powerful as All Might's was very dangerous indeed. She just wondered why he had to pass it on to her son. It made him happy, but it was obviously dangerous and it had a lot of weight attached to it. Her son was only 14 years old when he got it. Hadn't he lost enough of his childhood to discrimination? Now he had to lose it to villains and a power he can't control. She just couldn't stop worrying about these things. It was all out of her control. She knew that, but that didn't stop her from wanting to wrap her son up in blankets and bubble wrap and preventing him from ever leaving her sight. She didn't know what she would do if he died, and unfortunately death seemed to be gradually edging closer with every near miss that passed. So, Inko supposed that's where the intelligence came in. She was the one who first encouraged Izuku to analyze heroes. She loved heroes too, of course. She'd always admired the bravery it took to do their jobs. She'd always admired the kindness that they showed to public. Izuku, of course, took that admiration and ran with it, turning it to his lifelong dream and motivation. He wanted to be brave, kind, and most of all he wanted to help people. He wanted to save people and make them smile. He was her little hero. When they were told his dreams were out of reach, well, admittedly, she could have handled it better. She was human and she'd been scared. Obviously, she was still scared, but she hadn't believed in her son as much as she should have. At least one thing she did right was teach him analysis. See, one of her main ways of coping with anxiety was analyzing situations and figuring out solutions. Things seemed a lot less scary when she was relatively prepared for them, and to be prepared you needed to understand things. You needed to know how to react and understand what was happening around you. She knew a lot about crime and when attacks were likely to happen and how to evacuate a building, what to do if there was a fire or if she was to become a hostage. She knew even more about child rearing and protection. What-ifs were constantly running through her head, and she was constantly searching for solutions. She'd hoped that it would help her son, and to some extent she thinks that it has. He had grown to be very clever, though knowing solutions and applying solutions seemed to be two very different things. He was getting better at the second part, she hoped. Inko was jarred from her thoughts by a subtle scratching noise. She looked around and blinked, wondering what it could be. It was coming from the front door, and with a jolt she guessed that someone was picking the lock. Not good. Not good. Inko rushed to the kitchen to grab a weapon. She wasn't the best fighter by any means, but since Izuku developed a quirk and started attending UA, Inko had become convinced that being prepared for a possible villain attack against her was wise. She wasn't nearly as fit as Izuku, but she'd been losing weight and the self-defense classes she'd been taking made her feel slightly more prepared. She'd also been training her quirk. She wasn't perfect or anywhere near a hero, but she was getting better control, and even if she still couldn't move big objects, she could move more than one small object at once, and she could aim DMN well if she needed to. Izuku had been helping with her quirk training, the deer. For the longest time Inko had been afraid to use her quirk around her son. It felt like she was rubbing his face in the fact that he didn't have one. But they'd talked since then, and he actually told her that had just made him feel more guilty. Which in turn made her feel guilty for making him feel guilty. It was a CYCL. They were getting better about that, about communicating and avoiding accidentally hurting each other. Inko took a knife out of the knife block. The door opened. Hey, I got home early. And Inko almost breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. But the hair standing on the back of her neck didn't go down. Deciding to pretend everything was normal but still holding the knife, Inko reached under the sink and grabbed the cutting board as though this was what she had intended to do all along. It was too early to be making dinner. She'd actually been sitting at the table doing the bills a moment ago, but Izuku didn't comment on it. She told herself she was overreacting, but she wasn't going to ignore the voice in the back of her head that was telling her something was wrong. If her instincts were wrong, she'd calm down in a little bit. "So, how was your day at school?" she asked, carefully maneuvering so that she could keep an eye on her son while getting some vegetables out of the fridge. Izuku shrugged. "Oh, you know the usual. I got a little hurt during hero training, but Recovery Girl patched me right up. And I may have seen a villain walking home. But I'm okay. They didn't stand a chance against me." Well, that was definitely suspicious. Izuku never spoke so flippantly about villains. He knew it worried her and was usually a subject he avoided bringing up if possible. Usually she had to drag answers out of him, and the whole while he'd be saying he was fine. Whoever was possessing, controlling, or pretending to be her son had used an almost teasing tone, like they were making an inside joke. "Just one last question to be sure. Izuku, did you pick up the eggs?" The boy blinked and tilted their head to the side. Sorry, I must have forgotten." That wasn't her son. Ever since he was a child, they had a code phrase between them. She would ask if he had picked up eggs, and if everything was okay, he'd respond, "No problem, Mum. Let's get cracking." In those exact words. If something was wrong, he'd say, "Sorry, I accidentally dropped them." They had a separate set that he asked her and she answered. They even had a code word for if he was approached by strangers who claimed to know her. She'd been told in the past she was being paranoid. Sometimes, they'd use the code phrase when there wasn't a problem and they'd just shoot finger guns at each other. Sometimes she actually needed eggs. But in this moment it became worth it. She whirled on the doppelganger, saw the glint of silver and used her powers and pulled it out of his hand. A scalpel impaled itself in the wood of the floor. Inko held her own knife defensively in front of her. Her mind was going through the different possibilities. Was this someone disguised as her son? Or was this someone controlling his body with a quirk? That was the most important question. They'd talked about villains he had encountered before. There was one who could make an exact copy of someone with a touch. Izuku hadn't interacted enough with them to know the limitations of their powers, but apparently the clones were easily dispersed. There was a girl who, with a taste of BLD, could disguise herself as a person. He had mentioned that she may have gotten a taste of his BLD. Her mind also tossed in Shinso-kun, even though this was clearly not his work and he wasn't a villain. There were quirks out there similar to his, and it was worth acknowledging that someone could be controlling her son that way. Puppeteering somehow. The Izuku lookalike laughed, and if she had doubts before, she didn't anymore. She had never seen that expression on her son's face before. "You're really cool," they said. "What gave me away? You really think I'm going to tell you how to pretend to be my son better? Get out of my house." Inko growled. For all the times she and Izuku had talked about this situation, Inko hadn't expected to feel this pissed. "Now where's the fun in that?" the false Izuku cackled. Another knife appeared in their hand, slid from their blazer's sleeve. Inko's mind was running 100 miles a minute. She could take the knives with her powers, but the doppelganger was more likely to be prepared for that now. She couldn't hurt them seriously without possibly hurting her son. She didn't have a way of immediately contacting the heroes, though they should be in the neighborhood today. There was no telling how many knives this person had on them, so close combat wasn't an option. She had to go on the defensive. She had to knock the doppelganger out. She had to get a hero's attention. Simple. Inko screamed in terror as suddenly everything was moving too fast and there was a knife in her arm and the knife she'd been holding dropped to the ground and someone was laughing high-pitched and enjoying themselves. The person was in her personal space, so even though it went against her original plan, Inko tackled them. Apparently, their transformation didn't change their physical weight because they were a lot lighter than Izuku. That clicked clone or disguise into place in her mind. They landed on the floor with an oomph. Both got the wind knocked out of them. The doppelganger more so because she's now had the whole of Inko's weight on her. Each clumsily, to buy more time, Inko threw a punch at the person's face. It left her hand hurting and the doppelganger used the moment to put another cut in her arm, but there was a satisfying smack when her fist connected. Time bought, Inko scrambled off the doppelganger and ran to the living room. Panicking slightly and unwilling to turn her back or give the doppelganger a moment's rest, Inko's quirk started acting on its own and raining down the various kitchen utensils and trinkets on the stranger. Heart beating fast, Inko grabbed the nearest heaviest object that she could lift, a metal lamp, and threw it out the window. It took 3 tries to get it through as the glass was tougher than it looked. But now someone outside would notice something suspicious was going on. A scalpel impaled itself in her leg and Inko cried out, dropping to the floor. The doppelganger slinked up like the cat that ate the canary, a look of sadistic glee on their face. It was a look that didn't fit her son. BLD dripped freely from their nose and they licked their lip to taste it. The disguiser girl then, the one Izuku told her about. She had another knife in her hand faster than Inko could blink and Inko scowled back. She had to buy time. She had to fight. The glass shards of the window floated up behind her. Inko was overextending her quirk, but it was the only option she had. She wondered if this was how Izuku felt before he broke his hand. Let me guess, Inko muttered. Need to buy time. Need to buy time. The League of Villains sends their regards. You guessed it. The doppelganger wore a smile too wide for Izuku's face. Shigaraki went on and on about sending a message, you know. Just because you got your kids locked up doesn't mean you're safe from us. Blah blah blah. Personally, I don't really care about all that. The doppelganger moved closer and Inko sent a few shards of glass towards her. The girl ignored them and kept getting closer. Inko's heart felt like it was going to beat out of her. She was going to die. She was going to die. She couldn't. She wasn't going to do that to her son. She needed a plan. There were several knives dropped on the kitchen floor. If she kept the doppelganger's focus towards her, towards the shards of glass, she could maybe. All I care about is having as much fun as possible, the villain said, getting closer. The knife moved, but it didn't float into the air like she wanted to. Inko was sweating. She threw more shards of glass towards the villain. She got a better grip on the knife. The pressure of using her power like this gave her a nosebleed. Inko fiercely grit her teeth. The doppelganger leaned forward and caught a drop of the BLD on her finger and brought it to her mouth. Izuku's skin bubbled away and transformed her into Inko's reflection. And I'm going to have my fun, bleeding every last drop of BLD out of you. Inko glared up at the woman wearing her skin. You can try. The doppelganger opened her mouth to say something gloatingly back. But then she wasn't there anymore. There was a humongous crash, the shattering of glass and concrete, a rush of wind, and suddenly standing in her place was Izuku, the real Izuku, standing with his fists raised, eyes blazing so bright they might have been on fire. Where there had been a wall and broken window, there was now a giant gaping hole that would definitely do a better job of attracting the attention of the heroes than her lamp attempt. It was safe to assume that had been where the villain had gone. Are you okay, ma'am? Izuku asked softly. A chill ran up her spine as she recognized the tone. Yeah, she said. The worst she had was the scalpel in her leg. It was still there and she'd leave it to the doctors to pull out. All her other injuries were glancing cuts, nothing bad enough that couldn't be patched up with some bandages and maybe a couple of stitches. Izuku nodded and tossed her his cell phone. Call the heroes. And then he jumped out the hole in their apartment and went after the villain. Inko cussed and forced herself back onto her feet, wincing. She dialed the heroes as she limped towards the front door and down the stairs. She had to stop him, she knew that look. She remembered it. Hello, she said to the operator. I'm Midoriya Inko, my address should be on record. I've been attacked at my home. Please send someone as quickly as possible. She came around the corner of the house and saw Izuku standing over the villain. She had transformed back into her original form, a young blonde woman in twin buns. Her hair had come slightly undone and she was clearly on the losing side of this fight. She was cradling her arm like it was broken but still trying to smile as though she enjoyed the pain. You wanted to send a message, right? Wanted me to find her? Izuku kicked the girl in the stomach. From the way her body flew back, he had been using his quirk. UF airs are really full of ki, aren't you? Inko dragged herself closer, stifling a whimper of pain. She had to save him before it was too late. You want to send a message? Izuku said sadistically, stomping on the girl's calf. He was strong enough that her bones shattered. Then it's only polite that I send one back? Shadows swam at the edge of Inko's vision. It was too much. It was all too much. How about I break every bone in your body? You'll probably die of shock after 20. It'll be fun. Izuku kicked the woman again and she let out a sobbing wail. Inko could see their faces now. The doppelganger was starting to look desperate, BLD was flooding into her left eye and her cheekbones seemed to be broken. She was still trying to smile but she looked like a broken doll. Izuku was smiling but it wasn't the smile he'd pinned his dreams on. It wasn't one full of hope and bravery. It was the smile of a predator taking joy in its kill. One for all blazed around his skin. He clenched his fists preparing a finishing blow. Don't worry, Himiko-chan, it won't hurt if you dodge. His eyes burned the way they did back. When he was 7 years old, Izuku came home one day, strangely quiet. It was the day, Inko later found out, that he realized Katsuki wasn't really his friend anymore. He refused to talk to her the entire day. He had locked himself in his room and refused to come out. He wouldn't meet her eyes all through dinner, and to say she was worried would be an understatement. That evening she managed to slip into his room before he could lock her out. Inko was determined to get answers and he pouted as she earnestly tried to talk to him. Then she noticed it. Open on his desk was one of his hero notebooks, the writing hot off the presses. It was an entry on Katsuki, though it seemed much more detailed and violent than usual. Izuku, Inko asked softly. What's this? And finally he looked at her and his eyes were blazing brands in his skull. Not full of the normal tears or fear or innocent hurt, but an anger deeper than she believed her son capable of. I hate him, Izuku said quietly. I hate him. And I hate the bullies and I hate the neighbors and I hate everyone that looks down on me. I hate being quirkless. I hate everyone who hates me for being quirkless. I hate all of this. He gestured jerkily at himself, but he still spoke almost calmly. It was like he was so angry that tears and shouting weren't enough. Inko's heart ached and as usual she didn't know what to do to help. She opened her arms to offer a hug but he didn't take it. He just glared up at her with fire in his eyes. I want to make them suffer, Mom. Inko shouted the same thing she said all those years ago. A true hero turns their back on hatred, Izuku. Her son froze. Back then she had hugged him. She had spoken gently and talked about philosophy and goodness and how he had to be the bigger person. How even heroes would always have people who hate them. How he couldn't let their hatred poison him. Now his eyes still burned and she could only hope that she had reached him. Izuku stood up straight and in his still bizarrely calm and bitter voice he said, Kurojari. Inko remembered Izuku mentioned the villain with the teleportation power. She wondered if he could kill people so easily with his powers why he hadn't used it to kill anyone yet. He'd had plenty opportunity but as far as she and her son had seen he hasn't used it to split any heroes in two. They'd spent time wondering if her could at all. Inko didn't see the mist man, but like her son she was sure he must be there. It'd have been reckless to send the doppelganger girl alone. Tell Shigaraki. Izuku glared straight ahead, dismissing the broken girl. That touching my mom is an automatic game over. A monstrous smile twisted her son's face. We might already be enemies, but you do not want me to be your villain. There seemed to be a shift in the pressure of the air. Inko wondered if that was one of the reasons Izuku noticed the villain was there in the first place. The body of the girl sunk into shadow and disappeared. The pressure in the air disappeared too. Heroes were now rushing towards them, entirely too late. With a cry Inko fell into her son's arms and they hugged. The tension eased out of his shoulders and he cried too. Safe, whole, scared, and every bit the bravest little boy she knew. He was still her hero. Uraraka liked to think Deku was as honest with her as she was with him. She liked to believe it, but for one thing, I'm fine, Deku said brushing her and eat her off. Are you sure? Uraraka said for what felt like the millionth time. Because she knew he wasn't fine. He was lying. He was a dirty liar. His pants were going to burn. Uraraka, Deku said in an exasperated tone. Normally at this point she would drop it, because she was his friend and she liked to respect his boundaries, but this was getting ridiculous. No, Deku, you aren't fine, she huffed. Your mom was attacked at home by the League of Villains. She was literally stabbed with knives, and if you hadn't gotten home when you did, a lot worse could have happened. Normal people aren't fine after stuff like that. You're not fine, Midoriya winced. When you say it like that, it sounds kind of bad. It is bad. Uraraka snapped, frustrated. Ida sighed loudly. Midoriya, I know that you must be angry, but bottling it up isn't healthy. You told me yourself that seeking the comfort of friends and their help is the healthiest way to deal with these emotions. You know you can come to us. Midoriya's eyes turned watery. I know, he said, looking between the two of them. Thank you, I appreciate you two so much. He was crying full force now, and of course that made Uraraka cry too, because gosh darn it, tears were contagious, and she loved her best friend and she appreciated him too. Even Ida started to look foggy-eyed, and they all hugged and cared about each other. It was great. It wasn't until later that Uraraka realized that Deku hadn't actually talked about his problems. Oh boy, was he in trouble? I just want to know why he won't come to us. Uraraka growled at the lunch table later that day. Deku was obviously avoiding her and had gone to sit with Shinso and Koda at their sign language speaking table. He kept shooting her anxious looks when he thought she wasn't looking, but she saw him. He wasn't slick. To be fair, you look like you're going to skin him alive, Tsuyu said, not really helping. I only want to skin him alive because he keeps lying. If he confronted his problems head on, we wouldn't have a problem. Uraraka gestured widely with her chopsticks and accidentally got rice all over the table. Ida was quick to scold her, but his speech was background noise by now. To my knowledge, Midoriya only lies when he's protecting someone else's secret, Todoroki said, walking up and placing his lunch tray down on the table. Uraraka made eye contact with him. Todoroki froze. Then he turned and started power walking out of the cafeteria. Uraraka bolted after him, screaming the words, "What do you know?" Todoroki started running. What do you know? Todoroki was a faster runner than her in general, but he sucked going around corners and Uraraka was gaining. It helped that people were quick to get out of her way. Uraraka took a flying frog leap, a move that Tsuyu taught her, and landed on Todoroki's back. Her initial attempt to wrestle him to the ground failed because apparently she was too light to even slow his running down. She'd take that as a compliment, but that wasn't the point. Uraraka slapped him and abruptly they stopped moving forward. Todoroki's feet kept moving, but he remained floating stationary in the air. Really? Todoroki said dryly, and he stopped moving completely. He lies for you, Uraraka said. It wasn't a question. Todoroki sighed like he was already tired of this conversation. Even if he did, a secret is a secret because you don't tell anyone what it is. Not even one of your bestest friends in the whole world. You think I consider you one of my best friends in the whole world? Todoroki asked coldly. Ouch, Uraraka said, genuinely kinda hurt. There was a pause as Todoroki seemed to consider something, then he sighed again. Put me down. Uraraka pouted, or continued to pout. She didn't know when exactly she had begun, but released her quirk. To her great surprise, he didn't immediately drop her to the floor like a sack of potatoes and instead continued to carry her piggyback style to an empty classroom. Uraraka had to admire how far he's come from the beginning of the school year. She was pretty. Sure, Todoroki wouldn't have let her touch him, let alone be willing to carry her anywhere outside of a professional capacity. He gently let her off on a desk. Then he turned and froze the lock of the door. Then he finally faced her. Look, he said, looking what passed as anxious for him. You are someone I consider a friend. A close friend. It's just difficult for me to talk about things. Midoriya was a special circumstance and Yaoyoroza figured things out on her own. So, I don't know. Todoroki seemed to lose track of his thoughts. Uraraka frowned. I wasn't trying to dig into your secrets or anything, she said, suddenly feeling guilty. I just want to know why Midoriya lies so often. Todoroki glanced away. Well, I don't know everything. Just that he'll lie for me and protects my secrets. I assume he does the same for others. Uraraka hummed thoughtfully. But that doesn't explain why he always says he's fine when he's not, she decided. If he keeps your secrets, does he go to you with his own? Todoroki blinked, slightly surprised, and then got a considering look. No, not often. Uraraka waited for him to elaborate. He didn't. She sighed and leaned back her head so it did her patented floaty thing. Thanks anyway, Todoroki. I'll figure this out. Uraraka went for the door and realized it was still frozen shut. She turned to give Todoroki a look and found that his mouth was open as if he was about to say something. When she caught him, he shut his mouth and looked away embarrassed. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? He said, transitioning terribly to another subject. Well, that was enlightening, Uraraka thought bitterly. She and Todoroki had pretty much completely missed lunch. She was going to somehow find a way to murder Endeavor when she got the chance, so that new grudge was going to be fun to live with. At least Todoroki said there was a police investigation open. Todoroki needed a nickname so she wouldn't have to call him the same name as his father. She could just call him Shudo, she supposed. It was his hero name and she always called Deku. Would that just establish her as someone who calls people by their hero names? But she didn't have permission to casually call him Shudo. How did that work? Does the fact that it was his hero name count as permission? She should just come up with something more personal. Something creative. She wasn't very creative with names though. She usually just piggybacked off of other people's nicknames or went the most obvious route of shortening or making a pun. Uraraka was literally knocked from her thoughts as she ran into someone. She fell on her butt and ended up staring up the tall, skinny figure of Small Might. It was still so odd to see him look so emaciated. She'd grown up with Muscle Man McGee. It was weird translating the into Skinny Man, even if she had seen the news broadcast of what happened to him more than once. Sorry. It's okay, young Uraraka, All Might said, pulling her to her feet. We both weren't looking where we were going. Well, off you go. And he kept walking. He still talked the same way, and he still acted kinda cute even though it was a bit weirder looking with his spider limps. He still had that positive kinda energy. Uraraka remembered when he asked Deku to lunch with his cute little bento. Wait. He asks you to lunch sometimes. All Might. Uraraka shouted, running after the teacher. She skidded around the corner and caught he turned to blink at her. Yes. Did Deku know about your Small Might form before you permanently ended up as Small Might? Was that why you were so close and nice to him? Because his fluffy hair holds secrets. All Might tensed. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my god. For someone who's kept his quirk a secret for his entire career, he was an awful liar. Maybe he's good at those other things, misdirection. Lying by omission. One of those. So do you know why Deku is lying all the time? Why is he so secretive? All Might immediately looked uncomfortable and coughed a little. Uraraka immediately felt guilty. I assure you, Uraraka, that even if Midoriya and I have secrets, I wouldn't be at liberty to discuss them. Secrets, like there are more secrets than your Small Might form. Uraraka spoke a little too loudly and they were starting to get looks from people in the hall. Now, All Might said, waving her off. I assure you you're jumping to conclusions, young student. Perhaps you should get to class now. Uraraka winced again. Sorry, sir, she was definitely overreacting. I'm not asking because I want to know you or Midoriya's secrets. That would be rude, and I'm sure if you want to keep something secret you have a good reason. He was the former, no wait, Endeavor didn't count, he was the #1 hero. The skeletons in his closet were probably important. It was better if she didn't touch them. Apology accepted, All Might said, putting a hand gently on her head and ruffling her hair. Oh, CRP, he probably messed it up. She'd need to borrow a brush from Momo to fix it. I know how excitable you kids are today. Damn it, she couldn't even be mad because All Might was just so earnest and cute. Okay, Uraraka said, trying to get her thoughts straight. But can you at least tell me if Deku comes to you with his emotional problems? All of us have been pretty worried, especially after Friday, and it just seems like he's been really cagey. I mean, he cried and hugged us, but he doesn't actually say anything. All Might paused and frowned. He opened his mouth, then he closed it again. He went 3 cycles of opening and closing his mouth like a fish, and then finally he said, No, I suppose he hasn't talked to me about his emotional issues. And he looked almost upset about that realization. Well, All Might said after a moment of consideration. He's always been rather resilient. I'm sure he'll be fine. Uraraka bit her lip because that didn't sound like the right answer. You better get to class, Miss Uraraka, All Might said, patting her lightly on the shoulder. Not knowing what else to say, Uraraka did what he told her to, though she felt distracted for the day. Uraraka knew she was staring a hole in the back of Bakugo's head, but he was the only other person she knew who might know what's up with Deku. Sure, they weren't really friends anymore, but they were always in each other's orbit, and the way Deku talked, she could tell that he understood how Bakugo thinks, and sometimes Bakugo had weird moments of doing the same thing. So maybe he knew what was going on with Deku. If he didn't, he at least was in the neighborhood when the villain attack happened, or he might have Midoriya's mom's phone number. Her staring was making Bakugo gradually more agitated throughout the day. She pursed her lips and considered how she was gonna do this. Chances are he was gonna explode at her before she could get him alone. When the bell rang, she jumped from her seat and rushed through the door, knowing he would follow her. She was right. Her day ended up involving a lot of running. She saw a closet. Victory. She turned into it and hoped to God what Deku said about Nezu locking people in closets when need to talk was true. Get back here, angel face, Bakugo shouted. Uraraka skidded past the door a little and stumbled her way through it. Bakugo wasn't far after her, and oh, these closets were pretty big, nice. Why the F were you staring at me? Bakugo growled. The closet door clicked closed. Behind him, sealing their fate. I wanted to talk to you, Uraraka said simply. Bakugo scowled. So you led me to a closet. Who does that? He turned to leave and found the door locked. Nezu came through, the weirdo. It locks automatically, Uraraka filled him in. Nezu will unlock it when he notices we're here. Bakugo turned and glowered at her. You're telling me you planned this? Uraraka shrunk back, regret immediately hitting. Maybe locking herself in a closet with the class-resident crazy person wasn't such a great idea. But she was pretty sure he wouldn't actually kill her. Probably. I figured you wouldn't want to be seen being nice or helpful in public, and this is the only way I could think of to get you alone. Bakugo jiggled the doorknob one last time and then turned and crossed his arms over his You could have just asked me. Uraraka gave him a skeptical look. Have you met Mina? As much as she loved the girl, she was an undeniable gossip, with a penchant for saying the weirder news like it was the truth. She was a bit of a conspiracy nut. The moment Uraraka approached, she'd be spinning tales of their tragic romance as star-crossed lovers. Uraraka didn't feel like dealing with that today. And it would be so much better if she found out we were locked in a closet alone together, Bakugo said with an exaggerated eye roll. Well, considering you chased me in here wearing your murder face, I figured people would just assume you were trying to kill me. Don't think that's off the table, round cheeks. Bakugo barked. He was a bit like an aggressive Pomeranian sometimes. Only with the power to blow things up. Not as cute as he could be, to be honest. He'd have more potential if his personality wasn't a train wreck that just kept crashing. So anyway, my question, Uraraka said, staying on task. According to Todoroki, Deku only lies when it's for other people, right? And he seems to lie a lot for you too. So what I want to know is why he can't talk to his friends about his feelings. Who is he lying for when he says he's fine? Bakugo stared at her lie. She was stupid for a long moment. Are you kidding me? You locked me in a closet for this bullshit. It's important, Uraraka said earnestly. It seems like he's bottling things up, and that can't be healthy. I want to help him. You don't have to tell me what your secrets are, you just have to help me help him. Secrets? This was never about secrets. I mean, yeah, he has them. He has a lot of them, way more than I even have the right to know about, not that I care. Then why does he really lie? Who is he protecting? You don't get it? Bakugo snapped. He's not a liar because he's some pure little savior, defending others and taking their secrets to the grave. He's a liar because he just hates asking for help and is too much of a coward to admit that he's weak even when everyone and their mother can see it. Her thoughts must have shown on her face because Bakugo went on louder and more defensively. This isn't about my own flaws, Beach, and if you'd seen Deku growing up, you'd know what I mean. Basically, every adult within 10 miles of our house treated him like he was made out of glass or some SHT. Everything was about him being quirkless this or helpless that. It was kinda sick in hindsight. He was the baby and every just loved him or pitied him, and if he needed help they would fall at his feet to give it to him. But that was the problem, wasn't it? They weren't helping him because he was a kid that needed help. They were helping him because he was the stupid quirkless kid. If he couldn't do something, it was because he was quirkless. If he didn't know something and he asked a question, then the teachers would explain things 10 times slower so he's stupid but could understand it. Even if he wasn't stupid, even if he were asking smarter questions than anyone else in our school. It was disgusting. So rather than bask in all the attention he got, he spat on it and decided he didn't need them or their pity. Bakugo's expression was doing an interesting dance between irritable scowling and begrudging respect. It was like he wanted to be angry but was reconsidering things on the fly and hated that he was reconsidering things, so he was angry about that. He seemed conflicted. Or maybe he had to poop. So what you're saying is, Uraraka tried to keep her thoughts in order. Deku hates asking for help because people only ever helped him out of pity? That is literally what I just said. Bakugo immediately grabbed onto the opportunity to bite her head off. Good old Bakugo. She might not like him, but at least he was predictable. And he lies. To avoid getting help, Uraraka frowned, feeling a pang of sadness. But what about his mom? Couldn't he trust her to dash? Have you met his mom? Bakugo scoffed. She has worse anxiety than he does. He spends more times making sure she's okay than she does him, and believe me, that's saying something. But she's his mom, isn't she the one supposed to be taking care of him? You think she's not? Bakugo said, looking abnormally offended. She's a single mother who's had to put up with Deku's bullshit his entire life. Alone. While also maintaining a job. Auntie Inko is a badass, so off. I'm just saying that he seemed to take on an unhealthy amount of responsibility too. Uraraka tried to appease him. Well, no SHT. He has martyr's complex. That effer has apologized for bleeding. He cried when I killed a bloody earthworm. Of course he has no idea what a healthy amount of responsibility is. He's never known his own limits. That's his whole problem. Uraraka looked at the ground. She couldn't say he was wrong. She ended up hunting Aizawa down after much sighing and consideration in the dorm common room. Thankfully Ida was on concerned hovering duty because she wasn't sure she could properly be around Deku without confronting him and maybe yelling and shaking him. Someone needed to knock sense into that strong head of his, but at the same time that might not help him. Aizawa was the answer. He always seemed to have the answers. He was reliable like that. He would help. But now that she was in his office standing there, under his scarily perceptive gaze, she was internally panicking. What if this was the wrong choice? What if she was betraying Deku's trust or something? What if Deku finds out she talked with him and ended their friendship? Oh God. What if she just ruined everything and destroyed one of her closest friends? What if Deku came to hate her? Uraraka. Aizawa said flatly. He had the "why are you wasting my time" face. I think Deku needs therapy. There was. Like ripping off a plaster. The Aizawa-sensei stared at her for one long moment, then groaned and put his face in his hands. I'm not at liberty to discuss that, he said, staring at her through his fingers like she was the only sane person in the world. A student's medical and psychological treatment is private by law. Uraraka blinked for a moment. Oh, if there is anything that makes concerned or uncomfortably, you can tell me. Or if you think Midoriya is in any danger, to himself or others, I do recommend you tell me, or a counselor or a teacher you trust. Uraraka bit her lip. Geez, he wasn't making it any easier. She felt like a narc. It's nothing that serious. I'm just worried about him, and he doesn't talk to anyone. Not really. I'm scared for him. Aizawa nodded. Have you talked to him about this? Uraraka seesawed her hand. Kinda, he's cagey and I've only gotten closer to the root of the problem. The root to the problem. Uraraka shrugged, uncomfortably. Aizawa was still staring at him with his piercing eyes. He's scared of rejection? Aizawa hummed in a way that told her nothing. Can you talk to him? Uraraka asked quietly. Aizawa nodded. I recommend you do the same. Deku was in the common room when she got back. He had a laptop in front of him and a focused expression on his face. Hey Deku, she said tiredly. She wasn't sure she was up to having a confrontation right now. What are you up to? Just some extracurricular stuff, Deku shrugged. He looked tired too. Double murder. Uraraka read over his shoulder, eyebrows drawing together. Deku quickly slammed his laptop shut. Don't worry about it, he said, waving his hands anxiously, in a way that didn't make her not worry about it. What were you up to? Uraraka, who also admittedly wasn't a very good liar, waved her hands back. Oh, nothing. Just getting some fresh air. Deku, bless his dense, trusting heart, believed her anyway. They ended up giggling at the way they kinda mirror each other's body language. Some tension Uraraka was feeling went out of her. Really, things couldn't be so bad if they could still laugh, right? She'd talk to him about her worries later. Tomorrow, hopefully. Everything would be fine. You okay, Uraraka? Deku asked, breaking her from her thoughts. I'm fine. Sorry, a sheepish Midoriya said. Recovery Girl scowled at his injured arm and it was an explosion this time, courtesy of that Bakugo boy, who'd sent far too many students her way in her opinion. I don't need your apologies, young man, Recovery Girl snapped irritably. I need you to start taking care of yourself already. It's bad enough that I have to worry about All Might. I don't need your bleeding heart added to my conscience. I know, Midoriya said, looking repentant enough. One of the difficulties of scolding him was that he always managed to look like a kicked puppy when it happened. She knew him and his type well enough to recognize that he was generally sorry that he injured himself post-injury. But she also knew him well enough to know that he's never sorry about the action that lead up to him getting hurt. He would always injure himself to help another person. Heroes were stupid like that, at least the real ones. Look at me, Recovery Girl called his attention to her. You need to understand that I'm not always going to be here to heal you. Soon your injuries are going to have to heal normally. And then you'll be stuck in casts for 2 to 6 months or worse in a hospital bed with internal bleeding or who knows what else. I've told you before that you can't carry on like this, but I don't think you're fully grasping what I mean. There it is. Faked puppy look. At least he seems genuinely upset that she was going to die one day soon. He was a sweet, caring boy, she knew. He was just impossibly frustrating. I don't try to be like this, he said softly, almost like his recklessness was just as much of a mystery to him as it was to her. Recovery Girl snorted and plopped heavily into her chair. It's like you think your life is worthless or something, she said, resigned and tired. And the old woman saw, to her surprise, something click into place in the boy's eyes. He sat up straighter as though he'd just had a groundbreaking realization. It's not, he said in wonder. Recovery Girl blinked at him. She was too old for this. You're only now realizing your life is worth something? The boy was starting to vibrate with excitement. I never thought, no one's ever, well except for Mom, but she's kinda obligated to, and I suppose more people do now, but it never occurred to me, Mr. Midoriya, the old woman cut in, just wanting him to get to the point. You don't think I'm worthless? Midoriya said as though it was the first time he'd ever heard anyone say such a thing. Stars sparkled in his big green eyes, and Recovery Girl resisted the urge to scowl back at him. No, I don't, Recovery Girl says a little more sharply than she means to. I'd assume most people don't. And Midoriya lets out a laugh with a startling undercurrent of cynicism. A laugh that says he thinks she's wrong. More people than before, he grins, and he looks at her with his big green eyes and says a completely genuine, "Thank you, Recovery Girl." She just nods, and sends him back out with a healing embrace and some bandages, mind lingering on that laugh. On his complete surprise, she goes to her small office area and starts preparing some tea. Her mind goes over their conversations several times until she finally settled into her chair, cup of tea in her hand. He really thought he was worthless, she said to her reflection in the drink, with a quiet kind of horror. Midoriya acted as though she had lifted an old weight off his shoulders, a weight so old that he'd forgotten it was there, a weight so old that he had just accepted that it was part of him. It was so much a part of him that Recovery Girl hadn't even noticed it was there, something darker and heavier than she had ever imagined. She had just blamed it on his self-sacrificial streak. But he really didn't understand what he was worth. That kind of weight doesn't come out of nowhere. It's never something anyone chooses. People put that weight on him. So many people did that he fooled himself into believing it was normal. He was just a child. He was just a goddamn child. Recovery Girl wiped the tears off her face and took a sip of her bitter tea. Lost in her thoughts, she had forgotten to add sugar. The old woman shook herself from her bitter reverie. The world was cruel. She already knew this. Apparently Midoriya knew it too. Shiro loved horror movies. To the point where most people found him creepy. He didn't entirely understand why it was creepy. It wasn't like the horror was real. The effects were always obvious, the plots were usually contrived to the point of being hilarious, and he was almost always aware of the fourth wall. If it was scary enough to disturb him or suspend his disbelief, then it was a bloody good film, and he could admire it for that. Shiro also loved the psychology of it all. Understanding what made murderers tick was interesting. There was so much to learn about them, from them. What made someone decide to murder another person? What kind of techniques do real killers use to trap and manipulate you? How to build rapport. How to win against killers. He didn't see how that made him creepy, but he'd long accepted that his love of horror would forever be seen as part of his supposed Benj K&K. Which he didn't have, by the way. Just because tape came out of his body and he tied people up a lot didn't mean he found anything sexually RSNG about the situation. It was literally just the power he was born with. He'd accepted that Benj thing was a losing battle though. Denial didn't change people's minds. Where was he? Yeah, horror movies. Anyway, he was determined to inflict his taste on his classmates at tonight's movie night. It was his turn to pick and he was going to make the most of it. Then the support department blew out the power. Sometimes it felt like the whole world was against him. Shiro considered himself a good person. He did his best to help people. He shared his muffin with a homeless person once. He tolerated Bakugo. What did he do to deserve this? They were all already in the common room anyway. When the lights went out, ironically some people screamed even though they'd faced a lot worse things than a dark room. It took a while before everyone calmed down and their eyes adjusted. It was also a while before Shiro got over his silent praying and cursing. But Mina saved the day. Oh, we should tell ghost stories. Thank you, God. And thank you, Mina. The class made various noises of reluctance or agreement. Well, we never did get to complete our test of courage during the school camping trip, Kirishima grinned. It can be like a contest. Whoever tells the scariest story wins. Shiro could embrace Kirishima right now, that appealing son of a gun. I don't know, Ida said, the spoil sport. I know it would normally be a movie night, but we still have to be careful about curfew. I don't want anyone to get scared and stay up too late. But we'll be able to conserve energy by just lighting the common room instead of every dorm room, Uraraka pointed out, the sweetest of brothers, and I'm sure the teachers would want us to stay together until things are fixed, Shinso said quietly. God, Shiro loved that creepy new kid. Well, Ida hesitated. Okay, just so long as we remember to get in by curfew. Hell yeah. Shiro was gradually disappointed by his classmates' ability to tell horror stories. It became quickly apparent that no one was as big of fans as he. Bakugo did okay, he was very descriptive about the gore, but his stories had many explosions and frankly got less realistic the more he talked. It was almost funny actually, which wasn't the point of telling horror stories. Mina did okay, but she told a urban legend that Shiro had heard before told better. Shiro could tell that she was only half remembering it. But she was enthusiastic and that counted for something. Tokiyama was way too melodramatic, but he tried really strong, so Shiro would give him points for that. Shinso, who Shiro has unofficially adopted as his son, did a good job. He told a creepypasta that Shiro had also heard before. But his slow, gruff way of speaking and his creepy smile added to the overall atmosphere of the room. Shiro was proud of new kid for doing so well. Everyone else was kind of pathetic. Kirishima wouldn't stop smiling and bouncing, and told his story more like a little toddler trying to tell a ghost story than a teenage taking things seriously. Kami lost track of his story halfway through and abruptly ended with the words, "And they all died." It was a rip-off. Ida didn't even try. It was like he'd never heard a horror story in his life. He seemed scared of the other stories though, so he got points for being a good audience member. Good audience member points also went to Midoriya, Koda, Uraraka and Oyama. Yorosa tried very strong but clearly didn't have a good story. She used too many big words and kept stuttering. It was cute for what it was but not scary. They still had a lot of storytellers to go and Shiro was going to rock their worlds when it was his turn. But he was getting a little depressed. Next was Midoriya. He was flinchy and stressed through the other stories, so while he was a good audience enough member, Shiro doubted he was a fan of horror. He also kept muttering to himself, which was pretty creepy. So at least he knew how to add to the atmosphere. The little green-haired cutie shifted to the center of their circle, after muttering to the person sitting next to him for a moment. Well, Midoriya said nervously. I have a few good stories actually. They're not really ghost stories though. They're true. Bakugo scoffed, as their one true skeptic. Oh please, are you really going to play that it's a true story bullshit? Are you trying to be the most cliché but here? Like shitty hair wasn't bad enough. Midoriya blinked innocently at him, his green eyes shining in the candlelight. But they are true stories, Kaken. You know how I like to do quirk analysis. That involves a lot of research into true crime. Human villains are a lot scarier than ghosts. Oh. Shiro found himself leaning in, thoroughly intrigued now. He wasn't the only one. Midoriya seemed to get everyone's attention with the promise of true crime. Though if he told his story the way he talked quirk analysis, there might be a bit of a problem. Well, I guess I'll go with one that's rather infamous. Have you ever heard of the Fujikawa massacre? Most people in the room looked unsure or shook their heads, but several looked uncomfortable. Are you sure you want to tell that one, Midoriya? Yorosa said, looking rather pale. It's very dark and well, it might be a bit uncouth to use it just to win a contest. Midoriya shook his head. I don't really care about the contest. He rubbed the back of his neck. I just never get to talk about this kind of thing. I actually know a lot about the case. And people still haven't figured out you're a creepy BSTRD. Bakugo snorted. I'm sorry, but what's that Fujikawa massacre? Kirishima asked, looking more serious than usual. It was a massacre in Fujikawa, presumably. Tsuyu said matter-of-factly. Bakugo scowled at her. Jesus, do you guys even read or watch the news? It's really famous. It's not just any massacre. It's regarded as one of the most violent villain victories in human history, and to make matters worse, the villain got away. Everything that could go wrong went wrong on that case. It was awful. Hearing Bakugo call something awful and genuinely mean it was sort of intimidating. Shiro could vaguely remember hearing about the massacre, either in a book or on TV. He couldn't remember much of the details though. The fact that it seemed to bother Bakugo though, probably meant that it was worse than he remembered. My mom lived a town over from Fujikawa when she was a kid. She's mentioned it to me before, Uraraka said, looking bothered. It was a pretty big deal. Everyone was terrified. The city was crawling with heroes and people were still afraid to go outside. I can't imagine what it was like. Well, perhaps we should get into it, Midoriya said rather eagerly. I think the best place to start would be when the first body was found. Shiro Yamada and his girlfriend Suhinata were hiking one of the trails in the Aokigahara Forest Preserve when they smelled something rotting and convinced it was one of the legendary hanging corpses of the suicide forest. Shiro left the trail to investigate, leaving his girlfriend by the path so she could call him back in case he got lost. He didn't find a suicide victim, though instead he found the mangled corpse of Isashi Kori, a missing grade schooler from the nearby town. Shiro remembers smelling it first. He described it as being awful, the sick scent of infection and feces undercut by the disgustingly sweet mealy scent of rotten flesh. He saw her backpack through the trees. It was a bright blue thing patterned with clouds. It was mentioned as one of the last things she was wearing. Shiro moved through the trees and there she was. She was much smaller than he would have thought. There wasn't any pale skin or empty eyes to be seen. It was too late for that. By the time she was found, carrion and other wildlife had already gotten to her and began eating her desiccated corpse. She was covered in flies and maggots. The smell was the worst here and Shiro vomited off to the side. She was so small. She was so much smaller than a little girl even should be, and she was red. Just completely red. She was pinned to a tree with 2 knives. Through either shoulder. Most of her body had slipped to the ground as she decayed, but her head was still up there. A head with pale blue hair just like her backpack. Shiro didn't know he was holding his breath until Bakugo broke the tension by saying, "What the F, Deku?" Midoriya seemed to come out of the trance he was in. He'd spoken the way he does when he's in analysis mode, focused, eyes distant, but he'd also spoken with such emotion, as though he were really there looking at the body. What, he said, sounding more present. How, just what the F? Midoriya seemed to understand what Bakugo was asking in the way only Midoriya could. I was quoting the witness mostly, he clarified. I've seen crime scene photos though. It was bad. The police released those photos to the public. Yoroza asked with soft horror and slight disgust. Midoriya shifted uncomfortable. No, they didn't. Then how? Shiro called the police and park rangers, of course. Midoriya uncharacteristically cut her off. They came up determined that it was Isashi. Marked the area. She'd been there a little over a week. She'd been killed with a knife. Stabbed 15 times in the tsitsi and neck. It was a messy job according to me, not a professional job by their standards. Her body had also been moved to the woods. Considering there were other children missing, the police decided it was likely that the others might be found in the woods, so they called a search party. There had been no witnesses to the abduction. No evidence as far as they could see. Even with the body, there was not forensic evidence that they could find. There was a possible footprint in the dirt, but it was corrupted by one of the park rangers, so it had to be thrown out. Bakugo snorted, of course. But the biggest break they got was a letter they received the day the body was found. Not by mail, no fingerprints, an identifiable handwriting, but they had nothing to match it against. It arrived on the police chief's desk. No one had seen who put it there. The footage of the station showed a civilian enter the station, someone no one remembers, but they didn't get a clean visual of him. They knew he was wearing jeans, a blue t-shirt and a hiking backpack. It was all circumstantial. The letter said, I will kill one citizen for every day you don't catch me. Come find me. Ida drew a hiss of a breath. That's crazy, Kirishima said softly. Midoriya shrugged. They found the next body while canvassing the woods. Yuritome. Another grade schooler. They had officially had a serial killer on their hands. This one was also pinned to a tree. They were forming a pattern. The next 3 bodies were found in a similar fashion. Midoriya heaved a sad sigh. The police was pressed for time. They didn't want to reveal too much evidence of cause the public to panic, but it was quickly becoming apparent that the killer meant what they said in the letter. Moreover, they were getting better, more efficient, graduating to adults and teenagers. They called the heroes in, of course. It didn't work. They had evidence, but it wasn't connecting to anything. Whoever their killer was wasn't in the system. Evidence was handled clumsily or kept going missing. They caught who they thought was the killer on street cameras, but it was never a clear enough shot to identify them. By day 5 they were starting to panic. A villain warning went out for the area. There wasn't really any rhyme or reason to who he chose to kill, only that they were in Fujikawaguchiko. So anyone could be in danger. People were warned to be wary of strangers, to not go out alone. That didn't stop the murders from happening. Some were murdered in their own homes and moved to the forest. They had crime scenes, they had BLD, they had skin samples, they had fingerprints. They were sure that some of his victims fought back, but strangely they had no witnesses. That drew a few blinks. Shiro was the one to voice the question. How do you murder 5 people and not have any witnesses? How do you move 5 bodies and not be seen? Shiro shot a look around their huddled group, and everyone seemed just as invested as he was. Some looked more afraid than others. Well, that's the mystery, Midoriya said clearly. There were some reports, but none of them panned out. All they had was circumstantial evidence. The heroes looked for suspects, but they had nothing. They had leads, but they didn't go anywhere, and meanwhile, for all the time they wasted, more and more people were dying. Week 3 a hero was killed, the Mirage hero, Will-O-Wisp. That's when things got personal for the heroes. The patrols got more intense and more violent. There was a crackdown on the gang violence and against the homeless. All the suspects they brought in didn't match DNA-wise, so they had to be set free. Midoriya shook his head. Almost like a joke on the killer's part, the people they released were murdered so after. That was around the time they started looking for subject internally. They figured with all the evidence tampering, the fact that someone got that letter on the chief's desk, maybe the killer was a police officer. Pointing fingers at each other didn't help though. It only threw the case into more chaos. So how did they find him in the end? Kaminari asked, an intense look on his face. Midoriya blinked, again as though he were coming out of a trance. Didn't you hear Kaken? They didn't. What do you mean they didn't? Kaminari was staring at Midoriya in slight fear. They never found the killer, Midoriya said, matter-of-factly. He killed every person that remained in town. Around the 20th body, people started moving, but over the next 2 years he emptied the town completely. Why, you're kidding, right? Mina scoffed a little. He couldn't actually, they had all those people looking. No one found him in 2 years. No, Midoriya said blankly. Oh my, Ida said softly. Some of the details of the case was coming back to Zero. He remembered hearing about it. He thinks it was related to some kind of urban legend. What was it? Well, as you expect, there was a lot of public outcry against the police force and the heroes who were failing to capture this violence. He stayed rather consistent in attack. There was some actual signs of fights, when the heroes were killed off. No witness still. So it's theorized that that's what the killer's quirk could do, but that was dismissed. After all, how could this serial killer defeat professional heroes if they don't have an offensive quirk? Midoriya gave a surprisingly dismissive laugh. Either way, the body count was getting higher, and in theory the evidence was rising, but the public weren't seeing results. Can you imagine what it must have been like to live in that town? To know that someone in your community was systematically killing people off. That any moment you could be murdered, and it didn't matter who you were, how old you were, how rich you were, how powerful you were. The murderer killed indiscriminately, and continued to drag the bodies to the woods to pin them to trees. Knives had been stolen from the police lockup and were reused to pin people to trees. The sheer variety in knives he used was actually interesting. He'd stolen knives directly from people's houses. People you knew were dying, people's children or parents. And the police were proving helpless. Can you imagine watching your neighbors pick up and leave out of fear? Can you imagine being one of the stragglers? And knowing that you can be next? Can you imagine how overnight your shiny little resort town becoming a ghost town? Fujiko Aguchiko hasn't been repopulated since then. I'm pretty sure it's toured as a haunted attractions, but the area hasn't recovered from the death toll. People say the trees are still red with the BLD of his victims. Because he gradually graduated to killing up to 5 people in a night, by the end of the first year he killed 1,142 people. Midoriya paused so that everyone could take that in. Everyone was in slight shock. They'd heard of serial killers, they'd heard of mass murderers of course, but never with numbers with that quite high, especially attributed to one killer. How many by year 2? Yoroza asked with sick curiosity. Over 1,900, but it's speculated that there were more lost in the sea of trees. By then people were starting to cut their losses and abandon the city. The total number of confirmed kills were 12 in a town that originally had a population of 25,000. Todoroki said softly. A few people blinked at him in surprise. Well, technically he didn't wipe out the entire population, Yoroza said in considering tone. Technically he only wiped out only 12% of the population. I'm slightly surprised that the town is considered a ghost town. Did 22,000 people really move as the result of one serial killer? Are you sure it was one serial killer? You have to remember that this was a killer who was taking out heroes, police officers and gangsters alike, Midoriya said like they were just talking about statistics. He'd been terrorizing the community for more than a year. 12% is still a significant death count, especially for one person. And yes, it was still assumed that it was one person doing the killing. He never graduated over 5 bodies, probably because killing more would be difficult for one person to achieve in a night. The forensic doesn't suggest a second killer either. Yoroza nodded like that made sense. You guys are talking about real people? Tfuyu said quietly, like she was trying to remind them that there were faces behind the statistics. Yoroza looked appropriately guilty, but Midoriya's eyes grew distant and he stared at his hands, palm up, almost a gesture of helplessness. They're already dead, he said bluntly. He clenched his fist. They can't be saved anymore. All we can do is move forward and make sure it doesn't happen again. His eyes burned with determination shining in the candlelight. Zero felt the faint hum of admiration he often felt when Midoriya got like this. A cloying sense of jealousy, the longing to be more like him. Braver and kinder and stronger. Midoriya was the kind of person you wanted to chase after. The moment of silence following his word told Shiro he wasn't the only one who felt that way. "So," Kaminari said awkwardly. "Is that it?" "They all died." Midoriya seemed to take a moment to come out of his thoughts. "Well, there is the theory." "Theory?" Shiro and several classmates asked in unison. Midoriya shifted and rubbed the back of his neck. "It's a popular internet theory. But it actually makes sense with the evidence in the case. Have you guys ever heard of the Forgotten Man?" "It was that one." Shiro remembered that story. There was a whole movie and creepypasta about it. That's why Shiro had heard about the massacre. It was mentioned as possibly related. "Are you kidding me?" Bakugo scowled. "I thought you said you were telling a true story. Not stupid urban legends." Yo," Kirishima interrupted, putting his hand on Bakugo's shoulder and grinning. "I've never heard of the Forgotten Man." Mina snorted. "I wonder why." Karo, Tsuyu added. "The Forgotten Man is a person whose quirk supposedly makes you forget them the moment they're out of sight. As long as they aren't in your eye line, it's like they don't exist." Shiro said a little too eagerly. "There's a lot of stories online about people supposedly meeting him. There's this whole joke of marking your skin with a marker if you see him, or noticing things suddenly appearing. People write entire journal entries about seeing him and then forget they wrote them until they open their notebook and there it is. Basically, if someone loses time, they blame it on the Forgotten Man. It was a meme for a while and most of the stories are fake. If he was the one who committed the Fujikawa-Guchiko massacre, he would probably be dead by now." "We don't know if the murderer is a boy," Jairu said sharply. Midoriya hummed. "Mel, if we're going by the theory that the murderer of Fujikawa-Guchiko is the same person as the Forgotten Man, then the DNA found at the crime scenes confirm that the killer is male." "Oh," Jairu said, sounding somehow a little disappointed that the killer wasn't a girl. "Anyway," Midoriya said, looking around their group. "The reason I bring up the Forgotten Man is because while I acknowledge a lot of the rumors about him are made up, a lot of the evidence lines up with it being someone with a quirk like his. I even did some tests. I wanted to ask how you have access to the evidence in this case." "Midoriya," Yoarosa said quickly enough that she couldn't be interrupted. Midoriya flinched. "The thing is, it's a really old case, so, out with Bakugo snapped. Midoriya flinched worse. The case's information was less well-guarded since it was older, so getting access to it wasn't as strong as it should be." Shiro sat up. "You broke into a police file?" No, I wasn't the one who broke into it, I promise. I could never be caught breaking the law, I wouldn't." He was speaking really quickly in what Shiro would call a liar voice. "I just have an online friend who could get access to it and published it publicly, and I may have looked over the case." "Ooh, Midoriya broke the law," Mina said playfully. "What kind of online friends do you have that would do something like that?" Ida said disapprovingly, crossing his arms across his itch. Midoriya shrugged, not really answering. "But yeah, all the pieces fit. The letters suddenly appearing on the police chief's desk, the lack of witnesses, even the murders themselves. Everyone would be on their guard against strangers if people came up to them. But if the killers stayed in their blind spot, they'd never know he was there. Even the heroes." Todoroki asked softly. Midoriya nodded. The supposed murder scenes for them didn't have nearly as much collateral damage as they could. That suggests quick kills. "Can you guys stop?" Ojiro suddenly snapped. He looked rather pale and several people jumped at his outburst. "This isn't funny or a game. These are real people you're talking about, and it's kinda messed up how casual you're being about it." Midoriya rubbed that back of his neck and several other people in the class looked sheepish. Shiro leaned forward. "Well, I think we should be able to talk about it," he said. Midoriya was right about this being relevant towards hero analysis. I mean, come on, the current leader of the League of Villain wears corpse hands as part of his costume. And then there was that one weird dude with the teeth at camp. I think we need to develop thick skin, right? "I don't know," Uraraka said, looking a little pale. "Isn't it better that we not get used to this kind of thing? I don't really want to be used to something like a massacre." "I suppose it's like being a doctor," Yoarosa said, reasonably. "You grow used to the sight of blood in order to help heal people. We get used to violence in order to help prevent it, correct?" A few of their classmates looked conflicted. Shiro knew where he stood, but he supposed everyone was free to their own opinion. I'm sorry if I took that story too far, Midoriya said shyly. In Shiro's opinion they could have gone deeper, but to each their own, right? I guess it's about time to finish things up. Ida nodded officially. Curfew is in around 15 minutes. Everyone started getting up and stretching tiredly. The lights still hadn't come back on and the halls were only dimly lit by the school's backup generator. They'd also be having to use the stairs, so that would be fun. There's one last thing, Midoriya said before anyone could drift too far away. There was one last piece of evidence in the case that wasn't technically made public. A letter. A let-bam. A piece of paper was slammed down onto the TV table. A lot of people flinched and Ida and a few of the girls shrieked. Shiro tilted his head to read the note. I wanted to see if I could do it, he read out loud. A fearful hush fell through the room. All eyes turned towards Midoriya, asking a silent question. Is what it said, he whispered, eyes bright and intense in the candlelight. Then someone snorted and burst out laughing. It took a heartbeat too long to realize that it was Hagecure. Midoriya held up his hand and there was a smacking noise as she high-fived him. Midoriya's face split into a grin and a few people grumbled at the last-minute scare. Shiro couldn't help the wide grin that spread across his own face. Hey, that was pretty cool, Shiro said, falling in step beside the green-haired boy as people started to separate and make the parlous track up the dark dorm steps. Midoriya ducked his head shyly. I don't know, it was a true story and I think I probably took things too far with my prank. Nah, man, Shiro said, slapping him on the shoulder. Scaring people was the whole point. I think you did a good job. Hey, if you ever feel like talking about your murder cases again, I'll always have an ear to listen. I find this stuff interesting too, you know. Really? Midoriya asked with slightly wet eyes. Apparently he felt more guilty than Shiro was expecting. Yeah, Shiro said and was rewarded with an awkward hug. A moment later he disappeared down his hall. Shiro smiled in the dark and rubbed his hands together. He wondered what other frights he could get in tonight. After all, no one said the test of bravery was over. When the villains spat at them, both Bakugo and Deku failed to dodge. They tried but they failed, so both were hit by a wave of disorientation. Their vision blurred and they both momentarily blacked out. In the time it took for them to come to half and half had frozen the effort to the ground and Bakugo still felt sick, so he'd deal with that later. He stumbled to Recovery Girl, got checked over for injury, and once he got the clear he passed right out, heedless to the world around him and whoever the hell was panicking at him. It was probably Deku worrying or something. When he woke up he had a splitting head and he groaned and rolled of the cot he was occupying in the nurse's office. Hey, Recovery Girl, he said in a way that was polite for him. He respected the nurse after all. Can I get an aspirin? Then he blinked. Something was off about his voice. He blinked again. That was Deku's voice. HF. He looked down at his hands. Freckled. Scarred. OHF. He'd swapped bodies with Deku. Of course he did. Why was it always him? Why was it always Deku? The guy was like a parasite on his life. Just always there. Doing stuff. Sitting up too quickly. Given his splitting headache, he whirled to face the doctor. Where is Deku? He hissed. Recovery Girl scowled, not in the least bit intimidated by him. He went back to class. Current instructions are to do what you want until you switch back, which will be in about 13 hours now. But I don't recommend using your, or in this case Midoriya's quirk. That would be stupid. Bakugo scowled back twice as strong at her. He opened his mouth to say he wasn't stupid enough to break his bones the way Deku does, but the old woman flicked him in the forehead and said, your face will freeze that way. It's not my face to begin with. Bakugo shouted, trying to slap her arm away, but finding she had already nimbly pulled back. Then take care of it, the woman snapped. That boy has enough scars without you adding to them. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and pushed down the sudden guilt that rose in his gut. Where is Deku? He asked again more calmly. He's in class, Recovery Girl repeated irritably. And if you have the energy to yell so much, I'm going to assume you have the energy to return to class. Take some gummies and go. Bakugo wasn't very good at controlling his expression, but he didn't say anything rude to the nurse as she poured some Haribo into his scarred hand. Thank you, he said too loudly and aggressively. His mom would kick his butt if he didn't thank the medical professionals that help him. He agreed that anyone with sense would respect them. The same applied to waiters and retail workers. Why the F would you piss off the people who handle your food and aren't paid to deal with your SHT? That's stupid loser talk. That's stuff but villains do. And he is not a villain. Anyway, he stormed out of the office and tried to ignore the fact that his bones ached like an old man with osteoporosis. Jesus, did Deku live in this kind of pain? Then why did he keep breaking bones all the time? HT was a storm coming or something. Bakugo could usually tell because his wrists would hurt, but this was something else. He was probably bruised too because of the way Deku was throwing himself around in yesterday's fight. What an idiot. Who lived like this? The bell for passing PRD rung. Hey Midoriya, an annoying friendly voice asked. It was that Mirio kid, who he vaguely respected but who was obviously close with Deku. F off, I'm not in the mood, Bakugo said without a second thought, brushing past him. He clenched his teeth and crossed his arms across his IT and projected his kill aura. It worked better than he was expecting. Bakugo had only ever seen Deku use a kill aura against villains, and what self-respecting villain would be afraid of Deku? But students in the hall gave him a wider BRH than they did when Bakugo was in his own body projecting death. Are you okay? Mirio asked, trailing after him, sounding worried. Is something wrong? I said F off. Bakugo shouted again. Why did Deku have to have so many friends? The class 1BF from the sports festival suddenly stepped in front of him. Now, is that any way to talk to your senpai? Bakugo very nearly didn't resisted the urge to just punch the butt in the face. But he knew he couldn't afford any more marks on his record, and even in Deku's body he knew he'd get blamed for the fight. Thanks, Monoma, Mirio said, offering the a relieved smile, and then Miro had his arm around his shoulder and was smiling in an overly familiar way. Deku didn't even like being touched. What made this think he could do it? Bakugo flailed until the arm was gone and Mirio was giving him a hurt look. Does it look like I want to deal with you idiots right now? He shouted. I said F off, I have stuff to do. Like what? Monoma said, leaning into his space in a way that Bakugo absolutely despised. Bakugo glared him down and the coward caved first. And stepped away looking slightly terrified. Mirio still looked upset. Just go later, okay? He grit out at the older student. Slightly appeased, Mirio frowned. Okay, let me know when you feel better. Yeah, whatever. Bakugo took off towards the classroom, ignoring the stares he felt on his back. He kicked the classroom door and screamed, Deku, what the F? Several people jumped and Deku scowled at him for a moment before he blinked and said, Oh Kaken. And suddenly the class was losing their SHT loudly. While he still had a headache, Bakugo grabbed the nerd by his jacket lapel and growled in his face. It felt like a serial reversal of their normal positions. Bakugo had never actually expected to have to threaten himself or see that simpering expression on his face, but god damn it did it pisses him off. What the F have you been doing with my body? Oh. Shitty Hair gasped, getting between them. You guys switched bodies, and his voice cracked in a way that conveyed total surprise and horror. Bakugo scowled. Obviously. Are you saying you didn't notice? Midoriya looked sheepish and the rest of the class sweat dropped. You airs didn't notice that I was acting different? To be fair, Midoriya was acting just like you, Mina said quickly. He glared at her and she epped. She's not wrong though, Kirishima said quickly, coming to her defense. He was really convincing. I've always been good at impressions, Midoriya said. He hadn't even pulled out of Bakugo's grip. And I've known you longer than anyone. Are you kidding me? Bakugo spat. Midoriya started scowling back, the expression fitting perfectly on Bakugo's face. What do you think? He spat back. I was told to do whatever I wanted, and I figured these airs would want me to do embarrassing things with your body while you weren't around. So I figured the smart thing was to pretend to be you until you woke up. It's not rocket science, idiot. This was getting kind of weird. He felt like he was shouting at himself in the mirror, except there was an actual person in front of him. That's freaking creepy, Angel Face whispered. Bakugo dropped the idiot and Deku slipped into his seat and crossed his arms across his teeth, looking like he was ready to bite someone head off. Dude, that's so freaking cool, Kirishima says intensely. Can you do other people? Midoriya's face relaxed again and he showed more positive emotion than Bakugo would ever bless these peons with. He smiled. I'm told my all might is really good and I can do basically anyone in my notebook, though obviously my impression gets better if it's someone I actually know. It's also a bit more difficult doing them with Bakugo's face, because I know my face better. He rubbed the back of his head earnestly. Jiraiya elbowed Bakugo in the side and whispered, "You actually look pretty cute when you're not trying to piss everyone off." "I look cute all the time. Do me. Do me." Kirishima shouted, jumping up and down like a child. Abruptly Deku's body language changed and he was grinning like a maniac to the point where Bakugo was almost scared he had shark teeth. Isn't Bakugo cool? He's so manly and even if he can be kind of a JRK he always goes for his goals head on. Isn't he? Kirishima yelled back, also smiling. They went on shouting excitedly at each other and if they didn't look different, you'd think they were twins. The sunshine that was radiating off of them was blinding and also not helping Bakugo's headache. "Oh, me next," Mina said eagerly. "Or me," Siro said, leaning over his desk. "What an impressive talent," Ida nodded even though no one cared what he had to say. "Would you all shut the F up?" Bakugo finally snapped. "Jesus, when I get my body back I am going to roast you all on a spit and eat you burnt bodies. God damn it. This isn't funny. This is AF nightmare and you're all shouting and joking like this is a freaking idol competition. F you." Bakugo ended his rant by rubbing his throbbing forehead and glaring angrily at everyone. The class had gone totally silent in shock. "Wow, Deku," Angel Face said softly. "You're really scary when you yell, right?" Kirishima agreed, still lacking any sense of volume control. "I mean I thought I've seen him yell before but dang," Jiraiya nodded, twirling one of her freaky earlobes. Strong to believe Bakugo looked scarier with Midoriya's face. The class nodded in solemn agreement. "We like you just the way you are, Midoriya," the whole class said in unison and hugged Bakugo's body. Deku flushed to his hairline. "Gur." Bakugo ground his teeth. "Oi, the yellow caterpillar that was their homeroom teacher," said as he crawled into the room. Everyone quickly rushed to their seat. "Get out of my seat," Bakugo growled at Deku, who was still sitting at his desk. The nerd went back to scowling and crossing his arms aggressively. "Midoriya, I don't care how good you think your Bakugo impression is. Sit down," Aizawa-sensei said icily. "Yeah. You heard Midoriya?" Aizawa interrupted. "I don't see anyone else with green hair in here. Sit." Bakugo gave an offended squawk but ended up sitting in Deku's seat anyway. He spent the rest of the day glaring resentfully at the back of Midoriya's presently blonde head. BSRD. The BSRD. Why was it always him? It started when Midoriya lifted the couch to vacuum under it. A couch that Kirishima and Kaminari were sitting on. A couch that, with their combined weight, weighed around 500 pounds. Midoriya did it like it was nothing. "Dude," Kirishima shouted and Midoriya jumped, instantly dropping the couch. "Ah, sorry. I didn't see you there," the green-haired boy said, shutting of the vacuum. "You didn't get hurt, did you?" "Dude," Kirishima said loudly. "How did you do that? I thought you only had super strength when you were using your quirk, but there's no green lightning or broken bones or anything." Midoriya squinted, looking slightly annoyed. "I'm not breaking my bones anymore," he muttered. "Most of the time. When did you get so swole, little guy?" Kaminari said in what Kirishima called his meme voice. "He's small," Kirishima said passionately. "But he also strong." Midoriya raised his eyebrows. Since before school started. I have a special workout plan. You kind have to be strong so that my arms don't explode off my body." "Say what now?" "Nothing," Midoriya said too quickly, waving his hand. "Anyway, I need muscle mass for my quirk to work properly. So I've been building it up for a while now. I think I currently can safely lift around 600 pounds. Bro," Kirishima said, eyes going scarily wide in his head. Midoriya gave a humble laugh and rubbed the back of his head. "Bro," Kirishima said with more feeling. He jumped over the back of the couch and bounced to stand in front of Midoriya. Midoriya leaned back slightly like he wasn't sure what was happening. "Teach me." "What?" "Teach me your tiny strongman ways, Midoriya bro," Kirishima said earnestly. Joking aside, Kirishima was crazy impressed by Midoriya's strength. That was like more than 3 times his weight. He was way stronger than Kirishima and he'd been training for just as long. I'm not exactly the person to ask, Midoriya said shyly. I was given a workout plan and it's not the kind of plan I would suggest to anyone. But you can ask All Might to draw you up your own plan. I'm sure he could give you a safe one that challenges you. Kirishima imagined himself with All Might's very manly muscles. So cool. Kaminari coughed, Makem? And ruined everything. Now Kirishima will never be able to get that strong and turn to rock without thinking about that Pokemon. At least he didn't have 4 arms too. Oh god, now Kirishima will never be able to look at 4th kind without thinking about that Pokemon. Macamp was a totally manly rad Pokemon, but Kirishima wanted to be like the Crimson Riot, not a Pokemon. Wait, circular logic. Crimson Riot is totes as muscly and manly as All Might. Nice save, brain. Can't you teach me, bro? There's nothing cooler than growing stronger together. Midoriya scrunched his eyebrows together. I don't know. I think it would probably be safer if you just went to All Might. Jairu snorted as she walked through to the kitchen. Since when have you cared about safety? She didn't even know what the conversation was about and she just burned him like that. Cold-blooded. Midoriya flushed to his hair and looked adorably flustered. I'm not that bad, Dash. Come on, man. Do it for friendship. Midoriya gave in. Oh, okay, but if it gets too strenuous for you, promise me you'll stop. I really don't want you getting hurt. Was that a humble brag I just heard? Kaminari said, smacking Midoriya on the shoulder. Hell yeah. You get that ego. Midoriya blushed worse and was so cute. He was like a strawberry with his poof of green hair at the top of his red face and his freckles were like the seeds. He's just great. I'll bring down my schedule for you, he said, looking earnest. Kirishima beamed back. And he kept that smile until he had the paper in his hand. Midoriya. Kirishima's smile was frozen in place, but it didn't have the same feeling behind it. Yeah. This says you wake up at 4:30 in the morning. Yeah. Okay. Kirishima had never been a morning person. Kirishima, a voice whisper yelled. Kirishima. Kirishima groaned and turned over, smacking the hand that was poking him away. It was too early to wake up. Go away. Kirishima, the voice said at a normal volume, but it was enough to jolt Kirishima up with a start, and he hit his head against whoever was leaning over him. He let out a yell of surprise and Midoriya stumbled back, gripping his chin in pain. Ah. Kirishima said, heart still not under control. Midoriya was in his room dressed in running clothes and rubbing his now bruised chin. Midoriya, what are you doing in my room? You told me to come in and wake you if you didn't wake you in time. Gave me the key and everything. You have a strong head. So I've been told. Kirishima gave a sleepy smile. Wake me up for what? Midoriya gave him a withering look and it took a long moment for Kirishima's memory to click. Oh yeah, what time is it? A little after 5, come on, Midoriya said with slight urgency. Alright? Kirishima said, stumbling to his feet. Just, let me find some pants. Kirishima was wearing underwear, but they both ended up blushing anyway. Midoriya stepped back out of the room. It turned out they were going for a run. The sun hadn't even risen yet and the sky was all gray and misty, like the world hadn't even woken up yet. Everything was eerily quiet. Midoriya quickly led Kirishima through some running stretches that admittedly Kirishima wasn't as good at sticking to as he should be. Midoriya was already muttering to himself about which route they should take. Somewhere in the rant Kirishima heard that Ida had apparently already taken off. Somehow Kirishima wasn't surprised the Ida was up this early. They set out a regular paced jog, light to warm up, but after 10 minutes of that, Midoriya's expression shifted and he said okay, go. And then he sprinted like he was running from something. Kirishima stumbled over himself to keep up. After reaching a certain distance, Midoriya returned to a jogging pace and Kirishima felt like he was dying. Midoriya wasn't out of breath. You okay? He asked like he wasn't currently the worst monster Kirishima had ever met. How far was that? Running was part of Kirishima's gym plan. How did Midoriya already wear him out? It wasn't fair. No one could run like that. On your left. Ida shouted cheerfully as he passed by at a brisk jog that was faster than theirs. Ida didn't count. Don't feel bad, Midoriya gave him a sunny smile. Ida laps me all the time. He's probably on his third lap. How even dash, Kirishima shook his head, too tired to complete his sentence. The sun still hasn't risen yet. How are these two even alive? Are you ready to pick up the pace again? What? Midoriya had already taken off. The monster? It was 7 in the morning and Kirishima felt like dying. Midoriya didn't even look tired. Was it his quirk? I told you to set your own pace, Midoriya said, struggling with his tie. Dimmin him for being so cool. Dimmin him for being so manly. He finished tying his tie with a good enough shrug and slapped Kirishima on the shoulder. Which hurt. Oh, the cruel tyrant. See you for afternoon weightlifting? Kirishima was dead. He was literally dead. Between Midoriya's morning run and gym with Aizawa, Kirishima was dead. Totally dead. A corpse. You ready? Midoriya asked with his bright-eyed innocence. If you're too tired you can stop. Really, it's safer that you don't push yourself. Quitting is for the weak. Kirishima shouted louder than he meant to. Friendship, he said to motivate himself. Midoriya did not look reassured. Probably because Kirishima was lying face down on the floor. But Kirishima believed in himself and he was sure that Midoriya believed in him too. He had the fighting spirit. He could do this. Well, pace yourself, Midoriya said, patting him awkwardly on the back. He'd already gotten through his warm-up stretches and Kirishima was still on the floor. Remember, you can stop at any time, there's no shame in knowing your limits. Bro, Kirishima said emotionally. Midoriya seemed to understand what he meant because he nodded. Knowing your own limits is manlier than hurting yourself to keep up with your friends. I understand. Kirishima burst into tears and hugged Midoriya. He was a good friend. The best. The coolest dude. So understanding. Kirishima's everything hurt. Midoriya smiled and helped Kirishima into a sitting position. You can still hang out if you want. Yeah. Kirishima getting a second wind in his verbal energy that his body was unable to match. I still have to observe your strongman secrets. Show me, oh green sensei. Midoriya laughed a little and rubbed the back of his neck. There actually isn't that much to it. Just doing strength training safely and gradually increasing the weight over time. He started moving 20 P&D weights onto the bell bar as if they weighed nothing at all. Anyone can do it really. I just had a good coach and a good meal plan and I put in the work. Kirishima found himself blinking up at the number of weights. He estimated that they were at very least twice Midoriya's body weight. He said he could do 3 times his weight and had lifted the couch with them on it like they were in some kind of comedy GG show, but seeing that weight laid out in metal plates was different. You're not really going to lift that, are you? Midoriya just laughed, lay down on the bench and said, Sato. Spot me. Sato from across the room dropped the dumbbell he was curling and it hit the ground far harder. Then Kirishima was comfortable with. Kirishima wanted to be offended that Midoriya didn't trust him to spot him, but to be honest, Kirishima didn't trust himself to spot that weight. Kirishima watched in slight awe as Midoriya lifted the bar and started benching the 300, possibly 400, pounds. He hardly seemed to be struggling. Sato didn't seem fazed. Like he'd seen it before. And there was no green lightning dancing across his skin. This was all Midoriya. He did this often. Kirishima teared up again. He's just so manly. Later Kirishima was still dead and laying on the couch waiting for feeling to return to his toes. He'd failed in his mission to train with Midoriya and become the 2 muscle brothers, but he'd come out wiser for it. Tomorrow he'd ask All Might to make him a plan tailored to his own body and he wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating Midoriya's strength again. Probably. Jiraiya rudely sat on him. Wow, she said, I can't believe Midoriya killed Kirishima. Really? Is he okay? Mina shouted from the kitchen. He groaned. He always had the energy for outdated memes. Stop telling people I'm dead. Jiraiya poked the back of his head. You seem pretty dead to me. Friendship, he said, waving a tired fist in the air. Jiraiya humphed and shouted back to Mina. He's fine, but he's dead. Someone burst into loud laughter from the entrance. Kirishima tiredly lifted his head and found that the dorms had been infiltrated by Tetsu, his best friend and BLD brother. Tetsu was pointing and laughing at him. Heard you were trying a new workout plan, but I didn't expect you to give up so easily. Kirishima leveled a tired glare at him, one that would probably have been more effective if Jiru wasn't still sitting on him. You are underestimating the sheer manliness that is Midoriya's exercise plan. I assure you, you can't do it. Tetsu just laughed harder. Wanna bet? I can't believe Midoriya killed Tetsu. Kirishima grinned the next day. So manly, Tetsu said, crying on the floor. He can't be that strong, Shoji said, as though he didn't have an obvious advantage. Jesus Christ, Midoriya killed Shoji. I told you to set your own pace. Midoriya shouted, obviously alarmed. Unfortunately for him, it was becoming clear that this was going to be one of the school-wide challenges. The betting pool was only growing and no one had beaten him yet. Soon, every brave soul was going to try to beat his workout plan, if only to get the money. In the end, it was Bakugo who made it through the day because he actually paced himself better than the rest of you idiots and didn't try to beat someone with a strength quirk in a weightlifting contest like some kind of suicidal idiot. He seemed unsatisfied with that incomplete victory though, and Kirishima was pretty sure he would steadily be training to be as strong as Izuku in the future. What a guy. I don't think this is a good idea, Ida said. Oh come on man. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy, Uraraka said, elbowing him in the ribs. Don't you want to see if he can do it? No cheating, Uraraka. So you warned. You have the camera ready, All Might? Ah yes, of course, All Might said from across the room. You ready, Midoriya? Kirishima exclaimed. Midoriya licked his lips. That beach better not drop me, Bakugo scoffed. Okay, ready? All Might cued. Now, friendship, Midoriya said in a strained voice as he lifted all his friends. They were sitting on a bar as evenly as they could. It was at least half the class, all of Midoriya's closest friends. Ida, Uraraka, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Bakugo, who got roped in, but totally actually wanted to be here, Shinso, and Koda. He got them to ST level and they struggled not to mess up his balance as he did an overhead press and pushed them further into the air. Midoriya grinned. All Might took the photo. The moment Midoriya got hit with a truth serum quirk, belonging to one of the business course students, he begged Zero to tape his mouth shut. In a lot more words. Ida had always known that Midoriya was intelligent, but the complexity and volume of the thoughts that were passing through his head at any given moment was more than he was expecting. It was quite impressive if not a little intimidating. Ida considered himself rather intelligent, but he didn't think like that. Zero, thankfully, obliged, if for no other reason than to silence his poor friend. The rest of the day was spent with Midoriya signing rapidly. According to Koda and his whiteboard as well as their teachers, the truth serum bled into sign language, but Midoriya was not fluent or fast enough to communicate his thoughts well. Still, Ida caught Koda blushing like a maiden often, and Ida couldn't help but feel a bit curious as to what exactly he was saying. Unfortunately, he was to find out. It was lunchtime and Midoriya decided to eat in the classroom so that he could remove the tape and eat without talking anyone's ear off. Ida could easily imagine his friend talking to himself to the point where he could barely eat. He felt bad, but these things just seemed to happen to Midoriya. On an off day, they'd happen to another member of the class, but most of it seemed to happen to Midoriya. Anyway, Uraraka and Ida asked if he was sure he didn't want company, but he waved them off, so their group went off to eat lunch in the cafeteria. It was a few minutes in when he saw Mina, Zero, and Kaminari and Kirishima sneak off. Ida had a good guess where they were going, so naturally he, Todoroki, and Uraraka went to intercede. Ida was the first to catch up, but unfortunately, the rest of the Baku squad, as they were fondly nicknamed, had already broken into the classroom. Tell me your secrets? Mina was shouting obnoxiously, hugging Midoriya and messing with his hair. Midoriya had a panicked look on his face but was biting his lip and saying things like, "Just because I have a lot of secrets doesn't mean I can safely tell you them, Mina. Please don't put me in this position. Some of my secrets could literally put you in danger and I really don't want that dash." "Oh come on, one won't hurt," Mina said. Midoriya glanced away. "Oh, okay. You know that thing with the hero killer stain. Me, Ida, and Todoroki were the one to take him down, but the police covered it up so they wouldn't have to arrest us or look bad. Midoriya. Ida gasped, stepping into the room. I'm sorry, Ida, it was a safe one. Midoriya said. He looked slightly pained. The Baku squad were busy losing their SHT at the revelation. Oh my god. Was that why you guys were so offended when I said he might be cool? Kaminari asked, eyes going suddenly wide. Because he tried to kill you all? Ida narrowed his eyes. You already knew he tried to kill us? Well, yeah, but he also totes saved Midoriya from that Numu, Kaminari pointed out. Why would he do that if he really wanted to kill you? Because I fit into his worldview of what a hero is. I proved myself heroic enough for him. Ida didn't, which is why Ida got stabbed in the arm and has to eventually get surgery to fix it. Like me. I need surgery too, though I already got part of it done. Further surgery would take me out of school, so I'm kinda putting it off and have suffered some nerve damage. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but I can't curl my pinky on my left hand all the way. Isn't that weird? At least it doesn't hurt much. Midoriya. Ida gasped. No way, Mina said, watching his pinky twitch. Didn't close with the rest of his fist. Is this the kind of thing you avoid telling us? Oh man, what else is there? Midoriya. Uraraka gasped, out of breath, finally catching up to them, Todoroki and strangely Bakugo not far behind. I really don't want to tell you guys my secrets, Midoriya said pleadingly. Can't you just tape my mouth shut again, Zero? I don't need to finish lunch. Just end it for me, please. I can't do this. I may have gone off on my own to dash, Bakugo scoffed. Quit being idiots and come back to lunch. That guy's secrets aren't that interesting anyway. So quit bugging him. Oh, he was brought to handle his friends. How clever. Oh, you would know, Kaken? Kirishima asked with a playful grin. Oh, that's right. Mito and Baku are childhood friends. Mina squealed. You must have all sorts of childhood stories about this dork. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. That idiot doesn't know a dash. He told me to kill myself a few times, Midoriya said, eyebrows knitted together. Then his mind seemed to catch up to his mouth and he paled and looked absolutely horrified. Everyone in the classroom froze. He what? Todoroki said, expression blank, but Ida could feel the temperature in the room dropping. Midoriya was pressing his lips together as if he were doing everything in his power not to speak. Even still, the words burst from his lips. He used to bully me really badly and destroy my stuff and call me a useless Deku, and sometimes if he was in a particularly bad mood he'd tell me to jump off the school roof because I used to be quirkless and the only way I could possibly dream of getting a quirk was jumping dash. Dude, came Kirishima's horrified whisper. Midoriya was crying as if speaking the truth was painful. Ida felt that burning feeling he had felt when Stain had wounded his brother. It was like his very thoughts were on fire. He couldn't really think properly at that moment. He was too overwhelmed by his emotions. Ida's fist met with Bakugo's eye with a satisfying smack, his mind lagging behind him. It felt good. It felt cathartic. Though he wasn't sure who the catharsis was really for, himself or Midoriya. Bakugo, clutching his eye, looked at Ida as if he had grown a second head. How dare you? Ida spat, taking a leaf from Midoriya's book. He was right about swearing when you meant it. Oh god, did he mean it? How dare you speak to anyone like that? I knew you lacked heroic qualities, but dash, Ida growled in frustration, to do something as villainous as to tell someone to kill themselves. Someone who clearly cares about you. What the FIS the matter with you? Holy S.E., Kirishima whispered in shock. Everyone seemed startled by Ida's reaction except for maybe Todoroki and Midoriya. Ida grabbed Bakugo by the lapels and shook him. Haven't your parents taught you anything? Do you think they'd be proud of you if they'd heard you'd done something like that? What if Midoriya did kill himself? Did you think of that? Where do you think you'd be then? If you were implemented in his death? I can't understand, Ida growled. What could possibly drive you to dash? Midoriya, do you know why he told you what he did? Was it like a joke? Do you know if it was serious? Kaminari asked, biting the inside of his cheek and backing away. Midoriya had his hand plastered over his face, trying to stop the words that wanted to come out his mouth. It was because I wanted to apply to UA, He wanted to be the only kid from our school to do it. He told me to jump a few times before then, but I didn't really listen. Obviously, Uraraka said, tone sharper than usual. She looked angry too and was standing in front of the door in case Bakugo tried to run. Ida snorted. The reason you acted like a villain was because someone else wanted to be a hero. Why am I not surprised? It wasn't like that. Bakugo spat, finally finding his voice. You don't know anything. Ida bared his teeth. Then do kindly explain. Please, stop, Midoriya said in a pained voice. Dredging up the past won't help anything. No, Todoroki said, glancing between everyone in the room. He appeared the calmest, but Ida could tell by the chill in the room that he was upset. I think we would all like to know. Bakugo looked to his friends as if for help. Zero was still edging back as though waiting for an explosion. Kaminari was right with him. Mina looked slightly angry too. Kirishima looked the most upset, close to tears, like Bakugo had personally betrayed him. Well, Ida asked pointedly. I was just a kid, Bakugo said defensively. Ida's rage burned brighter. We've all been kids. A show of hands, how many of us have told someone to kill themselves? He grits out. No one raised their hands, of course, because they were decent humans. I had some issues, Bakugo said, not meeting his eyes. Instead, he made eye contact with Kirishima. Kirishima gave the smallest shake of the head and Bakugo's eyes seemed to widen at the response. None of his friends were going to step in and save him this time. Ida, he's gotten loads better since we were kids, Midoriya said, at least trying. He's grown up so much since we've come to UA, there's no need to do this. Shut up, Deku, Bakugo spat automatically, almost on reflex. I don't need you to defend me. There was another smack as Ida punched him again. This was just as shocking at the first, and finally, Bakugo tried to push the taller boy off, even setting off a small explosion. It hurt, but Ida was stronger than the blonde was expecting, especially when he was this angry. Ida's new burn stung, but training had made that feeling all too familiar. What issues exactly could drive you to want someone to die? Ida glared Bakugo down. They'd never gotten along. Bakugo had always been disrespectful, whether it be about the rules or to the people around him. But Ida had always tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. Everyone in the class did. Figures he didn't deserve it. Bakugo glared back, stubbornness coming back in full force. The stare-off went on. Bakugo, Kirishima finally interrupted. He looked surprisingly vulnerable. Please. Bakugo looked at him and quickly looked away. I didn't want him to die, he said begrudgingly. Then why did you tell him to? Ida asked. Shut up, Bakugo snapped back. I don't know. His face pissed me off. I don't know. I was an angry kid, he was in the way and he just pissed me off. Just drop it already. Ida ground his teeth. Uraraka made a little humph noise. Midoriya had his chin pressed close to his ear, hands still clamped around his mouth. Silent tears were running down his face in rivets. Todoroki had frozen a small spot on the floor, but his expression was closed off. Mina looked like she wanted to say something but was biting her lip. Zero and Kamiari were near the window and both looked torn between fear and anger. Kirishima was the one that spoke. Dude, Bakugo, that's kinda messed up. Really, really messed up. An actual look of betrayal crossed the blonde's face. It was like he didn't understand. How could he not understand? Ida didn't get it. How could anyone not understand that what he did was irredeemable? Ida rose his fist again. Ida, stop. Midoriya cried out. Ida turned and found his friends staring at him with earnest green eyes. It's not his fault. He doesn't deserve this. Even Bakugo looked confused at the response. But the blonde didn't speak up. Instead, he glanced away looking guilty. Midoriya, Ida said, you can't really believe that what he did was right. If you followed through but I didn't, Midoriya cut off. I didn't commit suicide, so that's the end of that. I don't need you fighting my battles for me. Bakugo has been in but for almost as long as I can remember. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy, and that doesn't mean you hitting him is going to make things better. It's easy to judge things from an outside perspective, but you don't know him like I do. So please, kindly butt out. Deku, Bakugo said the same moment Ida said, Midoriya? That goes for all of you. He crossed his arms across his knees, and despite the burn of determination in his eyes and the set of his jaw, he looked incredibly vulnerable. The class's voices seemed to catch in their throats. Just leave it alone. Uraraka seemed to swallow. Then she set her expression into something more stubborn. Deku Izuku, as your friends I don't think we can do that. We can't as heroes either. You know what he did was wrong. If he'd done the same thing to any of us, you'd stand in the way. So why is it okay that he hurts you? Why are you okay with him hurting you, Izuku? Because I hate myself, Izuku said without hesitation, then his hands flew to his mouth to cover it. Clearly the work of the truth quirk. Seeming to be caught in the shocked and horrified looks of his classmates, he looked around at them with a panicked gaze before he ran from the room. Izuku! Uraraka was the first to break from her horror and go after him. Todoroki wasn't far behind. Ida hesitated. His hand was still gripping Bakugo's. He could easily catch up, but he hesitated. Bakugo's eyes were wide as saucers. Ida met them, vengeful anger still hot in his BLD. It was an anger he had promised himself to get over, yet it apparently had remained. Are you happy? He asked the blonde, softly. And Bakugo's eyes actually shined with tears and a mix of unidentifiable emotions that Ida didn't have the patience to place. He dropped the boy on his butt and went after his friend. He felt no satisfaction, and Midoriya was long gone once he caught up to Todoroki and Uraraka. The anger didn't go away. Oh, there you are, Yagi said, surprised at where he found his successor. Midoriya startled like a small animal. They were on the roof of UA Heights Alliance, and until a moment ago Midoriya had been sitting cross-legged staring out over the edge of the building. His fingers were tangled in the links of the chain-link fence that surrounded the roof area. His expression was strangely distant and melancholy. Now he was looking nervous and flustered and far more like his normal self. What are you doing up here, my boy? Yagi asked, trying to put off the real reason he was looking for Midoriya in the first place. Midoriya's expression softened and he said, almost too quietly, I like to come up here to think. It helps me focus. Ah, well, it's good you have a safe place, Yagi smiled, wondering if the upcoming discussion would destroy that feeling of safety. He couldn't avoid it any longer. Between the warnings from Principal Nezu, Aizawa and Gran Torino, this conversation needed to happen. He'd put it off as long as he could, but well, no time like the present. He owed it to Nana and Midoriya. Midoriya hadn't replied to Yagi's comment. It gave the older hero an off feeling, almost like Midoriya didn't think of the roof as a safe place, but Yagi couldn't quite pin the feeling down. I'm sure you're wondering why I came looking for you, Yagi said awkwardly. Midoriya turned and looked at him with his wide green eyes. Yagi had always appreciated those eyes. They were busy and intelligent, and they were far more honest than Yagi's smile. They said far more about his character than any of Yagi's fake smiles ever could. Is this related to All for One? Is there something important I need to know? Midoriya asked, looking as though he were going to start on an anxious ramble. Yagi quickly cut him off. None of that, no, he said. He wondered if it was a mark of him being a poor teacher that Midoriya's first instinct when Yagi wanted to talk to him was to wonder about some big looming threat. Well, not exactly anyway. Midoriya was still looking at him with his big emerald eyes. No wonder he and Nana had never talked about this. This was perhaps the hardest thing he'd ever done. He couldn't stand the idea of hurting his young bright-eyed student. Nana hadn't even been sick. She had no warning. So he couldn't blame her for missing this particular talk. He, on the other hand, I'm dying, Midoriya, Yagi said, shutting his eyes so he wouldn't have to see the expression on Midoriya's face. There was a long stretch of silence. Yagi was unsure when to open his eyes now that they were closed. Midoriya didn't make a sound to indicate what was going through his head. Finally, Yagi cracked his eyes and found that rather than crushed, Midoriya just looked thoughtful. Midoriya? Yagi asked, unsure if he should be concerned. Normally Midoriya was so quick to cry and show his emotions. It was odd that he didn't at this moment. I know, Midoriya said quietly, and Yagi's heart jumped to his throat. Oh God, something must really be wrong. Midoriya, are you okay? Yagi's voice shook. He lifted his arms, unsure if he should move to comfort his student or give him space. Midoriya hesitated, and then in that same soft voice he said, I've known you were dying since the day I met you. I've thought about this before, Yagi-san. And that hurts so much more than it should have. Not just that his son student had to think about him dying at all, but that at this moment Midoriya had called him by his real name. He was treating him like a person. Midoriya seemed scarily mature at that moment. I'm sorry, Yagi couldn't help but say. Izuku's eyebrows drew together. It's not your fault. You've been dying a long time. We've both known this. And besides, death is unavoidable. Midoriya, are you sure you're okay? Yagi asked, nervously. You're not acting like yourself. Midoriya blinked a few times and seemed to become more present. Oh, I'm sorry, All Might, he said, rubbing the back of his head, but he still looked off. Not like he was someone else, more like he was upset in a way Yagi had never seen before. I've had a long day, I guess. I got caught with a business course kid's truth quirk and it's been a bit crazy since then. I may have said some things I didn't want to. Nothing about one for all, just some things about my past. I think everyone is worried. I was actually crying before you got here, but I guess I ran out of tears. Sorry, I'll probably cry later if that's okay. Truth quirk? Yagi cut in. At least Midoriya could still ramble. He wasn't too far gone. Midoriya nodded and sniffed. Yeah, sorry, I tried to keep my mouth taped shut but my friends decided to ambush me when I was eating. Apparently, I'm too obvious about having secrets. Sorry. Yagi put his hand against Midoriya's cheek. I'm sure it's fine. You said you didn't mention one for all. So no harm done. Midoriya didn't look like he agreed but he bit his lip. So you came up here to talk to me about, your imminent death. While he wasn't crying he did look upset. Yagi smiled sadly. Yes, my boy. I've been told that it's best that we rip the bandage off, so to speak. First, you needed to be aware that my death is coming and then the plans for my death that are to follow. Midoriya's eyes fell and became distant again. Like your funeral? He said softly as though it hurt to think about. Yagi cleared his throat. Well, yes, and your training after I'm gone, and where my financial assets will go, and so on. Midoriya was silent. Apparently, he could keep up his reputation as #1 tear factory because his eyes were shiny though he still didn't cry. He leaned his face into Yagi's hand but he didn't lift his gaze. And so on, he whispered. Do you think you want to take a seat again, Midoriya? His boy nodded solemnly. They both sat. Midoriya turned back towards the edge and tangled his fingers back in the chain link. Yagi sat awkwardly beside him, legs so long that he had to scooch away so that he could sit cross-legged properly. Midoriya didn't react, eyes still staring off the edge of the roof. He looked so much older than he did when Yagi met him. He was growing up frighteningly fast. Yagi wondered if he'd get to see him become an adult. If there were such a thing as ghosts, Yagi would become one to watch over Midoriya. Yagi let the silence rest for some time. It wasn't exactly awkward or uncomfortable and Yagi wasn't sure he was ready to break it. But long day or not, they needed to talk about this sooner or later. Yagi knew he was a coward but the faster he got these things out of the way the less it would hurt in the long run, he hoped. I'm leaving most of my money to charity, he started. Orphanages and a few quirkless foundations. I want to help people even after I'm gone. But most of my assets, the physical ones, my apartment, my hero suits, I suppose, and memorabilia I have lying around, my stocks, I think that should go to you. It's not everything, but it's enough that you'll be well off. Enough that you can comfortably get to your feet when you enter the hero world. Midoriya's mouth dropped open and in a snap, he was back to being plain old anxious Midoriya. What? No, you can't give me your memorabilia or your suits. That belongs in a museum. And I can't possibly ask you for your stocks or your apartment or any of that. And wouldn't it be weird to publicly leave stuff to me? I'm just one student. I know we're close but as far as the public is concerned I shouldn't matter to you. Wouldn't that draw a bad amount of attention? And wouldn't it be embarrassing, Midoriya? Yagi cut in, slightly shocked. I could never be embarrassed by you. You're possibly the best person I've ever had the privilege of knowing. One of the reasons I'm doing this is so I can help announce you to the world as my successor. So that you can finally take my place as the pillar of peace. Midoriya stared up at him, eyes shining in the afternoon light. All Might, if you aren't ready, both Gran and Aizawa have given me their word that they will help continue your training in my place, though, I don't doubt you. I will, however, warn you not to be too HRD on them. Yagi poked Midoriya in the side, trying to keep things light. And don't hurt yourself too often. Recovery Girl will come after me in the grave if she needs someone else to blame for your recklessness. Midoriya bit his lip, thoughts passing through his eyes like ships on the sea. Yagi tried to smile. It was fake, but it was what he could manage. And I hope you don't mind, but someone needs to take care of my plants when I'm gone, and I think you're the man for the job. Midoriya didn't respond. Midoriya? Yagi asked, and he reached out to squeeze his successor's shoulder. I'm sorry I can't stay. I'm sorry I have to die. Yagi felt Midoriya tense. Then in a stuttering wet voice, he said, why say that like you're going to die tomorrow? There's still time. Your time isn't over yet. Oh, Yagi thought, feeling a painful squeezing in his ear. It was like that. I have a year left, Midoriya. I know that sounds like a lot, but time goes by too quickly. I'm sorry, but it'll come sooner than you think. Midoriya's eyebrows drew together like he wasn't sure what he was hearing. All Might Yagi, it sounds like you're giving up? Yagi smiled wanly. There isn't much left for me to fight, is there? All for One has been captured, my quirk is gone, and I have a very capable successor. My story is at an end. Midoriya burst full force into tears. So much for running out. He'd have to remember to get his successor a bottle of water so he doesn't get dehydrated. You can't do this, Midoriya said, eyes tightly closed as tears run down his cheeks. You can't give up, All Might. You just can't. Midoriya, Yagi went to touch Midoriya's shoulder again, but the boy flinched away. No, Midoriya wiped at the tears on his face. Oh. Heroes never give up. You can't stand here and act like it's over before it is. You can't. Midoriya, I've reached peace with death, there's nothing wrong and oh, Midoriya sniffed again and his lip trembled. You can't. You just can't. Can't, I know it's selfish, but please just keep trying to live. For me. Please. It's not selfish, Yagi said helplessly. It's not selfish to want to hold on to the people you care about. The sooner you accept that I'm going to be gone, the better. I don't want to hurt it already hurts. Do you think you can stop that? You can't. It'll always hurt. That doesn't mean you can give up. It'll hurt less if I know you went down fighting. It'll hurt less if I know you're at least trying to fight. Midoriya, Yagi held his hands out appealingly. And those eyes were open again and on him, staring through him, burning more painfully than fire, like metal in a forge. Yagi felt pinned down, dissected, and judged. I thought about it, you know. Midoriya snapped, an expression of deep pain crossing his face. The truth serum let him hold nothing back. Giving up. After you told me I couldn't be a hero, I stared off the side of that building I thought about jumping. There was a sudden roaring in Yagi's ears. Had he really come that close to killing his young student? Toshinori remembered the boy he had met only 2 long years ago. Pale and frail looking, a stuttering mess of a fanboy. He remembered the big hopeful eyes, and he remembered the moment he crushed that hope. At the time he had thought he was doing what was right, but looking back that was probably the worst expression he had ever seen Midoriya make. He'd always said Midoriya had busy eyes. They were always alight with thoughts and warmth and hope and determination. At that moment, when they had only known each other for a couple of minutes, when he had said a few careless words to a stranger, he remembered watching that light go out. He hadn't paid attention at the time. Further proof that he wasn't good enough. Further proof that he was a failure. Midoriya wasn't finished, however, and Toshinori was forced to break out of his reverie when Midoriya stepped forward, eyes now burning with tears and determination. But I didn't. I didn't die, and I saved Kaken, and you saved me, and I wouldn't have any of this if I had killed myself. I would never have gotten close to the happiness I have now. I would have died without having any friends, without achieving any of my dreams, and only my mother would have missed me. Dying isn't the answer. Son, heroes never give up. Midoriya shouted, and the strength seemed to leave him as he broke down in heart-wrenching sobs. Midoriya collapsed to his knees, and Yagi was with him, thin arms wrapping around the child who seemed so small, who seemed so young. How had things gotten to this? But it was Yagi's own fault, of course. His boy was just a child, and yet here Yagi was putting more and more weight on his shoulders when the boy already carried the world. It wasn't fair, but Yagi already knew that. He's known it for a long time, ever since he was a child, and no amount of fighting would make him strong enough. Ever since he gained one for all and watched his teacher die too soon, ever since he fought all for one and has since lived with the pain in his tea and taste of BLD in his mouth. But that didn't make it hurt less. "Don't give up," Midoriya whispered. "Please, please never give up." "I'm sorry, Midoriya," Yagi cried too. I promise. I promise I'll keep fighting for you." They sat like that for what felt like a long time. Yagi rubbed Midoriya's back and gently ran his hand through Midoriya's soft hair, soothing his crying. The sun moved through the sky and eventually Midoriya drew back and folded into himself, hugging his legs and looking calmer but also completely exhausted. Yagi likewise felt exhausted, but part of him knew if he closed this conversation now, between his nervousness and Midoriya's stubbornness, he'd never be able to reopen it. "How long have you been depressed, son?" Midoriya's eyes briefly widened and then he closed them and rested his head on his knees. "Can we please not do this right now, Yagi, please?" Yagi rubbed Midoriya's back. "You know it's important." Midoriya gave a tired sigh and gradually relaxed his muscles, refusing to look at Yagi, and instead went back to staring off the roof. With a start, Yagi understood that it wasn't just for the view, that the roof probably wasn't his safe place after all. "Yeah, I know," he said in a deadened tone. Can you not talk or look at me when I say all of this? I've never told anyone this, but I don't think the truth quirk will let me not say it. Kinda hurts to keep silent or lie. God, why did I take the tape off my mouth? I could have just skipped lunch. I could have just you can't consent? Yagi realized with slight horror. Then I take it back, you don't have to tell me anything. You can just come to me when you're ready. I would never make you . Midoriya gave a quiet laugh at Yagi's reaction. I thought I was supposed to be the flustered one, he said tiredly. He shook his head. I still feel the burn in my throat and I think I need to get this out of my system anyway. One crack and the floodgates open, right? Yagi clasped his hands in front of him. His boy wasn't wrong. I'll keep quiet, he promised. Midoriya looked grateful but also resigned to his fate. He laid down and stared up at the sky. After clearing some BLD from his throat, Yagi followed suit. It's strong to say when my depression started for sure. It's not clear I was happy and then one day I just became really sad, cut off. Even after I found out I was quirkless, I wasn't immediately permanently sad. It was more gradual than that. After I found out I was definitely sad and then my friends started bullying me and the adults started treating me like I couldn't do anything and my mom was always sad and stressed out, so yeah, I had a lot more reasons to be sad than before, but like I could always watch your videos or get hero merch or my mom would make me Katsudon or my shirts and I'd feel happy again. Kaken didn't even immediately kick me out of the group or anything, so I could still follow him and go hiking sometimes. I wasn't immediately depressed. It was more like things started to build up over time, you know. Stuff that used to make me happy didn't make me as happy as before because all the bad stuff outweighed it. Yagi, unfortunately, did know. These last 5 years had been HRD on him as he became more isolated and more worthless to the world. I still had my love for heroes though. I still had analysis. I could lose myself in passion and everything else didn't matter as much. I know it sounds stupid. Until you, Aizawa and Nezu, no one's taken my analysis seriously. It was just me being nerdy and creepy or a fanboy. It's kinda strong to have your passion spat on. One time, you know the day we met. Kaken blew up my notebook and threw it in the koi pond. That was the notebook you signed. I still have it actually. But anyway, I know it's silly and it's just a notebook, but that actually hurt more than anything else he said that day because I put so much work into it and he just treated my strong work like it was complete garbage. But then again, he thought I was complete garbage too, so I guess it's to be expected. Every time Yagi hears about Bakugo's bullying of his pupil, it seems to get worse and worse. Yagi believes in Bakugo's potential, but Midoriya's and his path just keep getting darker. Yagi wonders if he needs to have another heart-to-heart with the student. Yagi wonders if there is anything he can do to help the boy become better than what he used to be. Bakugo was just a child and deserved a second chance, after all, but that doesn't mean he isn't responsible for his actions. Yagi dearly wished he was better at emotions. Maybe he could sick Gran on him. Gran was always good beating bad thought processes out of his head. But yeah, it could have been a lot worse, right? And things have gotten loads better since then. Now I have friends, and I'm helping people and I'm living my dreams. Sure, villains attack every couple of days, but I knew that was what I was getting into when I decided to become a hero. I've been happy much more often than I used to, and it's all thanks to you. I'd be lying if I didn't admit that I still have bad days though. Sometimes it feels like I'm suffocating and there's just all this pressure to be good and heroic and kind and to smile. I love my friends, I know they try to understand, but I'm also kind of terrified of what would happen if I did tell what was wrong with me. I've been burned before and I know my anxiety and depression can make me seem really creepy and weird. I know I'm not like everyone else and I'm kind of scared that at any moment my friends might notice I'm not like them and reject me. So I kinda keep my weirdness bottled up, but now they know about Bakugo and that I hate myself and I can't face them because I don't know what it'd do if I went back to having no friends. I have faith in them. They're the kindest people I know, but why are they kind to me? Why would I be worth anything to them? Yagi had to bite his tongue to keep from responding and comforting his boy. He'd promised to keep quiet and he kept his promises. Still, there were tears running down his cheeks. His successor's gone through so much. Sometimes it all seems so pointless, you know. I know why I'm here, I know why I want to be here. Helping people is probably the only thing that seems to make me truly happy, but sometimes it all just seems to be so pointless. No one wants my help. I get yelled at for helping people. Every mess I manage to clean up either makes more messes or uncovers worse things under the surface, and meanwhile I just keep on breaking myself over and over again. It's worth it. I know that going through the pain and the darkness helps other people grow, but sometimes I'm just so sick of it. I hate hurting and I hate worrying my mother and disappointing you. I hate having to hear Recovery Girl give me the same speech every time I see her and getting those panicked, worried hugs from my friends when I return from some disaster. I have to be strong, and the thank yous I get from the people I help makes it worth it, but sometimes I'm just so tired and I just kinda want to stop existing for a while. Not forever and nothing as permanent as death. I just want to live in a world that doesn't know I exist for a while. A world where I can rest and no one would miss me. Things would just carry on as normal and none of you would be hurt or scared by my disappearance. I just won't be there anymore and everything would be okay. I'm not stupid though. I know nothing short of a miracle quirk could do that, and a quirk like that would have a cost too heavy to pay. So I have to stay strong. Midoriya's face scrunched with fresh tears. Sometimes it's just so strong though. I feel like I have to be strong every day of my life and it just keeps getting harder, and I know I can't afford to be weak, but I know that I can't be strong like this forever. Midoriya, Yagi couldn't stop himself. Midoriya sniffed. You know the solution to that problem, right? Yagi had been told so many times. You have to share that weight, my boy. No one can carry the world alone, but among friends, among your fellow heroes and fellow man, your burden gets lighter. Midoriya sniffed again, easier said than done. Yagi knew that too well. I wish I could trust people like that. I wish it were that easy, but in my experience, sharing my pain only hurts people. My boy, Yagi said, sitting up and coughing as the BLD in his sissy shifted. My boy, the pain that we feel when you share your suffering isn't the kind of pain that comes from an injury. When you suffer, we cry because you're in pain. Because we care about you and it hurts to see you in pain. That's not your fault or your responsibility. Just as one spread the weight of the world onto each person's shoulders, so one must do with pain or grief. You should not have to carry your sadness alone when we are here to help you. Midoriya made a small, keening, choking sob. The noise was unattractive, but only Yagi was around to hear it, and he would never tell. Finally, Midoriya was up and hugging him, and Yagi was providing the comfort only a father could give. It was kind of funny. Yagi didn't know when he started thinking of Midoriya as a son, but here he was. He'd put off the thought long enough. He loved this boy more than anything and he would protect him with all his might. Midoriya wiped his face. I'm sorry for all this. Crying all over you and all. It was a long day, right? Midoriya, Yagi said seriously. You know I'm always here when you need someone to talk to or someone to share your pain with. I truly care about you. Midoriya nodded tearfully. Same to you. All Might, Yagi-san, you can come to me too if you need to. Yagi ruffled his curls. Hey, Smile Kid. I think we've had enough of this sadness. Why don't we go get some ice cream, my treat? You also ought to wash your face and get some water in you. Crying so much can't be healthy. Midoriya gave an exhausted laugh. Yeah, that sounds nice. As they walked out the roof access and down the stairs, Yagi couldn't help but wonder, Midoriya, have you ever considered therapy? His student blinked up at him looking slightly puzzled. I'm already seeing the school psychologist, All Might. Haven't you been told? Yagi spewed a jet of BLD. Since when? Midoriya tilted his head, though he did regard the BLD with concern. Students are required to see the school counselor after every event that could qualify as traumatic, so I've already been seeing him regularly because of that, but also when Nezu took me on as a student it was recommended that I start seeing a psychologist on a weekly basis. Tuesday and Thursday evenings. I thought all my teachers knew. Oh, Yagi said. He really needed to pay closer attention to his email. Has it helped? Midoriya shrugged. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like it does, sometimes it doesn't. Yagi. Yes. Thank you. What do you mean you didn't even know he was missing? Aizawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Okay, whatever, is he okay? Aizawa silently listened to All Might's reply. He sighed. Then he froze as All Might said something he wasn't expecting. He opened up to you. Small miracles. Okay, you do that. Just tape Midoriya's mouth shut if you're taking him around other people, and for the love of God, All Might, stay with him. Aizawa held the phone away from his ear when he got a too loud reply. He hung up. Now for the strong part. He returned to his office, outside of which sat half of his class all silent and split into groups. The Baku squad was gathered around a crying Kirishima. Uraraka and Todoroki were flanking Ida and occasionally shooting glares at Bakugo. Bakugo was looking mainly isolated as no one sat by him and only looked at him when they were glaring. Aizawa heaved a large internal sigh. He was found. He's fine. All Might is looking after him, he said flatly. A sigh of relief went through the entire group, and Uraraka perked up. Can we see him? In a bit, but first I have to get to the bottom of this first. You first, Aizawa said, pointing at Mina. She looked absolutely terrified. After Ashido went through the story from her perspective, Aizawa closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. You're telling me, the teacher drawled slowly, that your classmate was hit with an invasive quirk, and you decided to use that to your advantage to invade his privacy? Ashido started. It wasn't like that, she said, waving her hands frantically. It was just a bit of fun. I didn't want things to go that far, we were just goofing around. Aizawa gave her a dry look that could peel paint. Were you aware that the particular truth quirk Midoriya was hit with causes pain to the victim? That not telling the truth, especially when asked a direct question, makes his throat burn and prickle like there are needles in it. Ashido significantly paled, and her shoulders slumped. Oh, she said guiltily, he didn't act like it hurt? Aizawa didn't blink. Ashido squirmed. Even if it didn't hurt him, he couldn't consent to give the information you asked of him. Aizawa finally said, voice cold. Do you understand the importance of consent, Ms. Ashido? You understand that under different circumstances your actions could be considered against the law. Ashido looked thoroughly horrified and guilty now. Aizawa continued to glare at her, making sure she understood the seriousness of the situation. You need to start thinking out the consequences of your actions before you make them. You need to think about the effects your actions have on others. Forethought is one of the most important tools a hero has in their arsenal. Why you aren't going to expel me, are you? Ashido asked in a tiny voice. Aizawa let the silence drag after her question. He watched her mounting fear with apathy. No, he finally said. I only expel those with zero potential. You have not yet proven that low yet. Ashido instantly perked up. But, she tensed again, you will be serving detention with me and pull double cleaning duty. I also expect a 5-page essay on similar cases of harassment as your assault today, and how exactly they went by the end of the week. Ashido jolted the promise of extra homework a harsh enough punishment for someone like her. Maybe this time she'd actually learn something. However, Aizawa leaned forward in his seat and stared her down one last time to make sure he was as clear as possible. I'll be keeping a very close eye on you. If we meet like this again, you will not be getting another chance. Ashido gulped. Yes, sir. Aizawa didn't bother telling her to apologize to Midoriya. The apology wouldn't mean anything if he made her do it, and if she were worth anything she wouldn't need to be told to do it anyway. He was sure she was already planning to apologize the next time she saw to the boy. She's probably also going to do something stupid and over the top to make things up to him. His conversation with Kaminari and Shiro went much the same way. Next came Kirishima, who was crying. Aizawa held out a box of tissue. Can you tell me what happened? Kirishima sniffed loudly. But he told a similar story to his two friends, but he seemed to understand better than the other three how much he must have hurt Midoriya. He also seemed to be personally troubled by the Bakugo issue, having believed better of his friend. It's just, Kirishima looked down. I used to be bullied too, so I know how it feels like I've been there, or well, it never got that bad, but even though Bakugo was kinda rude and loud, I knew he had a nice guy underneath it all. But a nice guy wouldn't do something like that. He wouldn't hurt someone like that. He should be better than that. Kirishima sniffed again, tears still flowing, and he looked entirely too guilty and sad for Aizawa to adequately punish yet. But he wasn't the victim here, and he should know it. Rubbing his brow bone, Aizawa tried not to verbally groan. People aren't perfect, Kirishima, he said gruffly. They often fail our expectations. Sooner or later you either have to learn to lower them or drop the people who fail to meet them. It doesn't matter how highly you think of someone. Sometimes what you think and who they are don't line up, and you can't hold yourself responsible for that. Kirishima pouted, and goddamn it, Aizawa was surrounded by too many pure people. He didn't have time for this. But I still want to be friends with Bakugo. Is that wrong? Aizawa let out a drawn-out sigh. Is it? Kirishima hesitated. I don't know, sir. Then figure it out, Aizawa said flatly. You have detention with the rest of your friends and a paper on consent laws. I don't want to see you here again. Kirishima looked startled at the abrupt ending of the conversation, but with a small thoughtful nod he got up and left. The reality was that Aizawa had no idea how to solve his complicated interpersonal problem and didn't particularly want to deal with. Placing the ball in his court was the best he could do, and usually the right choice in his experience. Next person. Uraraka and Todoroki weren't in trouble because they were the only ones trying to de-escalate the situation. He could see both of them were bitter and defensive of their friend, and he had to take some time to defuse their anger. Todoroki's expression had been closed off entirely for the first time since the sports festival, and it was a startling difference. Beyond answering direct questions, he was utterly silent, and he kept his answers short and to the point. The only point when he broke from that was to ask where Midoriya was. Aizawa said with all might, and the safest thing to do was wait in the common room until he returned. With a sharp nod, Todoroki left without being dismissed. Uraraka was on the opposite side of the spectrum and was pacing and ranting and also crying and waving her hands around and occasionally making things in his office float. Apparently, she'd been holding in her anger until this moment. Aizawa didn't know why he was the person people seemed to rant to. This wasn't the first time a student ranted at him. And every teacher except All Might has ranted at him before. Sometimes villains ranted at him. He has a tough life. And that dirty slime ball. I decided to give him a chance. After I was beginning to actually like him. I thought the bullying was just usual teasing. Normal Bakugo. It's just the way he talks. But this is abusive. He's been abusing my best friend for years, and I didn't even realize it. How could I not realize? And of course, Izuku didn't say anything because he's too kind and forgiving, and oh God. Isn't that a sign? Like Stockholm Syndrome or something. He's so used to the abuse that he just accepts it. He said he hates himself. Oh God, I'm such an awful friend. Why can't Izuku just talk to me? Not that I'd know what to do, but it's better than just holding it in, and he couldn't even come to me on his own. It had to be that stupid truth quirk. He must be so upset right now, and I don't even know what I can do to help him. How can he even hate himself? I don't understand it. He's perfect. He's the kindest, bravest, smartest person I know. And to think all this time Bakugo's been shitting on him. Shitting on his strong work and bravery and kindness like it's worthless. I can't believe it. I've been calling Izuku that name all this time. Worthless. Bakugo's name. I mean, I know he accepted it and decided to change the meaning, but now it just feels so dirty. Because Midoriya isn't worthless. He's worth 1,000 Bakugos. And Uraraka stopped. And he's the Deku who can do it? Abruptly the fight seemed to go out of her, and she thankfully lowered all the levitating objects gently down. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei, she said calmly. I guess I'm stupid. She got a misty look. Deku's been fighting to get better all this time. The best thing I can do is keep supporting him. She nodded her head in determination and pumped her fist in the air. I will. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. And then she just left. Aizawa didn't even have to say anything. Now for the strong customers. Ida immediately bowed and apologized and offered to resign as class president when he walked into the office. This was not surprising. I don't think I'm the one that needs the apology, kid, Aizawa said regarding the boy with exasperation. Right, Ida still in a 90-degree bow. I intend to apologize to Midoriya the next time I see him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. And Bakugo? Ida flushed. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot do that. That was slightly unexpected. At least Ida stuck to his guns, but this was going to make things more complicated than expected. Aizawa figured Bakugo would be the only one he would have to fight when it came to settling their differences and deciding punishment. But it appeared Ida had a more stubborn side than he let on. Have a seat. Ida rose from his bow and sat down so stiffly that Aizawa could imagine the boy had metal rods throughout his body. He was tired of just looking at him. Do you want to tell me what happened? And Ida did. Only he was more angry and impassioned than anyone yet. Ida admitted to punching Bakugo without any hesitation or shame. He actually still seemed angry. He seemed genuinely upset with himself for putting Midoriya in the situation he did, but everything else Aizawa could tell he would do again. Aizawa decided to get up and poured some tea. Ida, how would you feel seeing that scene as an outsider? Ida blinked. Then he looked down, eyebrows drawing together. I suppose I come out looking rather poor in that light. But Bakugo deserved it. Why exactly does it reflect badly on you? Aizawa asked patiently. Ida frown deepened. Because I was the one who struck first, and I ignored Midoriya's wish to satisfy my own anger. Were your actions that of a hero? No, Ida's shoulders slumped slightly. Were your actions that of a friend? No, sir, Ida said. Looking entirely guilty now. The problematic thing with people of like Ida was that they acted with such earnestness that it was difficult to call them on their faults. Well, at least without sending them into a guilt spiral. Ida's type was also known to be too HRD on themselves. So what would you do differently? There was a long stretch of silence as Ida considered his answer. I don't know, sir, Ida said quietly. Aizawa let out a long sigh. He knew he couldn't rush realizations like the one Ida needed to have. Think on it, he said, feeling tired. Since this is a first-time offense on an otherwise impeccable record, I'll let you off with a warning and a week's detention. Sir, Ida gasped, eyes filling with tears. And you can keep your presidential position? Aizawa could admit that Ida kept a better eye on his class than he did. But no more fights outside of training. But Sir Aizawa cut him off with a glare. You will not do this again. Ida opened his mouth for a long moment. Then he closed it again. Sir, I'm sorry for the trouble. Aizawa dismissed him, having the gut feeling he would need to keep an eye on the boy. Aizawa wasn't allowed to admit that had he been in Ida's position when he was a teenager, he may have decked the boy himself. And finally the man of the hour, the messiest 15-year-old Aizawa had ever met, Bakugo walks in, pants sagging, mouth glowering at the world. Aizawa gave the boy a long, silent, considering look. He was guarded, of course, but in Aizawa's opinion, the boy didn't know how to hide his emotions to save his life. There was a surprising amount of guilt and resentment. Perhaps even some notes of betrayal. It was all laid out in how he carried himself, the set of his eyes, his inability to make eye contact, the pout of his lip. He was more bothered by this fight than he wanted anyone to know. They sat in silence long enough for Bakugo to start to get fidgety, and when Aizawa decided that he was sufficiently uncomfortable, he asked, "I've heard some interesting stories today. Bakugo, do you want to tell me yours?" Bakugo scoffed. "They all already told you, didn't they? I'm the bad guy, Deku's the perfect little angel, and you're going to expel me for a mistake I made 2 years ago because I was a stupid twerp who didn't think things through. Just get it over with, but why even pretend this isn't what's happening? People have been saying it from the start. I'm a villain." Aizawa regarded his student carefully. Aizawa considered himself, if anything, a rational man. And in a world of such chaos and violence, at times he found it difficult to keep such a level head. He wasn't stupid. Bakugo wasn't a villain, and he didn't have zero potential. Over the last year, he had grown considerably. But he had also made many mistakes. Mistakes that the school has been far too indulgent of. What he had done, telling someone to kill themselves, even if it had been 2 years ago, it was a crime. An arrestable offense if Midoriya had followed through. And more the consequences of his abuse were shining through in Midoriya's actions and personality. He'd hurt another human being in ways that no one ever should be. Aizawa nodded solemnly. "I don't see why I shouldn't." Bakugo started crying. They were bitter tears. Tears he was apparently trying to suppress, but tears all the same. "You understand why what you did was wrong. It was just Deku," he said venomously. "He would never go through with it." Aizawa felt a swell of disgust. "And why do you think that?" "Because I know him," Bakugo suddenly loudly snapped. "He's too stubborn and stupid to do anything that anyone tells him to. The entire world has been telling him to give up since the moment he was born, and yet here that effer is at Yue. He's always pissed on anything anyone says to him. Why would this be any different?" Aizawa leveled a blank look at the student. "And if he did do it?" "He wouldn't," Bakugo said petulantly. "But if he did?" Bakugo didn't meet his eyes. Aizawa sighed through his nose. "You've proven in the past to be a smart boy, Bakugo. So please explain to me the pattern I see emerging. You yell and attack Midoriya. Midoriya fights back. You take things too far. Midoriya leaves injured either by his own action or yours." "He's injured me back," Bakugo cut in. Even though he apparently knew the difference between their injuries. "Just how many times have you broken Midoriya, Bakugo?" Aizawa hissed. Bakugo stared at Aizawa as if he was crazy. "Never. Don't you get it? He never breaks. That's his whole problem. That's why Bakugo abruptly cut himself off and looked away. Aizawa, however, caught the scent. "That's why you hate him," Aizawa finished. Bakugo scoffed and crossed his arms over his tea but didn't deny it. Aizawa blinked slowly at him, a puzzle piece clicking into place in the spot that's been waiting for it. "Then I have one final question for you, Bakugo," Aizawa said, setting down his mug and steeping his fingers. "How do you know you haven't been breaking him?" Bakugo looked slightly taken aback for a moment, then puzzled. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" "Things don't have to shatter to be broken, Bakugo," Aizawa said clearly, knowing this moment might be important for the boy going forward. "Sometimes it's cracked. Over and over again until they've spiderwebbed through every little thing. Cracks or shattered, it's still broken, Bakugo." Aizawa saw the moment Bakugo got it. The way his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. The way his eyebrows drew together, and he lost himself in thought, likely memory. Aizawa cleared his throat and regained Bakugo's attention. "I'll be calling your mom, of course. The paperwork will have to pass through Nezu, but until then you'll be suspended. We'll have someone pick you up today. You should be able to pick up your things this weekend." The reality of his situation seemed to return all at once, and the boy's shoulders slumped. It was like the fight had gone out of him. For a boy so full of energy and drive, it was eerie. But suddenly there was the sound of running footsteps, and suddenly Midoriya burst through the door, eyes burning with determination, tape on his mouth. He tried to talk, quickly realized his mistake and ripped the tape off his mouth. He then took a moment to wince and rub the skin around his mouth. Aizawa and Bakugo watched him incredulously. Finally, Midoriya spoke. "You can't expel Baku. The evidence for the supposed crime was gotten under methods of cohesion, and I'm not pressing charges. Moreover, said crime took place somewhere else, over 2 years ago, and I'd have to check the statute of limitations on that kind of crime, but I'm pretty sure all that makes this out of the school's jurisdiction. You have no right to expel him. Aizawa wanted to slam his head against his desk. Yuru. Why do his students insist on making things harder than they need to be? Bakugo had a look somewhere between angry and constipated and confused. Midoriya, if what I understand about your past is true, and given the amount of violence I have personally witnessed between you, I don't doubt what I've learned, Aizawa said tiredly. What possible reason can you have to continue being classmates? Shouldn't you hate him or something? I am exhausted. Midoriya's eyes shined brightly. He's been getting better, sensei. I don't care about our past. Bakugo's had my admiration for years. Why? Bakugo said like even he couldn't understand it. He'd definitely come a long way from the beginning of the year. You're trying. Even when you're at your worst or meanest and craziest, you're always trying to get better. You're always fighting to be a hero despite what anyone says, despite how you feel. Despite your mistakes. You're always trying. Sometimes, Midoriya bit his lip and a complex range of emotions passed through his eyes before he looked back up. Sometimes it gives me hope. So please, Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya turned to the teacher. Don't expel him. Ugh. This time Aizawa actually dropped his head onto his desk. More pieces fell into place and Aizawa hated it. It was like some kind of messed up form of codependency. Why did Midoriya have to be so freaking nice? It'd be so much easier if Midoriya just hated Bakugo and let that be the end of it. Instead, the problem child had to actually make sense and point actual laws and stuff. The reality was that Aizawa could expel anyone he wanted regardless of the law. But Midoriya had made sense in another way. Bakugo has been making progress, and punishing someone who's making progress would likely destroy said progress. Bakugo left to his own devices outside of school, with his dreams crushed, and some newly fed self-loathing would be a disaster waiting to happen. Aizawa liked to believe he was good at thinking ahead. It was more a matter of which was safer, Bakugo the failed hero student or Bakugo the hero with the power of a hero license to do as he pleased. The best plan in all of this would be the one that ensured his development into a mentally healthy, responsible hero. Which meant keeping him in the hero course and breaking him of all of his bad habits. The same plan as before. Only now it left a bad taste in his mouth, knowing how far Bakugo was willing to go. Aizawa looked into Midoriya's eyes. He saw more exhaustion than Aizawa himself felt, but also unwavering determination. Fine, he can stay, Aizawa said, throwing up his hands in frustrated surrender. But he still needs to be punished? What? Bakugo said, reacting more to that than he did to the news that he was going to get expelled. He was a complicated fellow. Midoriya burst into happy tears. For the love of God, where did they all come from? Bakugo stared back and forth between Aizawa and Midoriya. Then gesturing at Midoriya and somehow filling his word with 12 years' worth of frustration, he shouted, I don't get you. And then he stormed out of the room. Which meant Aizawa would have to track him down again later to give him his real punishment. Grit. All Might stumbled in after he left, BLD seeping through his teeth. You have to slow down a bit for an old man like me, Midoriya. He coughed. I can't keep up like I used to. Oh, sorry, All Might. I didn't mean to stress you out. It's just when you said Aizawa-sensei was going to talk to Bakugo, I got a bad feeling and had to rush here before something bad happened. I guess I kind of forgot you were with me. It wasn't anything personal though, Midoriya. Aizawa held up a hand, feeling entirely done with everything. Unless you want to give me a report on what happened today, please shut up. Sorry, sir. Reaching into his desk, he pulled out a roll of duct tape and tossed it to the boy, who fumbled to catch it. With understandable reluctance but also resignation, he pulled off a piece and dutifully stuck it over his mouth. I'll see you back to the dorm. He had a substitute for everyone else in his class, and he needed to get out of this bloody office already. Midoriya timidly followed, and All Might tagged along too, even though it wouldn't need the two of them. As they walked, Aizawa considered punishments that might help Bakugo. Somehow it was a glance into one of the lower hallways that got him thinking. He caught a glimpse of Mirio. A creepy smile curled his lips. Midoriya and All Might immediately took a few steps away from him. But the punishment could wait for later. When they got back to the dorm, an entire group of kids was waiting for them, all the kids he'd just taken to in fact. Aizawa was pretty sure he'd told them to go back to class, but it must have slipped his mind. It didn't help that a third of them had just rushed out of the room before he could adequately dismiss them. Well, this seemed important anyway. Midoriya walked in and did his shy little wave. More than half of the present classmates burst into tears and rushed forward to hug him and apologize. Of course, Midoriya burst into tears right back, and All Might, the caring person that he was, went to get him a bottle of water. Aizawa kept careful watch, however, and noticed how Ida hung back a pensive look on his face. He saw how Bakugo came in and went utterly ignored. He watched as Bakugo tried to catch Kirishima's eye. And he watched as Kirishima intentionally avoided eye contact. Midoriya has always been a busybody. It's not something he can really help. It's a mixture of his anxiety, his longing to help, and the fact no one wanted him around. It was strong not to stick your nose where you weren't wanted when no one wanted you around. And okay, so maybe he was trying too strong to be wanted, to prove that he could help, to prove he could do something. But it was kinda part of who he is at this point. All Might was the first to say his nosiness was a good thing. But before that, Midoriya had countless examples where he helped people and made the world a better place even if people got mad at him for involving himself. Sometimes he'd get nods from the neighbors or strangers he'd briefly helped. The world wasn't as mean of a place as people seem to think it was. When he's nice, people are usually nice back, and Midoriya lived for those moments, those sometimes grateful smiles, those brief compliments, or pats on his head. The kids he rescued from bullying were slightly nicer to him. His neighbors he helped with pets or gardening or babysitting or carrying groceries said hi to him and sometimes offer him tea or snacks. A few strangers gave him cards if he ever needed a favors. It was nice. Sometimes it got him messy, the time he ended up covered in red paint and briefly after that purple slime sprang to mind. Sometimes it didn't pay off. He'd been beaten up countless times, not just by Kaken, for getting involved in things that weren't his business. He'd lost money, clothes, BLD, and so many tears to his longing to help. But every smile made it worth it. So when he noticed that Kaken and Kirishima weren't talking, he couldn't leave it alone. That truth quirk had dragged too much dark things into the open. He was already doing his best to manage Ida guilt complex. The irony that he, someone with a guilt complex, was helping with that was not lost on him. He was also trying to mitigate the damage that had happened to the Baku squad and get people to stop ignoring Kaken. A task that was more difficult because Kaken refused to be in the same room as him apart from class. To make matters worse, everyone seemed to be treating him with kid gloves. Like him having emotional breakdowns was something new or something. It was beyond frustrating. His friends had closed in him like a pack of wild dogs guarding their territory. And everyone kept giving him the look. Pity. Even though no one said anything, Midoriya knew the whole class had heard what happened. Kaken's black eye, which he refused to get healed by. Recovery girl was evidence enough. But Midoriya hadn't been through 11 years of hell, he didn't count this last year at UA, to become a quitter. He needed to fix this. For all his training with Nezu, Midoriya was not subtle about his longing and his friends did not approve. When they first got wind that he was trying to help again, they had all ganged up at him at once until Aizawa yelled at them for making him look like a cornered baby deer. It was embarrassing but didn't come near his top 10 most embarrassing moments, so he was gonna try and let go of it because apparently having a list like that was bad for his anxiety. And hyper-focusing on moments where his classmates see him pathetically cry only made them seem worse than they are. Midoriya couldn't fault the school counselor's logic, but it still felt fake somehow. So his friends decided to divide and conquer. Midoriya couldn't fault them for trying to protect him, but it felt like they were being over the top. Especially because Kaken was already intentionally avoiding him. For instance, Tsuyu wouldn't let him leave the common room when Kaken headed to the gym. Midoriya was going to follow, but in what became an elaborate game of leapfrog, kept jumping in front of every exit Midoriya went for, even the windows. If it weren't so irritating, it would have been kind of fun. He knew nothing short of using his quirk would break this stubborn standoff. It did go on longer than it would have if it weren't a battle between two of the most stubborn kids in class. People underestimated Tsuyu. He didn't. Eventually it became a bit like that cat video where the cat kept reaching for the food and the own kept pushing the paw away. He was the cat. That means he would be the winner. Midoriya, Tsuyu said, and she did the Tsuyu equivalent of a pout, which was really just frowning a little, but Midoriya crumbled completely. That's low, Midoriya muttered, meeting Tsuyu's blank stare. Then he finally sighed. So they sent you after me first? Tsuyu shrugged. He'd always had a deep respect for her. She was honest in ways he could never manage to be, both to others and herself. She also had a down-to-earth kind of wisdom that he appreciated in light of his anxiety. When his brain was being particularly over the top, she's always cut through his nonsense with a few blunt words. They rarely hung out on their own, but he still considered her one of his best friends. They figured I'm the best suited for this. Apparently, I have the most level head and I'm least likely to let my emotions get the better of me. Apparently, he repeated. I am mad, she said, tone barely changing. Scary. I've felt Bakugo was a toxic person for a while now. How he treats you and others isn't healthy for anyone involved. The way you act around him isn't healthy either, and as your friend I think you should cut yourself off from him completely. What? Midoriya gasped. But we've known each other since we were little kids. And he's been getting better. Even if we aren't exactly friends, he's still dash. I don't think you understood what I mean. Tsuyu carefully cut him off. One of the reasons I think you should distance yourself from him is that you've been attached at the hip all your life. Like him or not, you don't have a clear perspective on him because you've never had the space to look at the big picture. One of the reasons he liked Tsuyu was her ability to get to the heart of the problem, but sometimes it freaking hurt. It's not like I want to be attached at the hip, he muttered timidly. Tsuyu nodded in understanding. It's strong to distance yourself when he keeps pulling you back in. I've noticed that Bakugo doesn't like being ignored. But that's one of the things that makes this an abusive CYCO. No one is 100% bad all the time, and I acknowledge that Bakugo is actually working through his issues, but that doesn't make what he's done to you and others any less abusive. You can't keep making excuses for him, Midoriya. You can't fix him, and all you're doing by defending him is enabling him and hurting yourself. I'm not enabling him, Midoriya said, eyes going wide. I'm not even trying to fix him. I'm just trying to help. Tsuyu gave him one of her long, empty stares, the kind that told him she was staring into his soul. Midoriya, I don't think this is something you can help with. You're already in the middle of it, so anything you do will just make things messy. If anything, you're the one who needs help the most. Midoriya shook his head. A person can always help, he said determinedly. Karo, Tsuyu said softly, almost sadly. Midoriya did his best to smile to make her feel better, and instead of looking relieved, Tsuyu moved forward and hugged him. You don't have to do things alone, you know. We can help too. Midoriya didn't respond, caught up in the warmth of the gesture. Her skin was actually abnormally cold, and the analytic part of his brain wondered about her normal body temperature. Midoriya wasn't stupid enough to discount what she was saying. He's known what Kaken was doing was wrong for about as long as Kaken's been treating him like SHT. He wasn't so far in denial that he didn't understand that the bullying was abusive. But he had a handle on it, and moreover he didn't need anyone's pity. He wasn't so weak that he couldn't handle this on his own. He hugged her for a little longer anyway. His next attempt to go after Kaken was foiled by Shinso. Midoriya was trying to follow Kaken down the hall during lunch PRD, and Shinso said, nope, and grabbed Midoriya around the shoulders and waist like a koala bear, apparently expecting Midoriya to fall down under his weight because of their size difference. Except in typical Shinso fashion, he was not in the loop of how strong Midoriya was without his quirk, despite the school-wide contest to beat him, and literally being there when Midoriya lifted him and 7 other friends above his head the other day. Did he assume Midoriya was using his quirk that day? Anyway, instead of falling down like he was expected to, Midoriya ended up awkwardly giving the taller student a piggyback ride. Jesus, his legs were long. They were sticking out straight forward like a whole mile. Midoriya wondered what it like to be tall. All Might lifted him up like he was Simba in The Lion King once, but it wasn't the same. What the heck? Shinso said, sounding genuinely impressed. I haven't gotten a piggyback ride in years. How are you doing this? Midoriya rolled his eyes. I've been bodybuilding for dash, ha. Shinso said using mind control, like a petty BS-erdy. Now put me down and lay on the floor. Midoriya, not having a choice in the matter, followed the order, and when he was on the floor on his back, Shinso pointedly draped himself over Midoriya's stomach like a very heavy cat. He politely broke his hold and gave Midoriya an entirely too smug look. Really? Midoriya said dryly. This was your plan? Sit me into SBMSN? Yep, Shinso said. It was nice that they had gotten to the point in their friendship that he could be this playful, but God was his friend and incorrigible dork. I think I'm gonna take a nap. I hate you, Midoriya said flatly. You love me? Aoyama exited the cafeteria. Saw them. Smirked. Threw a handful of glitter at them. Took a picture. And left. The smug look had not left Shinso's face. I hate you, Midoriya said with more emphasis. You know I can pick you up. You wouldn't interrupt my nap, Shinso said knowingly. You're not even asleep. I never sleep. That's why I really need this nap. Midoriya huffed, and getting his feet under him he shifted and lifted Shinso up bridal style. You done? Holy cow. Shinso gasped, sarcastically. Is this what gay panic is? I mean, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't know SXL attraction if it beat me with a stick, but I am definitely feeling the romance right now. You've literally swept me off my feet. What's next, a fancy dinner? You gonna slay a dragon or something? Shut up, Midoriya couldn't help but snort. If you take your shirt off, with all this glitter we could probably pass for the cover of a romance novel. Call him back, he'd know. I'm gonna drop you, Midoriya warned. That would interrupt my nap. Midoriya dropped him, but between his own shortness and Shinso's giraffe legs, Shinso didn't have far to fall. I lost him, Midoriya muttered, doubting he'd be able to find Kaken until class. Shinso gave him a satisfied smirk and Midoriya glared at him reproachfully. What, are you guys tag teaming now? Last I checked I could talk to whoever I wanted. Shinso got up and brushed glitter and dust off his pants. You can. I'm pretty sure we can also run interference too. As far as I'm concerned. I just wanted to hang out with you and you got distracted from what you were doing. Right? Midoriya gave him a look and Shinso's smirk dropped and he turned more serious. Did you ever plan on telling me Bakugo was one of the assholes who bullied you? Midoriya shrunk under the gaze, slightly. Wasn't it kind of obvious? Shinso sked. It was obvious that he was an butt to everyone. It was obvious that his panties were particularly twisted when it came to you. It was not obvious that he'd been harassing you for so long that he's actually directly fed into your self-loathing. Midoriya winced. What exactly did the others tell you? Enough to make me want to order Bakugo to walk off a bridge. But I'm a better person than him, so he's safe, Shinso shrugged, saying the death threat with little vocal effect. For now. Midoriya shrugged. I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal about it. I mean, yeah, it got kinda bad sometimes, but these things just happened. Shinso was looking at him like he was an idiot. Midoriya, Shinso said, meeting his eyes, head on. You can't lie to me. Not about this. I know what it's like, remember? Midoriya flinched and suddenly couldn't meet his taller friend's eyes. After what felt a long moment of Shinso glaring at him, his friend sighed and rubbed his forehead. Look, he said too sharply. I can't judge you. God knows I get it, but, Shinso gestured vaguely. This is messed up. We both know it. So I don't get why you're trying to lie about it. I'm not dash, yes. You are. Shinso said, leaving no room for argument. If not to me, then at least to yourself. And as someone who's actually managed to earn my respect, Shinso crossed his arms over his teeth. You should be better than that. Midoriya blinked the sudden tears from his eyes. He felt terribly put on the spot. It gave him a warm feeling to know that Shinso respected him, but he didn't know how to respond. It's not that it's just, he tried. Shinso's eyes filled with sympathy. You're not used to people offering help. Midoriya shrugged. No, in a good way anyway. Shinso snorted. Neither, he said. But then a stubborn green-haired MZD decided to have simultaneous panic attacks with me. And also he punched me in the face. Midoriya burst into a flustered, defensive speech, because the punch was at the sports festival and Shinso definitely hit him back. But Shinso just flicked him in the forehead. Take the help you can get. Even if it's pity, things might turn out better than you expect. Midoriya offered a half smile. I know. I've been trying. But I still want to help. Shinso rolled his eyes. Of course you do, he said with a smile. He reached out and ruffled Midoriya's hair. That's just who you are. Midoriya's next attempt was foiled by Koda filling his room with rabbits. They were really well behaved and Midoriya couldn't be particularly angry because they were so adorable. It couldn't even be an actual problem. But they made Mighty Mouse jealous and Midoriya was sorta annoyed by the fact that this time he wasn't even trying to talk to Kaken. He was going after Kirishima. If he was going to mend their friendship, he needed to speak to both of them after all. Oh well, who cares? Rabbits. Another attempt was stupidly foiled by Shuji picking him up by the back of his collar like he was scruffing a cat. Midoriya hung from his shirt, toes dangling inches from the ground because Shuji was that much taller than him. He crossed his arms across his tea and pouted. Is this really necessary? Apparently, Shuji said matter-of-factly. Jairu snapped a picture of them. Midoriya was starting to get annoyed. The class wouldn't leave him by himself for even a few minutes. Kaminari even insisted on a sleepover in Midoriya's room. It was getting ridiculous. You Ida. DT2. Midoriya said, glaring up at his tall friend. Midoriya had been in an awkward place with his friend after the whole truth serum thing. Ida had apologized awkwardly but Midoriya had kinda called him out. Ida had said he was getting better at managing his anger, but the moment something went wrong again he was throwing punches. Honestly, Midoriya was kind of disappointed in him. Ida had said he understood. Now they were standing awkwardly in the kitchen on cooking duty. Midoriya had originally been paired with Kaken to cook but Ida had volunteered to take over and Kaken had willing swapped out. Ida let out a long sigh. Midoriya, I've already said I'm sorry. I understand that my actions were rash and that I should have listened when you told me to stop. What more do you dash? You could apologize to him, Midoriya said quietly. He started peeling carrots, wondering if they should make some kind of stir-fry or stew. He knew he'd have to take the lead on the cooking because Ida didn't know what he was doing. Normally when he was paired with Kaken to cook, Kaken would either make him do menial tasks or kick him out of the kitchen. Midoriya rarely got to choose what was made. Ida went silent and Midoriya handed him some celery to chop up. After checking the fridge, Midoriya settled on a salmon-based dish and went about preparing the fish, probably bought earlier in the day, by Kaken for this very meal. Midoriya was at very least efficient at this. His mom had been teaching him how to cook for as long as he could remember. What if I don't want to apologize to him, Midoriya? Ida said softly. He kept his eyes trained on the work he was doing. What if I don't think he deserves an apology? Midoriya sighed tiredly. All the tension floating around the class since his outburst was starting to get to him. Why doesn't he deserve an apology, Ida? He asked reasonably. Ida put the knife down with a clatter and smacked the countertop. Because he hurt you. You're my friend and he hurt you and I'm sorry but I'm not going to stop being upset about that just because you told me not to be. Midoriya put his knife down too. I can take care of myself, Ida. I have been for a while. Ida huffed, looking beyond frustrated. That's the thing, Midoriya. The way you run yourself ragged. It's not normal. And however much I admire your heroic drive and your determination and just how independent you are, as your friend, as someone who cares about you, I cannot abide the way you treat yourself. Midoriya squinted at him and Ida sighed again, clenching his fists at his side. It upsets me that you hate yourself, he said honestly. It upsets me that you couldn't come to me and Uraraka about this. It upsets me that you keep hurting yourself and letting yourself get hurt and it upsets me that he is one of the people hurting you. It's in the past, Ida, Midoriya said frustrated. Why didn't anyone get it? Why wasn't anyone else giving Kaken a chance? No. Ida said firmly. No, it isn't. Midoriya clenched his fists and bit his lip, trying not to get angry back. It wasn't working, Midoriya, Ida said, staring him down. He could have killed you our first heroics class. He could have killed you countless other times. He sent you to the infirmary more than any villain has. I've sent me to the infirmary more than any villain has, Midoriya said acidically. And I don't see why it's any of your business. I said I have a handle on it. so I have a handle on it. And in case you haven't noticed, Kaken hasn't hurt me properly for a couple of months. A couple of months? Ida said, voice rising. Do you even hear yourself? He shouldn't be hurting you at all. I'm fine. No, you aren't. If you were, you'd understand why this is all so frustrating to me. Oh yeah, to you, Midoriya spat. This is all about you, isn't it? This problem isn't about me and Kaken, it's about you not knowing how to deal with your guilt or the fact that the world isn't as neat and clean and fair as your family always told you it is. The problem is that I'm scared for you. Ida shouted back, tears beading at the corner of his eyes. The problem is that I care about you and I worry about you and I want to protect you, but you don't. Midoriya leaned back as Ida tears began to overflow. Midoriya was eerily reminded of the times he's seen his mother cry like this. Guilt began to twist Midoriya's gut, and for the first time he noticed that they weren't alone. A huddle of their classmates gathered in the living room and doorway staring at them in shock. Mom and Dad are fighting again, Kaminari whispered, earning himself a smack from Tsuyu's tongue. Ida, Midoriya started. Ida sniffed and wiped his face with a handkerchief from his pocket. Midoriya, you're one of my best friends, and if you can't understand that the reasons that I'm upset, I don't think our friendship should continue. Midoriya burst into tears. The thought was utterly terrifying. After letting Ida get so close, after everything they'd been through, to have Ida to cut him off. Just the thought of not having Ida in his life as his friend. It felt like he was being stabbed in the heart. The fear was overwhelming. Unbeknownst to him, some of his classmates were angrily calling, "Nice going, Ida," and the tears were enough to have Ida backpedaling so fast he might leave skid marks on the kitchen tile. That moment of panic was enough to send Midoriya into a full-on anxiety attack, and it was Ida, of course, who ended up taking him away and calming him down and promising, over and over again, that they were fine, that he was here, that they were still friends, that he wasn't going anywhere. He was sorry and he promised that he wasn't going anywhere. It was a rough hour, and by the end of it, Midoriya was pretty sure he and Ida were both exhausted. Someone else had ended up making dinner, and honestly Midoriya felt too nauseous to eat anyway. They had gone off to Midoriya's room, where it was quiet and private and dark. Midoriya's lungs still burned. "I'm sorry," Midoriya said, finally somewhat calm. He'd been saying it an awful lot in the last hour, but that didn't stop him from meaning. "Me too," Ida said, looking extremely tired. He'd been crying too for most of it. "I know why you're upset. I understand. Midoriya couldn't find the words, and Ida let out a long sigh. "When my brother got injured, one of the reasons I was so frustrated and angry was because I felt helpless. I hate feeling helpless. If I can do something, I at least know I'm making something better, but if I can't do anything, it feels like you're drowning," Midoriya finished. He'd felt like he was drowning for years. For as long as he could remember, up until he met All Might. "Yes," Ida nodded. "I know I shouldn't have punched Bakugo. I know I shouldn't have let my anger get the best of me, but," Ida shook his head. "But I think I was scared. Heck, I still am scared. The idea of losing you, of having lost the chance to know you because of something Bakugo said." "I'm sorry," Midoriya said again, understanding the fear Ida felt completely. Ida snorted. "I think you can stop apologizing now. If it makes a difference, I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. To even threaten something like..." Ida trailed off, a look of deep sadness and regret coming into his eyes. Scooching forward, Midoriya jostled his shoulder. "Friends?" Ida looked at him with wide and vulnerable eyes. "Friends," he confirmed. "Hey, Deku, can we talk?" Uraraka said the next day. He still felt kind of sick and gross from yesterday's anxiety attack, but he wasn't about to deny his best friends, especially when she'd been one of the few people acting normal. Occasionally he'd catch her shooting dirty looks at Kaken, but that was actual something she already did. Uraraka seemed to glare at Kaken whenever he did something obnoxious or mean. That's one of the things that made her such a refreshing people to be around. "Sure, wanna go get something to drink?" Uraraka smiled. "Sure, that sounds great." And they headed towards one of the floor's vending machines in comfortable silence. When they arrived, Midoriya considered whether or not he should get a protein shake or a plain milk, while Uraraka hummed, considering her what she was going to say. "Deku," she said finally. "About what happened yesterday with Ida, Midoriya visually drooped. Did she really have to bring it up so soon? I just wanted to say that the feeling isn't mutual. I'm not going to underestimate you for this whole thing, just because everyone else is. As your friend I am mad on your behalf, but also as your friend I know you're strong enough to push forward and move past anything Bakugo has said to you. Her eyes sparkled. What I'm saying is, I'm not scared for you. I believe in you and you better not make me wrong. Midoriya stared at his friend, his appealing, perfect, fantastic friend. Okay, he said, smiling brightly for the first time in what's felt like a while, I promise. And they fist bumped. He found Shudo behind the school sitting on the ground and staring into space. Midoriya had decided to take a break from his ongoing battle to talk to Kaken and Kirishima. Kirishima was officially avoiding him too, to figure out what Shudo was up to. His friend's been eerily quiet and closed off since the TS incident. Midoriya's been trying to figure it out, but whenever Midoriya asked directly, there had been too many people around, because they wouldn't leave him alone. So Shudo would either slip away or give monosyllabic answers that didn't clarify anything. Shudo only ever really talked when they were alone together. You okay, buddy? Midoriya asked his zoning out friend. It took a few more prods to get Todoroki out of his headspace, and even then he's still a blank mask. He glanced at Midoriya and then quickly away. I didn't realize, Shudo said softly, staring instead at his own hand. What? Midoriya said, feeling unsure. He'd gotten pretty good at reading Shudo, but it's been a while since the boy's been so withdrawn. All Midoriya was getting off him was coldness. Bakugo, he said and slowly lifted his intense gaze to look at Midoriya. He's your endeavor, isn't he? Midoriya opened his mouth to deny, but Shudo's eyes were impossible to meet, so he ended up ducking his head and muttering, it never got that bad. Shudo narrowed his eyes. Izuku, my father has never told me to kill myself. Midoriya tilted his head and gave him a skeptical look. Only because he wouldn't get what he wanted if you were dead. Exactly, Shudo said in a way that says he thinks he made his point even though he hadn't really. They were silent for a long time, Midoriya getting progressively more anxious and fidgety. What exactly did Shudo want him to say? Finally he peeked up at Shudo's face and saw an expression that was more conflicted than he was expecting. It was his, I don't know this social cue expression. So, Midoriya offered, trying to help him. Abruptly, Shudo punched him in the face. Shudo! What the heck? Midoriya said, holding his cheek and stumbling back. An expression of guilt briefly flashed over Shudo's face, but it was immediately followed by another attack. Midoriya dodged this time and quickly dodged again as Shudo followed with another strike. Suddenly, Midoriya found himself in an impromptu sparring match behind the school. Why did this keep happening to him? Why are we fighting? Midoriya yelped after a near miss. At least they weren't using quirks. Shudo's expression remained blank. I'm trying to help. By beating me up? Midoriya gasped, trying to an ankle sweep. Shudo easily dodged back. It's your power, Shudo said, seriously. What? Midoriya said, freezing and failing to dodge the fist coming right towards his eye. Midoriya was momentarily distracted by pain and being temporarily blind in that eye. He caught Shudo's small wince of sympathy. It's your power, he said again. It took a long moment for Midoriya to get it. You're beating me up so that I have some sort of realization about Kaken? Midoriya said, looking at him with exasperation. Shudo paused in a defensive position. Is it working? Shudo, this is not how you talk about feelings. Midoriya, feeling like he was definitely not the one who deserved a black eye. It's how we talk about our feelings, he said in his flat voice, but he looked unsure. Huffing, Midoriya placed a hand over his aching eye and ordered Shudo to give him a piece of ice. After a long, awkward moment, Shudo gave it to him and had the good form to at very least look sheepish. Just tell me what you want me to know. With words. Midoriya said, waving his free hand in Shudo's general direction. Shudo looked as though he didn't know what exactly he wanted to say. I'm not good at this feeling stuff. I noticed, Midoriya could help but state dryly. Shudo huffed and crossed his arms over his ear. The last 2 times I talked about feelings it was during a fight. It made sense. Oh, sweetie, Midoriya said, feeling genuinely sympathetic. Admittedly, Midoriya had quite a few emotional talks while fighting. mostly with Kaken, but there was definitely something cathartic about shouting about your feelings while trying to punch each other in the face. Midoriya couldn't really blame Shudo for assuming that's how it worked. Shudo sighed and ran a hand down his face. I thought I'd figured out what I wanted to say while we were fighting. You don't even know what you want to say? Midoriya asked, looking at his helpless friend. Shudo gave him a blank look and Midoriya sighed. Okay, lay what you're thinking out for me. Maybe I can help you figure this out. I'm the one who's supposed to be helping you, Shudo said almost petulantly. You'll be helping me by letting me help you, Midoriya said easily. After a brief stare down, Shudo's shoulders slumped slightly. He ended up silently sitting back down in the dirt. Midoriya followed him, admittedly a bit woozy from the punch. I'm angry that you didn't tell me. I told you about Endeavor, but you didn't tell me about Bakugo. Even though it makes us more alike than I thought. Midoriya tilted his head. Kaken is no Endeavor. Shudo mirrored the motions. You have burns on your shoulders and arms. I've noticed them before. They're little star marks like the sparks Bakugo's hands sometimes let off. Midoriya winced. He'd had those scars for as long as he could remember. They'd mostly faded into his skin. People didn't really mention or notice them given his considerably bigger and worse scars. I have scars like those too, Shudo said blunt as ever. Not sparks but ones shapes like fingerprints or hands. From when my dad would grab me to silently warn me not to be disobedient. They were never bad enough to worry anyone, easily explained away by training. But they're there. Shudo went silent as if expecting Midoriya to deny where he'd gotten his own scars. When Midoriya didn't reply, he looked slightly pleased. I've mentally compared Bakugo to Endeavor before, he said flatly. He's annoying and loud and always pissing himself when he isn't number one or the center of attention. It makes sense that they'd be alike in this way too. Maybe. Midoriya couldn't actually deny the similarities. It was actually kind of creepy how similar the two were. Kaken was more like Endeavor than Shudo was. Midoriya didn't like making the comparison, but Shudo wasn't someone he wanted to lie to, and admittedly all his friends had been wearing him down. He was just so used to people defending Kaken that he kind of gotten used to it too. It seemed strange that no one was standing up for him right now. That no one was yelling at Midoriya. That people actually thought Kaken was in the wrong for a change. Shudo hummed in response, making Midoriya realize he was speaking out loud. It used to be similar for me, you know. Before my mom snapped and even for a while after. Everyone was always telling me how good and brave my dad was, of how I should be proud of him. Meanwhile at home he was a monster. Sometimes it made me doubt myself. Doubt my own thoughts and sanity. Midoriya looked down. Yikes, he said, not wanting to admit he knew the exact feeling. Shudo nodded. My brother and sister helped with that. They reassured me that I wasn't crazy, that what he was doing was wrong. But I still felt it. You felt it too. But we're not the crazy ones. Midoriya was sorely tempted to argue that one. People constantly called him crazy, whether it be for his recklessness or his anxiety, and as someone attending therapy, there wasn't much room to argue anymore. Izuku, Shudo said, getting his attention. Shudo opened his mouth, held that position for a few seconds, and then forced the words past his lips. I'm not good at this kind of thing, but you can always talk to me. We might come from different worlds, but I think I understand you better than I thought. Naturally, Midoriya burst into tears and hugged him. He had to explain that they were grateful tears, but Shudo was thankfully willing to ignore what a mess he was. Midoriya had great friends. Okay, I'm ready for you, Aizawa said, looking like he hates life. They were sitting in his office Friday evening, and Midoriya was supposed to tell him about the truth serum incident. To put it off as long as he could, but Aizawa wasn't letting him anymore. Lay it on me. And when I say it, I mean all of it. Don't sugarcoat things or try to protect anyone, Midoriya. I need the truth. Midoriya stared at his red sneakers shyly. Do you just want the day the fight happened, or everything, Midoriya? All the bullying you've gone through. Everything Bakugo has done to you before and after you two started at UA. We've already established that some laws have been broken, if not just by Bakugo then by your school district. I need a clear picture to correctly proceed, whether it be legal action or punishment. I want to understand everything that happened. Do you hear me, Midoriya? Midoriya scuffed his shoe against the floor. Do I have to? He murmured. It's already over, it's not like you can do anything, Midoriya, Aizawa said, voice edged slightly with anger. Look at me, biting his lip. Midoriya glanced up. Do I look like I'm going to do nothing? His eyes had that combination spite determination look that Midoriya sometimes got when he was really tired. The kinda look Midoriya saw when he looked in the mirror 2 months into hell training, when the only thing getting him out of bed was acidic anger and the longing to prove himself. Midoriya was smart enough to know he wasn't going to win this argument. Well, Midoriya said, and he closed his eyes in hopes that it would help him manage his anxiety. The closest he'd come to truly having this talk was a few conversations with All Might, and he refused to go as dark as the full truth with him because, well, he didn't want All Might to think he was weak. But he remembered all the love and support his friends have been offering him. The surprising amount of understanding and worry that went deeper than just pity. The words that sounded like promises. The distractions and the brief moments of fun, the embarrassing photos. It all made him feel like he had somewhere to fall. That even if Aizawa tore him down and expelled him for some reason, he'd still have his friends. He wouldn't be alone. So he closed his eyes and remembered. And he spoke. The first time he realized he was different was when he was 4. When he got that DMN diagnosis and he was told he wasn't like other children. That was when it started. That wasn't when the bullying started. Izuku was diagnosed not long after his birthday in early summer. So he had a few months to grow accustomed to the new word that would define him for supposedly the rest of his life. Sure, the neighbors whispered, sure his mom would sometimes cry at night, and sure his dad had left for good. But the first time he was really bullied was on the first day of kindergarten, when they went around in a circle and said their quirks and Midoriya couldn't say anything. So the teacher said, "Oh, Izuku's quirkless?" Like he was an afterthought. That was when the denial started to wear off. That was when it started to really sink in that he was actually different. One day he was just Midoriya, the next he was that quirkless kid. He was Deku. He was worthless. He was nothing. It was kinda ridiculous, really. 20% of the population was quirkless. Sure, most of that population was the older generations. Sure, there weren't any quirkless kids other than him at his school or in his neighborhood, but he was far from the only quirkless person in the world. Quirklessness came before quirks. They've managed as fine as anyone else, so it was stupid to say that he wasn't anything at all. He was as human as everyone else. It's just no one else seemed to think that way. His mom alone was the only one who seemed to think he was worth anything. For years, only her. The bullying started out stupid. They'd call him names, some worse than Deku, others just stupid things like fart hair or whatever. Midoriya was honestly glad most of those names were left on the playground. Sometimes kids would steal things like his pens and his notebooks and erasers. Midoriya remembers this one time he got a really cool All Might eraser from a gachapon machine, and he was so happy that he actually tried to show it off to the other kids. Of course Kaken got mad and stole it because it was too cool for a quirkless Deku. Midoriya stopped bringing personal items like that to school after that. He'd lost a few of his action figures to thieving hands too. He stuck to his notebooks and books after that. He was probably 6 then. The funny thing was, he told his teachers and even his mom at one point, and everyone just agreed that he was really clumsy and that he needed to stop losing things. His mom brought it up to the teachers. But nope, he was just a clumsy, useless Deku. Tommy saw him drop his eraser out the window. That mechanical pencil belonged to Oshiro, not him. Deku's so stupid he can't even remember where he's left his favorite toy. It wasn't a big deal. Midoriya got a lot clumsier after he started school actually. He'd trip in the hallway, he'd fall on the stairs. He ran into the lockers. He fell out of that tree. He fell on the playground. Isn't he stupid? No one could prove another kid pushed him or punched him and held him down and laughed. It was all clumsiness. He'd startled that kid who'd used their quirk on him. It was just an accident. It was all just accidents. He couldn't prove that they weren't, and the other kids were watching. They saw him trip. They saw that it was an accident. No one had a reason to believe him and doubt the other kids. He was outnumbered. He was lying to get attention. He was just being a crybaby. The annoying part was that the kids weren't even good liars. It was obvious what was happening to him, but the teachers just went with the crowd. Midoriya supposed it was easier. Why punish an entire class, an entire school when the only person who'd gotten hurt was some useless quirkless kid? Midoriya wasn't going to last in the real world anyway. It was easier to just let it go. Not everyone was that bad. A few kids stood up for him, but they didn't last long when the bullying was turned on them. He couldn't blame them, that one moment of kindness was enough for him. He'd rescued a few other bullied kids too, they were usually sorta nice to him too. They couldn't be caught though or they'd catch Deku germs. Still it was enough for him. Brief smiles, brief moments of bravery, brief moments of kindness were enough to light up Midoriya's small world. It got pretty lonely, but he got used to it. He made online friends. He helped people. He smiled. It was fine. As they got older, things got slightly more violent. People learned to use their quirks better, therefore they learned to hurt him better. They got more subtle, they got better at lying. Midoriya guesses there's a reason why he has a high pain tolerance. He actually read about ways to deal with it. It's proven unbelievably useful. He also good at dodging and hiding, medicine, lying. He'd learned the strong way that talking about things only got him hurt. It only made his mom cry. So he got strong enough to deal with it. Midoriya needed to be strong enough because if he couldn't deal with a couple of bullies, how could he possibly be strong enough to face down real villains? It didn't make him feel brave or heroic or anything, but it was better than the alternative. Midoriya wasn't stupid. He's known since he was 4 that the world wasn't fair. He wasn't naive. The alternatives were losing battles to begin with. He was one quirkless kid and a single mother against the world. Could things have been better? Of course. But they could have been a hell of a lot worse, and if he'd broken the delicate balance he and the bullies had built. If he lowered his mask or let an adult try to help, then he knows things would have gotten worse. That's just how it worked. Everyone was either too mean or too apathetic to put the effort that was needed to change things. They'd give it a bandage solution, like doing an anti-bullying speech or whatever, and a week later the bullying would come twice as strong. It was pointless. His mom might have done more, but Midoriya honestly didn't want to put that stress on her. She was already working her butt off just to support them. She was already doting and kind enough and loving enough that he couldn't ask more of her, especially when he knew how much it all hurt her. Kaken, he was different. Yeah, he bullied Midoriya like everyone else. Oftentimes he was the leader, but he was different. For all his anger and explosions and cruelty, he was one of the few people who acted like he actually saw Midoriya. They were childhood friends at first. But then Kaken developed a super powerful quirk and Midoriya developed nothing, and it was like he couldn't understand why Midoriya was weaker than him at first. Like he was waiting for Midoriya to catch up, and when he couldn't, he got angry and lashed out. There was more to it than that, of course. Midoriya can't even parse the depths of why Kaken hates him so much. But it felt like Kaken expected more out of him. Like Kaken was disappointed in him. Midoriya was trying, God knows he was trying, but the distance just kept getting further and further between them, and all of a sudden Midoriya wasn't a friend, he was a pebble on the side of the road. A pebble next to a mountain. The day Kaken told him to kill himself was the day his third-year middle school teacher told the class that he was applying to UA despite being quirkless. Had they kinda put Midoriya on the spot. Midoriya thinks that must have hurt Kaken's ego given the difference between them. It was like Midoriya was saying they were on the same level even though they obviously weren't. Midoriya thinks he was just being childish. Bakugo told a lot of people to die. It wasn't that different from any of his other tantrums. It upset him, but at the time Midoriya was more upset that he destroyed one of his analysis notebook. Midoriya only seriously considered suicide once, and that wasn't Kaken's fault. And things got better right after, and Kaken has grown a lot in this past year at UA. Even if they aren't quite friends, he's definitely not a villain. Midoriya briefly opened his eyes and yelped when he found Aizawa staring at him with shiny unblinking eyes full of terrifying intensity. He wasn't using his quirk, but he might as well have been. Aizawa blinked and shook his head as if breaking from a stupor. You said you seriously considered suicide. What? Oh, Midoriya said awkwardly. He wiped at his face, unsurprised to find that he'd been crying again. Don't worry about that. All Might kinda crushed my dreams, but he apologized, so it's okay. Aizawa dropped his head on his desk. He seemed to do that a lot around Midoriya. It was probably a fair reaction. "Why are you like this?" he said in a weirdly wet voice. "Scratch that you just explained why you're like this, but Jesus Christ, kid. I'm not paid enough for this. My eyes hurt and we haven't even gotten to the thing you're supposed to be here for." He didn't lift his head. "Well, that wasn't that big of a deal. Kirishima, Siro, Kaminari and Mina ambushed me during lunch to dig into my past, I guess. And then Kaken, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Ida came to stop them. I let slip that Kaken has told me to kill myself. Ida got made and punched Kaken. Everyone was yelling at each other. I told Ida to stop. Uraraka asked me why I was okay with Kaken bullying me when I wouldn't be okay with him bullying anyone else. I let slip." Midoriya mumbled the next few words too quietly to be heard. "And then I ran for it?" Midoriya shrugged. Aizawa lifted his head slightly and it was like seeing two shiny eyes in the shadow of his scarf. "You let what slip?" Midoriya said, hoping that he wouldn't get stuck on that part. "That I hate myself?" Aizawa groaned. And didn't stop. For like a full minute and half he just groaned into his scarf. Midoriya could relate honestly. "You know," Aizawa said slowly, sitting up. His face looked wet for some reason, but Midoriya doubted it was for the reason he imagined it was. Aizawa wouldn't cry because of him. He probably just had dry eye and his tear ducts were overcompensating. "I've heard stories like yours out of the mouth of villains." Midoriya instantly flushed, feeling slightly offended. Aizawa wasn't finished. "I've heard stupider reasons for becoming a villain. So where do you get off hating yourself?" "What? You are honestly going to sit here and tell me that all the violence and abuse that you've overcome in your childhood means nothing because why? Because life's not fair. Because you believe the lies they've been telling you. That's bullshit, Midoriya, and you know it is. You've already proved them wrong just by getting here. So why the hell do you hate yourself? When you've overcome things most adults and villains haven't." Midoriya shrunk under the frustrated glare. "I'm only at the starting line," Midoriya muttered, unintentionally turning Aizawa's own words against him. Aizawa briefly looked like he wanted to tear his hair up. Then he slumped in his chair and rubbed his temple. "There are many starting lines in life, Midoriya. You might be at the starting line for heroic studies, not even that, given the year we've had. But you're miles ahead of others in other aspects." Midoriya squinted. "I am?" "Yes," Aizawa said through gritted teeth, like he was resisting the urge to yell again. "Yes, you are. You're empathetic, intelligent, obnoxiously mature at times. You've developed far healthier than one could expect." Midoriya blinked back tears. Aizawa rarely complimented anyone, and never when they didn't deserve it. It made Midoriya feel surprisingly warm. "Now," Aizawa said, finally getting to the work part. "You're continuing with your therapy?" "Yes, sir," Midoriya confirmed. While talking to the school counselor felt awkward. He has found that it makes him feel lighter and he'd even gotten some good advice out of it. "Keep doing that," Aizawa said firmly. "The school on your records is definitely the one you attended." "Yes, sir." Aizawa nodded. "I'll be contacting your mother and seeing whether she's inclined to sue your school district. I think there's enough evidence and grounds to." "You can't tell my mom," Midoriya gasped. "I'm Midoriya," Aizawa said flatly. "She has the right to know, and I assure you having no answers is far more painful than having the reason you're in pain be a mystery. I assure you that she is already aware that something's been wrong through your childhood. She probably has been waiting for you to come to her. The fact that you haven't must be distressing for her." Midoriya's shoulders slumped and he felt incredible guilty. "Can you at least give me some time to tell her myself?" Aizawa nodded. "It will take some time to put a case together. I recommend you doing it within that time PRD, but don't take too long." "Yes, sir." "Very well." Aizawa seemed to swallow and rolled his shoulders, posture becoming looser. "Thank you for sharing all that."